Can you do that one? And turn on the hot mic. Where the fuck is it? It's gone. Where is it?
Where's the dashboard?
Dashboard?
Far right one, far right.
Oh yeah.
Refresh that page.
How do I do that?
Next to the hot mic at the top. Thingy bar, there's a little circle out. Refresh the page. No. Left, right. Next to where it says at hotmic.io.
Oh yeah. Usual place. I haven't touched it there. Oh.
Take large, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Well, the Stokey Colomera got off to a wonderful start last week, but peeked beneath the covers and you'll notice it was only Joe Root and two wizened but wise bowlers. Oh, and an 8th choice seamer, keeping heads above water. Can others help to propel the England life raft to more stable shores? New Zealand need to revive the Test World Champions within, although it will not be easy now that Captain Kane has gone down with COVID. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket, the home of revolutionary cricket commentary. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, And we have moved on from Lords to Trent Bridge, which is always one of the most wonderful venues in England, in my estimation. But England not won there since 2015. They haven't actually played every year at Trent Bridge. But if you remember back to 2015, there were some rather irate Australians looking at their toes. And talking of irate Australians, chortling away in the background, all the way from sunny Perth, Western Australia. It's Messi Jez. Messi.
Hello, not sunny and not irate. Very
not
happy
irate,
to be with you.
Very happy. You're not really irate, are you? That was really more me being, in a strange way, ironic. But alongside me, and looking pretty cheerful, pretty chipper.
Yeah.
Even though Middlesex got absolutely stuffed by the mighty Surrey last night in the T20, we have Tony the Bishop. How are you doing, Tony?
Hello, Hendo. Hello, Masters. Hello, everyone. I'm in good order.
Good order. Well, we think so. We might have to wind you up again a bit later, but we shall see. Now, we have news. The news is that England have won the toss. We do seem to win a lot of tosses. We win a lot more tosses than games, but there you go. There are no... well, there is a change. Technically, there's no change, but there is a change to the England lineup in the sense that Jack Leach has recovered from his concussion 3 overs into the game last week, and he will return as the sole spinner. But England are otherwise unchanged. Matt Parkinson drops to 12th man, or has gone off to Old Trafford by now, probably. Alex Lee, Zach Crawley, Ollie Pope, Joe Root, Johnny Bairstow, Ben Stokes, Ben Folkes, Matty Potts, Jack Leach, Stuart Broad, Jimmy Anderson. New Zealand have had to make some enforced changes. They've also made some tactical changes. So they bring in Henry Nicholls to take the place of Kane Williamson. Michael Bracewell comes in the middle order, lower middle order, making his debut. 31-year-old off-break bowler and hard-hitting left-hand batsman is what we're told. And Matt Henry comes into the team with the departure of the spinner, Ajaz Patel. I mean, it's a bit harsh on poor Ajaz. He got hit for 22 off 2 overs and now finds himself out of the team. But it must be because they're looking to strengthen the batting. So the New Zealand lineup is as follows. Tom Latham, captain. Captaining his 10th test today, I think. Will Young, not a great success as an opener at Lords, but we shall see. Devon Conway moves up to 3. Henry Nicholls 4. Daryl Mitchell is at 5. For some reason I've written in my pad David Mitchell. I'm pretty sure it's not David Mitchell that's going to be playing at number 5. Tom Blundell, Michael Bracewell, Kyle Jamieson. 4 wickets in that second innings. Made it all look a little bit tricky for England. Tim Southey, Matt Henry gets a chance, and I'm not surprised. He bowled very well in the winter for New Zealand against South Africa. Picked up 7 for 23 in one of those innings. And Trent Bolt. The umpires are Michael Goff and Paul Rifle. And the match referee is Richie Richardson. Richie Richardson, yeah, would you believe it? Can you believe it? So, where do we think England go from here? What do we want from a first session as an England team and as a New Zealand team? Tony?
Well, they've chosen to put them in. Most people probably would have said worth a bat at Trent Bridge, but they put them in, expecting some swing. I think you've got to be looking at 3 or 4 wickets. Anything less than that, I think you'd be disappointed with your morning's work. 3 as a minimum.
Messi, your thoughts on the opening passages of play?
Well, it's noticeable that each of the county championship games played at Trent Bridge this year, the toss winners have put the opposition in and done pretty well as a result.
Is that right? You're a little bit quiet, Messi. Can you speak up a little bit?
Oh, sorry. I'll
better.
endeavour to do so.
That's better. Just don't get too comfortable. Lean forward.
Is that any better?
That's better. That's miles better.
Okay, I turned up the microphone. So in the county championship, the toss winners have put the opposition in every time and done reasonably well as a result.
Right.
Although the last game was several weeks ago. I wouldn't be at all surprised if we ended up with a situation not dissimilar to Lords. I don't think New Zealand will go quite as drastically badly as they did at Lords. But I also think that given the forecast is going to be fine for the whole 5 days, we might end up with a lot of runs in this wicket. And if New Zealand can survive the first, say, 3 hours with only a couple of wickets down, I think they'd then be in a good position to actually set a decent first innings score.
Well, we shall see what they do. Opening the bowling for England this morning, none other than one of their wizened but wise bowlers. It's none other than Jimmy.
Well, you see, I had the batsman ready, but here he is.
Jimmy,
You can't.
Jimmy, oh, Jimmy,
Well, you're going to do one of the batsmen. He's going to be the man who's going to be facing Jimmy Anderson. Is going to be the New Zealand captain by default.
It is.
He opens up a thing or sometimes keeps wicked. He doesn't ball great, but I still don't wanna face him, Tom Latham.
Do you not think that Michael Goff looks really suspicious in those glasses? He hides behind those dark glasses as if he wants to keep his identity secret. Anyway, round the wicket, Anderson to start with. Bowls a little bit of gentle away swing from the left-hander, is allowed through to the keeper by Latham, and there is no run. Do you want to jingle up the other? Well, we presume Stuart Broad will also be opening, but there is also another batsman, of course.
There is. Who is it? It's Will Young, isn't it?
It's Will Young.
It's Will Young. Here he is.
Four slips, no gully. In comes Anderson again. Bowls. Better straighter ball. Brings Latham onto the front foot. Defends up to mid-off. And there is no Young. As our jingler gets even higher and higher. In fact, I think that's gone off the scale, hasn't it? Finally, towards the end of that.
I thought you meant me. No, the singer.
No,
as
I meant
opposed to
the singer. Yes,
the mere manipulator.
Not the manipulator. You are merely a manipulator of genius. It's none for none. It's cloudy. It's windy. They'd said it'd be windy. There's been a storm in the Atlantic somewhere. Big place, the Atlantic, and we're getting the tail end of it. But that doesn't mean we're going to get rain, which is good news. Anderson in again. Bowls. Good carry through to Ben Stokes. Not an extreme amount of swing, but through it goes to the keeper. Now, we were just looking up the stats before we came on, and Trent Bridge, according to the statisticians, is the swingiest ground in England. The swingiest ground in England. So we're looking for it to hoop all over the place. Messi's. What's Messi? What's Grubby doing? I don't know what Grubby's doing. He's sorting out the Wi-Fi. Anderson in again. Bowls. He wraps him high up on the thigh pad as he forces him onto the back foot. The ball just plops out into the offside, and there is no run. Now I'm going to be really quick on the GPL this morning. We need lots and lots of entries for the GPL to make it lots of fun later in the day, when most of us are feeling a little bit sleepy after tea. I've probably moved on to about the fourth beer, or in the Bears' case, the eighth whiskey. Or rum even.
Still rum.
Oh, rum, yes, of course. In comes Anderson, two men on either side saving the single. In fact, Tom Latham starts walking towards him. And then he puts his hand up and says, no, I'm not happy with something on the picture. He's going brushing, I don't know, some pigeon droppings away or something like that. And then goes back to his crease. So Anderson will have to reset himself. A reset within the Red Bull reset.
At least it wasn't a de Grandon wonder.
Oh yes, yes.
At least the ball wasn't live as he walked.
That is very true. That is very true. Anderson in, bowls to Latham. Latham thinks about pushing at this one, but he realises at the last minute it's wide enough to cause him no mortal danger. Leaves it alone, and through to the keeper it goes. Yes, the GPL is open and underway. How much money in the GPL, Bear? It must. Did anyone win it in the end last week?
46 quid.
46 quid. All you have to do is estimate how many runs you think will be scored the day. You have until lunch to do so. You pay us £1 to do it, and if you get it on the nose, you get all the money that's in the pot. So it starts at 46 quid, but it can build
48
rapidly.
actually.
48 quid. Okay. Anderson again, just back of a length, left alone by Latham. Maiden to start with. New Zealand are none for none. Just to finish that GPL plea, to take part in the GPL, you go to guerrillacricket.com, 1R, 2Ls, and you go to competitions. Follow the instructions and make your guess. And as I said, you've got the 2 hours of the morning session in which to do it. Talking about things that we need to get underway, it's saying hello to people. Messi, who's with us?
Indeed. Well, the first thing I've got to do is draw a line right now, Hendo. You mustn't confuse me and Grubby. Grubby may get a bit messy, I may get a bit grubby, but try to think of us as separate, distinct people in our own right.
Well, I don't know. I think a messy and grubby kind of double act would go down as treat. You could sort of perhaps be the sort of warm-up man for Roy Chubby Brown.
It's the name of two of my foxes.
Sorry again?
It's the name of two of my foxes.
Oh yes, of course, absolutely.
Grubby and Messy.
Stuart Broad is going to bowl. That's not entirely surprising. 8 for 15 here, of course. Remember that memorable morning in 2015 when England last won here. He's got a jingle that goes something like this. Oh, 4 slips go down, and my goodness, Will Young wants a quick single into the offside, and is then reminded by the man running in from extra cover that it might not be wise, and has to scamper back. But he was very keen to get off the mark. He struggled a little bit at Lords. Well, he didn't really get going, did he?
2 1s, wasn't it?
2 1s, I think.
One.
Yeah, a 1 and a
Anderson
1
both times.
Yeah, but he's playing broad now, and he was well down the wicket. He was probably about 7 or 8 yards down. Stokes came in, and poor old Latham would have had no chance. So it's just as well that Will Young went back. So just a sign that perhaps he's a little bit skittish, wants to get that first run really early, just to settle the nerves a little bit. In comes Broad again, outside the off stump. Very little deviation as that goes through to the keeper. And now Will Young comes down in more orthodox fashion to just pat the pitch, which is, it's not green, but it's not as pale as some that you see. There are tinges, mainly sort of quite wide of the off stump, I would say. Certainly looking from this angle. But I think we saw that Darren Gofford said this is a bat first pitch, so England immediately bowl. So it makes sense. Good job he's not the New England coach then, isn't there? Would have been disagreement. Anyway, Broad again, the 4 slips, very symmetrical in the sense that they've all got their hands on their knees waiting for a little edge or a bigger edge. This one is defended into the offside. Johnny Bairstow's now got his arms folded, just relaxing between deliveries. There is no run. And so we wait for the first single of the second test. Very exciting. Don't forget the GPL. Get to the GPL, guerrillacricket.com/competitions. Estimate how many runs will be scored in the day. Get it on the nose. You get all the money in the pot. The pot starts at 48 and it will go up the more of you that take part. So why wouldn't you? Makes the end of the day even more exciting than it probably would be. In comes Broad, tears in, bowls short, back of the length in fact, but nicely played by Young. He was given the width there, but he did time that really nicely. Lees is running after it. I don't think he's going to get to it. It's going to run into the boundary sponge roundabout now, and New Zealand are off and running.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And with that, he doubles his aggregate total for the series.
He's now averaging 3. Magnificent performance from Will Young. Will Young, of course, who's played a lot of cricket already in England this summer with who's he playing for? I forgot. Northants, I think it was, and that was a really confident stroke there. So he'll feel a lot happier than he would have done as he came out to face this morning. Broad in again, Fuller this time getting just outside the line of the off stump. Young and presenting the full face of the bat. And again, there is no run. Also today, I mean, I know you don't like being bombarded with instructions and whatever, but the latest Smaximum will be out in the lunch break. So if you haven't signed up to Patreon, if you sign up to Patreon to pledge us £4 a month, £4 a month, you will get access to the Smaximum and to 8 back issues of the Smaximum. And it's a thoroughly entertaining read, so I say anyway. But then I've been involved in it. Broad in bowls, and this one just climbs a little bit. Left alone by Young, but went through a little bit higher than I expected to Ben folks. It's the end of the over. New Zealand are 4 without loss, and we have presumably some tweets.
Yeah, Mog says, Tony Bishop on the wheels of steel, wrecking the decks with all the platters that matter. Also, hello. James Humberson, Evening Gorillas, bloody freezing in Sydney. Josie Oak, England win the toss and choose to bowl. What madness is this? We're doomed. Leah says, hello everyone. Williamson not playing to attend the Backstreet Boys reunion tour. Might be a blessing for New Zealand. Warren says, morning all. Racing Rant says, while awaiting the blandishments of tomorrow's Platitude Royal Randwick card, tune in to the ranters across the globe covering the England versus
Ranters
New
across
Zealand
the globe.
test
That's us. Ranters across the globe. Yes, talking about Platitubes. It's still not over. My street is having its party this Saturday. I mean, how crazy is that? Everyone says, "Oh God, that was hard work getting through that 4 days."
Is Paddington going to be there?
That's a good point. Anderson starts new over, coming into Latham. It's too wide of the off stump, and Latham just stands there with his bat aloft and lets it go through. And there is no run.
The rest of the world's just thinking England's trying to distract itself from the horror that is what's going on in England in the real.
Basically, yeah. The horrors of England. It's a sort of series that's getting worse by the minute. It's getting more horrific by the minute. We had a chance to get rid of that blow. We didn't take it. Typical England, I suppose, not taking their chances. Anderson in, bowls. Latham guides that away. I think actually it's come off the pad behind square leg. Michael Goff, in his disguise, walks out to the left of his stumps and pats his thigh coquettishly. And the scorers note it down. 5 for no wicket.
I'll tell you one thing that amazed me, I had to double check it. None of this New Zealand team have played Test cricket at Trent Bridge, because the last time New Zealand actually played it was back in 2008.
No, you're kidding me.
No.
Wow.
No.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good. That's a good fact, isn't it? That's a good stat.
They've only ever won here once.
I've seen them beaten there a couple of times. 2008 must have been the last time I was there. Not the last time I was there, the last time I saw New Zealand. Onto the back foot goes Will Young, the right-hander, as Anderson switches to over the wicket in orthodox fashion. Plays it into the covers. There is no run yet, and I got a feeling that Anderson took 6 wickets that day, and it was really dark, and the lights were on, and it was the first time I experienced that. The natural light has been overtaken by the artificial light, so we're going to have to come off. So I went ranting to the Ye Old Trip of Jerusalem pub.
Oh yeah,
and
very old.
Ranted it's not. I don't think it is. I think there's one older, but it's pretty old, 1100s. Anderson in. Oh, what a ball that is! That's an absolute corker that moved probably from the inside of middle stump to the outside of middle stump. That's all you need to do, really. Nearly got the edge from Will Young. Not much that Will Young can do about that. He just has to stand there and say that's too good, really. But he survived, and I suppose that's the most important thing. At the end of the day,
England won by an innings that day. England innings and 9 run-ins in 2008. Is that the one you're thinking of?
I think it probably is. And is it the one where Anderson took 6 for 41, something like that? Anderson in again, looking to swing this from leg stump, so it ends up straight because there is a bit of movement, but it's a bit too full, and that's tucked nicely to mid-wicket by Young, and there is no run. New Zealand.
Yes, I was looking at Williamson's figures against England in England, and he's played 6 tests in England, 4 of them at Lords and 2 at Leeds, and that's it.
He only turns up for Lords. I don't know. He just wants the glory, doesn't he? Yeah. Well, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? If we talk about the big 4, Anderson in again, a little bit back of a length, but a little bit of movement, but defended solidly by Young into the offside. I mean, we talk about Joe Root in Australia. We did used to talk about Kohli in England, and though he sort of improved on his record greatly in 2018, I think it was. And now maybe you look at Kane Williamson in England. There always seems to be, however good you are, there always seems to be somewhere that it doesn't really come off for you.
Yeah.
So Latham yet to score.
I tweeted
Young
earlier
4.
on that Kane Williamson's average against England is almost exactly the same as his replacement for this match. His name eludes me now.
Okay. Henry Nicholls, you mean?
No, not Nicholls.
Bracewell. Is he really? No, I think Nicholls is the replacement, really, isn't he? In terms of a like for like. But they have made a number of changes.
Rutherford
has come into the squad, yeah. So we're looking at head-to-head of Stuart Broad and Tom Latham. He's got his wicket 8 times at a cost of 15. He's in, bowls to Latham. He doesn't get him here as he comes forward. Plays out square on the offside. Holds the bat up to say no, there's not a run there. The full slip peels off to do the fielding. And there is no run. Just 77 miles an hour, that from Broad.
You were absolutely right.
6 for 41?
7 for 43 in
7 for
2008. Redmond, McCullum, Taylor, Flynn, Howe, Oram and Hopkins in the first innings.
I do remember Redmond in particular. Aaron Redmond was a sort of walking wicket, wasn't he? Anyway, let's see what Latham can do. Captaining for the 10th time New Zealand. He's had to fit in for Kane Williamson several times over recent months, and he's now got a record. I think he's won 4 of the 9 tests that he's skippered. This one is left alone outside the off stump. Through the keeper it goes again. And there is no run. Yeah, so Patreon will be out at lunchtime if you want to see what all the fuss is about. And it has been described as the love child of Wisdom and Viz. That can give you an idea of the kind of thing that we do. So if you'd like to get access to that, you must become a patron at £4 a month or more. And you're all signing up in hordes, I can tell. Broad, in, Bowles, Fuller. They're looking for a quick single. They're probably going to get it, although the throw comes into the non-striker's end, and Latham was nervous enough to put in a dive as the man at extra cover, I think was Ben Stokes, did the fielding. But, Latham will be happy to have got off the mark. It was indeed Stokes. Stokes now as captain always seems to be wearing his cap, which is, I think, a wonderful example to show to the younger members of the England side.
I never think of him as a floppy sun hat wearer, though.
Oh no! You can't really imagine him in sort of Jack Russell hat, can you? No. More a Greg Chappell hat, where the one's with the stiff brim, but the old floppy ones, no. Broad in again, none for 5. Bowling to Will Young. It's full. He finds a thick outside edge. It's too wide of the fourth slip, although I think he may have got a little bit of a finger to it and taken some of the pace out of it. Ollie Pope it was, but they've run through for a single as the ball went off towards third man.
A little bit of movement in, I think, there from Stuart Broad as well. No, maybe not.
Maybe a little bit away, actually, if anything, because it's almost not exactly a leading edge, but he was aiming to play that straighter, and caught a little bit of the outside edge, a little bit of maybe the shoulder of the bat, but he survives. But it does bring a single. It means that Stuart Broad switched to round the wicket. Apart from the four slip, it's got a backward point, extra cover, mid wicket, almost round to square leg, and a long leg. And Broad is in, bowls, and Latham goes back and has to wait for this a little bit, but then punches it quite nicely away through the covers. 2 men in pursuit. They won't get near it. Ben Stokes is the first. He hops over the boundary sponge because the ball has run into it. Now, if all of you people on Twitter, those of you that have been receiving the Patreon, because you are indeed patrons, could you just tell everybody else how flaming good it is? It might help us.
It's getting it better every week, the snacks.
But I mean, I don't know how we're going to keep it up, to be honest. But we will try.
Viagra.
Viagra might be the right answer. Has it ever been used in that to sort of inspire writings? I don't know.
I'll give it a go if you
I
like.
bet Keats would have used it if he had a chance. In comes Broad, bowls full and lovely, solid, straight drive from Tom Latham. That's Latham at his best. Wasn't a great ball, to be fair, but he's put it away with aplomb. It's the end of the fourth over. New Zealand 15 for no wicket.
I would have thought it'd be more like Thomas Hardy, but you know. Farung says greetings all from Poor. Hope everything is well. Enough bullshit from the nice guys of cricket, the Black Caps. You allowed England to achieve their annual Test win. Now get back to thumping them in the remaining matches. Pirate Badger says, did someone say rum? Indeed they did. Brian is back again, says, keep thinking Sid Hanrahan, a poem many Australians know but not sure about others. That's in response to Wai Pom saying we're doomed.
Oh, is there a poem about being doomed?
Matt Searle says, morning everyone, listening in on the car, waiting for my boy to get a fucking move on and get it out of his GCSE exam that finished 20 minutes ago. Kids, eh?
Well, they're probably still poring over some horrible thing that says discuss on it, and he's still thinking about it. There's always that feeling of relief at the end of an exam when it's taken away from you and you can do nothing more. Anderson into Young, a little bit of a way swing, but nothing significant. Forward comes Will Young. It's fairly full delivery. He plays it square into the covers, and there is no run. Yes, exams. I'm glad I don't have to do that. Do you ever still have that anxiety dream?
Yep.
Yeah, the exam
Frequently.
dream. Yeah, I know.
Dream, yes.
Yeah.
It's that, and the other one I often have is a gig where I'm supposed to be turning up, but I don't know any of the songs.
Oh no! And you're actually performing. You're performing in the gig. Yeah, I have
Your
a similar
aspirations are higher than mine, Tony.
I have a similar thing with acting, actually. Anderson in, or he brings that one back in off the pitch. Good delivery, well covered up by a Young who pushes the ball just down the onside of the pitch, and there is again no run. What's your favourite anxiety dream out there? Twitter people.
I think I can see a reason for it though, because
Yes, that means that we can develop some post-traumatic stress.
Absolutely.
It's about lack of preparedness. That's
Yes.
what's at the root of it. I mean,
This is why you have
Yeah.
20,000 pages of
Tells you,
notes
doesn't
for.
it?
Yeah, I'm a bit like that though. I don't like being unprepared for things.
I'm the Boy Scout of cricket commentary.
Anderson still yet to concede a run. He's into Will Young again. Young was trying to leave that at the last moment. Didn't get his bat out of the way quickly enough. But fortunately for him, it went to ground and to Bairstow at third slip on the bounce. Again, there is no run. 15 for no wicket. Yeah, I would say the other significant anxiety dream is when all my teeth fall out. Does anyone have that?
Oh shoot!
Do you have the teeth
No.
falling out dream?
Yeah.
Yeah, good,
Yeah.
good. I'm so relieved. You wake, I think, oh god, I've got to go to the dentist, and it's it's going to take them hours, and it's going to take them hours because I've got no teeth left. But fortunately, you wake up and find I've still got teeth. Anderson full. That's nicely driven by Will Young, and then has to scamper somewhat as Stuart Broad runs around at mid-on and has a shy at the stumps. So perhaps a little less well judged than we thought, but does get there successfully in the end. 16 for no wicket. England won the toss and have put New Zealand into bat. And I'm wondering, we have seen occasionally in England that the ball hasn't done anything for 9 or 10 overs, and then it begins to do something. It's not really doing very much at the moment.
No.
One really good ball from Anderson, but apart from that, not a great deal of movement, even at the swingiest ground in England. So maybe we need to wait for about 10 overs before getting in amongst them. That's what Ben Stokes will maybe be telling his troops.
Just as well he was backing up there.
Indeed, Anderson bowls to lay them in defence. Good length ball straight and up to mid-on it goes. There is no run. What other anxiety dreams are there?
Well, I have this dream constantly that I'm going to punt the football and catch my football boot in the ground and miss it.
Oh, and do you sort of do your knee ligaments?
No, I just look really fucking stupid.
Right, okay, fair enough.
There is always the one where you put the other team in and they're 327 for none at tea.
That's a huge anxiety dream. Oh, no, it's just reminded me, this one is left alone. That did swing in a little bit to the left-hander. That's reminded me, the other anxiety dream I have is trying to get my pads on. I really struggle with that. I'm in next and I'm worried about being timed out. Anyway, more tweets.
Yeah. Warren, I don't know why, says his message has ever blown his nose on a bread product. Excuse me.
Oh no, well that's because that's where Grubby gets his his Grubby moniker from. He blew his nose on some naan bread in an Indian restaurant. I mean, it's absolutely. You can't put the two things together, can you? You see Grubby, you think he's such a nice bloke, and yet he blows his nose on naan. No, I'm not Nan. That is, he wouldn't blow his nose on
I
Nan.
don't think anyone was going for the lime pickle after that.
Dear.
I don't think
and
so.
Mog wants to know what cake you're taking to the Jubilee party, Hendo.
Okay, good point. I think I've got some orange and sultana cake that Mrs. Hendo's made, and she's away for a few days, and so Hendo will play. Broad, none for 14 from 2 overs. That's expensive. Comes in to bowl to Will Young. Will Young is forward to ball outside the line of our stump and just drops it down into the offside. And there is no run. Oh, now this is an interesting graphic that's come up. England slip catching under Andy Flower, under Peter Moores, under Trevor Bayliss, and under Chris Silverwood. They were good in the first 6 months with Flower and Bayliss, and then it fell off terribly, especially under Bayliss. So overall, their best slip catching performance has come under Chris Silverwood, would you believe, by 0.4 of a percentage point. Anyway, here is Broad again. Bowls onto the back foot. Looks quite a nicely placed wicket, this, doesn't it? Coming onto the bat when it's there to be hit, but not too slow either. Getting in behind it, Young, and no run once more. New Zealand 16.
Ombre Nuevo says, morning, wonderful gorillas.
Morning!
And he's one of our stalwarts of the GPL, so get in there with Ombre Nuevo.
Yeah, get in there. Try and beat Ombre Nuevo. Got very close last week, I think, on one of the days, and we just got a run off the last ball or something. And that was only when there'd been only 3 entries that day. Broad in again to Young. Young is right forward in defence. Takes a rather thick inside edge and runs into the onside. And again, there is no run. New Zealand put into bat, 16 for no wicket. Get on the GPL, and of course, remember to sign up to Patreon. If you give us £4 a month or more, we will give you the Smaximum and podcast. The podcast, The Bishop and the Bear, is the virtual pub, and I think I'm on it this week.
You are.
Just
On the bar stool of bravado.
Just in case you've not had enough of me. Yeah, but you have to be. You have to be. He's oh, now Broad has pulled out
I thought
just
it was
at the
drinking
last
beer
minute.
bullshit.
Oh no! Oh no! Has Broad done an ankle? Has he done a hamstring? Has he done a calf?
No, he just lost his rhythm.
Oh, just lost a rhythm.
I think.
That's okay. That's fair enough then. Latham has 9. Young has 6. New Zealand are 16 without loss.
Hombre Nuevo, his art exhibition open house is I think this weekend and next weekend.
It's in Kingston, isn't it?
It is in Kingston. I'm going to try and go next weekend. I'm on.
It's only at the
this
weekend, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awkward. It's awkward for me. Weekend's not great. Broad in again, bowls to Young. Young goes back, and that one leaps at him, and he snatches the bottom hand off the bat, either in pain or surprise, and now comes down the pitch to look at an area which he thinks must be containing, I don't know, sort of some sort of explosive device, a bit of dynamite. That really did wrap him on the glove, and that's the first ball that's really misbehaved this morning. But it was a nasty one for any batsman to get. But he did do well in the sense that he got it to ground, and that's the main thing. He survived. Doesn't seem to be injured, which is another good thing. And the score remains 16 for no wickets.
The GPL has leapt to £52.
Whoa, get in there, people, get in there. Let's get up to 100. Broad, wide of the off stump, 2 full and 2 wide, in fact, and left alone by Young. He goes through to Ben Folks. Now, what have we got for you in the Smaximum this week? The Smaximum working title trademark is the full title of the said bulletin. We've got a thing about Ben Folks. We've got a thing about you may have taken part in the Twitter poll that we ran about instances in cricket which unwittingly gave one side or another the advantage. There's a nice piece by Tony. There's messages on things you're not likely to hear, or you are likely to hear on Guerrilla Cricket. And Grubby has been channeling his inner Chris Woke. Broad in bowls, tucked away to square leg. And what's good about Grubby's piece this week, or should I say Chris Woke's piece, well, he's only the ghostwriter for Chris Woke, is that it takes the piss out of Tony, me and the bear, which I think is quite shocking. Quite shocking. It's his first day back in the studio, and he's taking the piss out of his mates. Absolutely outrageous. 16 for no wicket, 6 overs bowled, and looks like Anderson will continue. Any more from anyone?
Indeed. Leah's with us. She says any sport where some attendant runs onto the field with sawdust is great. If it's fixing the run-up of cricket or covering up the blood in the arena, it doesn't matter.
Oh yeah.
Jonathan Shawland says it's great to hear the Gorillas covering Test cricket again. It's Friday evening here in New Zealand, so I will stay up enjoying the coverage of this match until I go to bed about lunch, Nottingham time. I look forward to reading the Smaximum in the morning.
Oh, excellent.
I hope. Excellent to have our patrons with us.
Just hang on for a moment, Messi, because I've just got to commentate on a delivery which was swinging into the left-handed batsman, but didn't really bother him too much. Started too wide and it went through to the keeper. You're back on now, Mess.
Leah says Google tells me it's 285 degrees Kelvin in Sydney, well above freezing.
285 degrees.
And who's Kelvin?
That sounds
she's
pretty.
an absolutist.
Sounds pretty warm. Anderson in again, lay them onto the back foot. Hurried a little bit perhaps by this one. Plays it square into the offside. Lees comes in from cover to field.
And Ravi Nair says, given his propensity for getting out, shouldn't Will Young's jingle be, I think I'd better leave right now?
Well, yes, I always thought that. Did we have that as a jingle at one point? Maybe we just thought it was a bit obvious, and of course we're very lateral here on Guerrilla Cricket.
He made 80 odd, didn't he, at Edgbaston?
Last year,
yeah.
Yeah, he did, and he scored 500 plus runs in the county championship this year.
Yeah, he has.
But he just struggled
Obvious
at Lords.
has never stopped us before, Hendo.
No, that's true. Anderson bowls keeps coming into Latham, who ends up getting in behind it and tucking it to mid wicket, and there is no run. Now, while I'm telling you about joining us on Patreon, and not only do you get all this entertainment, but you get to help us out. Really, there are costs associated with this enterprise. But obviously, if you can't afford it, don't do it. I'm not asking people who are struggling with the cost of living crisis and all that sort of thing. We know that there are lots of calls on people's income. But if you can afford it, and you have been listening for a long time, it would help us. Just think of it as making us feel warm and fuzzy inside. Onto the back foot goes Latham, defends it to extra cover, and there is no run. Anderson has now conceded a run, but he's almost through 4 overs. And this is the thing about Anderson now, that even if he's not taking wickets, his economy rate's incredibly low, so he never lets a team really get away, as Grubby just sidles up. Yeah, Grubby, we're going to have words with you, mate, taking the piss out of our specky grey bearded people. I don't know what you're talking about. We have to find out. Lovely ball this time from Anderson. He gets it to go away off the seam from Tom Latham. And Tom Latham was in behind that, but was still beaten by it. So they think there may be a little bit in this pitch. I think they're looking at it ever so slightly suspiciously, but there's not much swing. Maybe there's a little bit more off the pitch, which probably makes it even more difficult to bat, actually. Balls moving off the pitch as opposed to in the air. England's slips got very excited. Crawley, Root, Bairstow and Pope. Anderson in a go. Oh, and that's an incredible leave by Latham, who didn't read the fact that was the one that was coming back into him, and it just kept on coming, threatening the corner of off stump, but just whistled past it in the end, and there was no run. Grubby is in. Who's doing ball by ball?
I think it's me. Just talk amongst yourselves while I figure out.
I'll just do one tweet until I hand over to you then, Hendo.
Yep.
GC Radio naked fun porn bot is with us. Says, sorry I missed the last day of the first test, but I'm back now. Has anyone seen Pokey Bumfinger? Well, I'm pleased to say Pokey Bumfinger is on YouTube, where I haven't got around to reading anything yet. And Hendo, I can tell you that the first of the rest of the tweets is from Mog, and it mentions the Smaximum, which seems appropriate.
Oh, how wonderful. I hope it says nice things.
Well, excellent. Stuart Broad is going to continue. 7 overs, no wicket yet for England. 16 without loss. New Zealand slips go down left outside of the off stump by Will Young, and there is no run. Grubby,
morning everyone.
Welcome back. Morning everyone.
How long is it since we sat in situ?
I've been so excited this morning.
I think
that's another tale.
Prowling energetically around my house on my Todd, sort of, clicking my fingers and clapping my hands.
Let me at him.
Scratching my head and basically doing an energetic faff because I was so excited about coming in here.
I think we all were. I think we all were.
When we saw the list of people who are going to be in the studio today, we were
Broad in again. Oh, and that one slightly squares them up, but away it goes into the offside fielded gully. No run.
Now the next tweet is from Mog, and it says, "I'm a patron. Where's me fucking mug?" He doesn't speak like that, but I thought I should do it in
mug
northern
or mug. Where's my mug?
Where's my mug?
Mog is saying, "Where's my mug?"
Where's my mug? He also says, "Also, I can vouch for the entertainment value of the Smaximum working title something trademark." So join us on patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket, and you will get all those wonderful things.
Is he going to get a Mog mug?
Going to get a Mog mug,
and then when we do a hard copy of the Smaximum, it can be a Mog mag.
A Mog mag. Brilliant.
Very good.
Not easy to say.
Broad. In he comes, over the wicket, quite full, pushed into the onside, and again, no run. We seem to be out of captioning, but it was Will Young who tickled it away into the onside there. We had the Smaximum this month, this later week, not month. Luxury if it was a month.
This fortnight.
This no. It is
weekly.
Absolutely weekly.
Just because you only speak to Chris Wokes once every 2 weeks.
I don't know what you mean.
Chris
Woke.
But our poll that we ran, nearly 350 people voted on it. I thought that was remarkable.
That's more people than listen to us.
Well, steady on. Broad again, elbows pumping, 4 slips ready, full, driven past Broad, who dives to his left. That was a lovely shot by Will Young. That may gather pace. Stokes is herring off after it. He'll catch it up, and they should, I would imagine, come back for 3.
He looked a bit laboured in that run there, Stokes, didn't he, to the boundary?
Well, he's already chased a couple. I mean, that's the thing about him coming out of gully or the slips. It means that he's got to do a bit more running, doesn't it?
Really was a lovely drive, actually. It was just waited for, played under the eye line. Everything right about that shot, really, Grubby.
But as I was going to say, as an opening batsman, you love that because there's all you've got to do is keep the bat straight.
Yep.
And the ball, if you time it, there's no mid-off. So you know that you're going to, pick up 3 probably at least.
Proper cricket shot.
Proper cricket shot.
Still the 4 slips in place for the left-handed Latham. Broad, nor Anderson have struck yet. Reasonably economic. It's 19 without loss, but they have put New Zealand in. Have England? This one is met nicely and squarely by Latham. Drops it down really to his toes, and there is no run.
Peter
One more
Ward
left.
says, morning, creative process and Viagra does raise the question about how you hold the pen.
Not just all it raises, but yes, absolutely right.
Mod comes back and says, fronting up for a gig and not knowing how to play any of the songs is pretty much my whole music career, Tony.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
And Farong says, COVID removes Kane. Is it just a convenient, polite way of dropping your out-of-form captain? New
Yeah.
Zealand high vaccination rate,
The
UK high
Prince,
vaccination rate.
no, I think it's a real COVID, not a Prince Andrew COVID. As we wait for Broad to come around the wicket to the left-handed Latham, who leaves it, and Ben Folkes tidily takes it.
Yeah, I think Kane was suffering from what I'd like to term being Matt Potts' bunny.
Oh, yes. He got him both times, didn't he?
He did get him both times. What a debut that was. We are complete. Well, 8 overs, 19 without loss. Hendo.
Yeah, let me get through a few more tweets. Old Fart at Play says, I have a dream regularly that I'm still training to be a nurse, and my last essay is due in that day, and I haven't done it. This could be a form of PTSD.
I've got a dream about nurses, if you want to hear about that later.
Hey, no, we don't.
Best job I ever had was when I was a gardener in hospitals.
Oh,
but
this
we
is-
won't go there right now.
This
Who
is
are you, Robin Asquith?
This is a good one from Ravi. He says, being chased through my house by supernatural spies, but the rooms are not the same, and there are more and more and more of them. Yeah, I think I have that one occasionally.
Ooh.
Something similar. Cricket Anxiety Dream says, Walji, getting lost on the way to the ground. Yes.
Jimmy Anderson is going to continue bowling his 5th over. Full, worked off his legs very tidily by Will Young. Backward a square, they take 1. They're not going to attempt the 2.
Chaps, while I remember, can I give a big shout out to my brother-in-law Dom, who's just had his gallbladder out yesterday.
Oh, Lord.
Goodness me.
Domo, recovering well. He's had a full English this morning, though, in his luxury hospital ward. Domo, I know you're listening, so get well soon, mate. Pete and Barbara also listening, Mum and Dad, but big shout out to Dom mainly.
Hello, Pete,
Is
Barbara and Dom.
Is that the same Dom that missed out on his holiday?
No,
Oh, it's different.
that was
different
Emma's
brother-in-law.
brother,
Oh,
yeah,
right.
other side of the family.
Okay. God, you're having trouble with brothers-in-laws at the moment.
Brothers-in-law.
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 Passers-by
Brothers-in-laws.
and brothers-in-law.
Jimmy Anderson will be turning at the top of his mark. He's bowling from the Radcliffe Road end of Trent Bridge. He's around the wicket, and it's tidily met by Latham. Again, there is no run. Yeah, it was a real shock to me. New Zealand, well, they've only won once here. Played here 9 times. The last time was back in 2008. The only time they won, I think I'm right in saying, was
Checks notes.
Checks notes. Yeah, was 1986.
1986.
Bloody hell.
1986. Top scorer for them that day was the uncle of a
John
man
Bracewell.
making his debut for New Zealand today.
yes.
Michael Bracewell,
There
yes.
you go. Anderson, in he comes. Wide of the off stump, left by Latham. Little bit of a
He was
in-swing, tiny bit.
He was trying to push that one wide
was.
and hoping it's going to swing back, and it just didn't do it, did it? Really, there was a tiny bit of movement, but not that big hooping movement that he looks for with that particular delivery.
I'll tell you what that reminded me of. That reminded me of Jimmy Anderson circa 2003 when his head used to go way down towards his knee in his delivery stride, didn't it? That's what that looked like, with a bit of extra effort.
Not quite that to the extent of the who's it? The Nepalese bowler. Who am I thinking of?
Lamachan.
Yes.
Lamachan.
Is he Nepalese?
Lamachani?
I think he's Lebanese. Not Lebanese, Nepalese. And he's definitely not Lebanese. Noted for their cricket, as this one is pushed into the onside by Latham, and there is no run. I'm not saying if you are listening from the Lebanon and you're about to tweet us going, well, you know, we're top of our local cricket league. But I just said not generally noted. 20 without loss are New Zealand and England. Well, I don't think they'll be concerned yet, Grubby, but they could definitely think, having put the Kiwis in,
Yep.
they'll want to break through, won't they?
Yeah, the openers have done a pretty good job here for New Zealand, despite some fairly erratic running between the wickets early doors.
Early doors, not related to Diana doors, as this one is guided backward a point. And there is no run, 82 miles an hour, no extremes of pace these days from Broad and Anderson. It's all subtle movement.
She only had the 1-0 the 1-0 in her doors, didn't she, Diana?
She did.
Mm.
She did.
Bit of an affectation.
Do you know what? I still see her quite frequently.
In your dreams?
No, I see her quite frequently because she's buried next to my mum and dad.
Ah.
If you actually saw, I hope you don't actually see it.
Well, I don't see her, no. It's not like a glass bottom grave, as this one is met by Latham fairly full from Jimmy away into the offside. Again, there is no run. 9 overs complete, 20 without loss. 9 for Latham, 10 for Young. Hendo.
Leah says, to the dream about turning up at a gig and not knowing the songs, here's a story. I was at a gig of my favourite band at the time, and I stood next to the stage. Oh, it's going off on a thread. I'm going to have to look up the thread. I sang along to every song, and at the end of the concert, the front man in his leather trousers, without a zip in the fly, totally sloshed, bent down to me and asked, "Do you know the lyrics for all our songs?" To which I replied, "Yes." He then said, "Cool, I don't." Got up and swayed off the stage. Magnificent. And
Was he actually in the band, this chap?
yeah, he was the lead
Lead
singer.
singer, apparently.
He was the
Yes.
Excellent. That's a fabulous little story. Roger Melly says, as he always does, hello, good evening, and bollocks. Oh, change of bowling.
Ooh.
There is change of bowling. It's Michael Bentine's potty time. Hang on 1 second.
love that
need
programme.
to find it.
One for the younger listeners there.
Michael Bentine's, but where is he?
Oh, you kind of lost him already.
Well, I thought the joke was so good I've managed to actually lose the bowler, which is not very professional.
He's fallen in the water.
Yeah. Here he is.
I've heard from pots that the kettles are filthy black. You know he might do. Let's bring him into the attack.
Well, what a debut this young man had at Lord's. And this one's full and wide of off stump. Yeah, left by Young, and there is no run.
Just Ideal says, "'Tis the golden jubilee of my intro to cricket via the first test at Old Trafford, England v Australia, 8th of June 1972. Hashtag 7 years old, hashtag love affair." And that's been sent to us. Thank you for that, Just Ideal. Old Trafford 72. That would have been in the same series, wouldn't it, as the Fusarium test? That
It
we were
will
talking
be the
about?
Fusarium test and my first introduction to the Oval, to Test cricket.
Ah.
4 slips go down. Potts is in full, but met comfortably enough away into the onside towards square leg. They scamper a lively single. Move on to 21. Young for 11, Latham on 9. They've run well, these two grubs.
Well, latterly perhaps, but not in the first
Oh, well,
half,
no, that's
half hour.
true.
There were
Yes.
at least 3 potential run-outs in that first half hour, so betrayal of a little bit of early test match nerves, I guess. But no, I think they've done a good job for New Zealand and England. I mean, one thing I will say is that England winning the toss and sticking the opposition in speaks volumes of what we think about our batting lineup.
Well, indeed.
That
And I've
could
got
be it.
many things to say about that as the day wears on.
Oh, well, looking forward to that.
A grubby rant.
We're in the 10th over. Potts is coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Hurries him a little bit, and it's very full. But it's driven by Latham. It's way into the offside. Stokes is after it again. It's a forlorn chase, though. And it's going to be one of these.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
How well did he time that?
Yeah,
I mean,
astonishing.
it was a Yorker that he appeared just to dig out, but he's absolutely timed the beans off it, and it's raced away, isn't it?
Incredible. Incredible.
Did little more than drop the bat on it.
Yeah, that's right.
Certainly
That's right.
It was all about timing and placement.
That's the kind of thing that makes you feel really good as a batsman. Really good.
Yeah,
yeah.
you'd barely feel that as it zinged off the middle.
Oh,
What's young Potts got in response? In he comes, wide of the off stump, left by Latham, through to Folkes again.
bad news from Northampton, I'm afraid to say. Brian 001 says, "Good morning from my bloody COVID sick bed.
Oh no!
I
Brian.
dodged it for 2 years, but now I'm struck down. Luckily, the cricket is on, or I'd be watching daytime. Oh, you don't want to be watching this morning."
It's always the good ones, isn't it? Brian is the man who has, on more than one occasion that I know of, sent us beer direct
Oh,
to
he
the house.
absolutely has.
Beer and kebabs, I think. Has he not sent
Top man.
kebabs?
He's all sorts of treats.
We've had all kinds
Love
of
you.
fantastic stuff.
Love you,
And
Brian.
that's how the world repays you.
It's not fair, is it?
Not at all.
I know he's been watching Northants recently, and
Not fair either.
forward comes Latham away into the offside. There's no run. Well, no, because I recall him grumbling with some justification about the cost of the beer at Wantage Road. And I'm sure that's fair enough.
I like Wantage Road. A lot of people slag Wantage Road, and I quite like Wantage
Well,
Road.
it's got a sort of ugly charm.
Is it ugly
Oh, I
though?
think it's a
I
little
feel
bit
it's quite
ugly.
neat. I think there's a kind of neatness about it. I did, when I was doing some reporting, I did go to Northampton several times, and I enjoyed it.
I like all cricket grounds, basically. But we wait for Potts, who's going to be around the wicket to the left-handed Latham. And that one dies a little bit, and Folkes has to sort of roll and tumble. But there is no run. It's the end of the over, and we'll go back to Hendo.
Yeah, Mog says, quality verbal gymnastics from Grubby very early in the stint. I think that's to do with the Mog Mug Mag stuff we were talking about. James Humston has been talking to Linux Lear about pedantry. I'm not sure what that's all about, but he does say, talking of wokes, the New Zealand Prime Minister visiting the socialist utopia of Australia at the moment. Oh yes, of course, the new Labour government in Australia. And Jacinda, she always seems a decent sort.
Yeah. Can't say any more than that, really. She's
Decent sort.
she seems like a decent human being.
Indeed.
What more can you ask of a leader?
Yes, precisely.
Well, leader of England's attack is Jimmy Anderson, and he's still going, striving for that breakthrough. And he's cut beautifully away, past point for 4 runs. Fine shot was that.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Dare one say he's looking altogether more comfortable than he didn't have time to get that comfortable at Lords, did he? Young.
Well, I'm going to say that if this ball doesn't start doing things after 10 overs, because we've already now had 10 overs, England are going to be in trouble here because they look quite comfortable, these batsmen, don't they?
Well, I'm afraid they've made their bed. They've won the toss.
They put them in.
And they put them in.
Mm-hmm.
So, lie in it.
I'm with Darren Goff, who said it was a back first wicket.
Yep.
A little bit of movement, but nothing to trouble a man who's looking like he might as well have his armchair out there at the moment. He's so comfortable. Oh, we have a substitute fielder on. Who do we have? Sammy King is on for England. I know nothing about Sammy King. What do we know about Sammy King?
It sounds like one of the Rat Pack, doesn't it?
I was going to say, exactly, jazz singer.
Sammy Davis King. Has he got a wooden eye?
Maybe.
No, not a wooden eye.
Put your hands together.
A glass eye.
A wooden eye would be quite something.
Can you imagine the splinters? Anderson again, right arm over, 4 slips down. Forces Young to play, but he plays it ever so comfortably and pushes it back down the track. There's a hint of, I wouldn't say desperation, but just a sense between Folkes and Root I saw there in the slips that they're going, oh, we need to make something happen here.
Yeah, it's a long haul, a test match, isn't it? So you mustn't get too down on yourself after 45 minutes.
We have a lovely view of the Radcliffe Road end, behind which rises the magnificent floodlights of Meadow Lane, Hendo. I'm sure a ground you've been to many times.
Well, I've been to it at least twice, yeah.
In comes Anderson. That was a better ball, but played very tidily again. Pushed towards 4th slip. Ollie Pope is occupying there. I think have England gone with their setting up their offside field based on hair colour again?
Is it like a Pantone reference book?
Well, you've got Ginger at 3rd slip, Ginger at 4th slip, and then you move around to Stokes. So basically, you've got your full sort of reddish quotient.
I would say Pope is
one group.
Pope is strawberry blonde, I would say.
Which
I was impressed by Simon Brunton in the Guardian this week. He said, I'll come back to it after this ball.
Right, Jimmy Anderson again. In he comes. That's full. Tiny little bit of away swing. Nothing appreciable. Young's happy to leave it. And again, there is no run. One ball left of this over.
He said, in regards of sort of possible injury concerns for England, he said, and Stokes was bowling a little bit gingerly in the nets. We know what you're doing. We know.
I think that's been used before.
Must have been.
I wouldn't be impressed by that, Hendo.
I wasn't impressed by it. I was kind of thought, I know what you're doing there. I might have done it myself.
29 without loss. Remember, they were put in by Ben Stokes, who won the toss this morning. And Will Young solidly forward, pushes into the onside. There is no run. End of the over, 29 without loss.
Talking of Will Young, do you think as he's just about, if he decides he's not going to play, he says, I'm going to leave right now?
I was going to say the evergreen Will Young.
There was that one as well.
Yeah.
Sofin KL says, greetings from Kuala Lumpur. Work week finished. AFL on the telly and gorillas with the volume up high. Marvellous. Peter Ward says, new gorilla movie, Confessions of Tony Bishop 1. Just Ideal says, will Grubby 78 be available for the 5th day? And I think that's to do with the fact that Royal Ascot starts. Is that right?
Oh yeah, it is Ascot next week. I'm probably not going, but I will be following it, of course.
GC Radio Naked Fun Pornbot says, do you like it messy and grubby? Click here.
Have we managed to get rid of that? We've sorted out that Pornbot. I mean, the last I heard, just wait, as Potts comes around the wicket, forward comes Latham and push towards Stuart Broad, who's at a shortish mid-on, and there is no run. The last I heard, the Bear had put Pokey Bumfinger in charge of trying to sort out the Pornbot. I mean, that really does seem to be like, letting the wolf look after the sheep, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
it does a
But
bit,
there we
doesn't
go.
it? Yeah.
Or the fox look after the chickens.
Could be that. Yeah. Roger Melly says, hello, good evening and bollocks. You said that already. He says, did I hear Robin Asquith get a mention? Was that Confessions of a Hospital Gardener? I'll have to check it out. Hospital. We're just trying to think of alternative Confessions movies. If you don't know what the Confessions movies are, we'll have to enlighten you.
Around the wicket comes Potts, left by Latham. Through, I won't even begin to tell you what the things that used to get thrown out the nurses' residence homes into the blades of my lawnmower.
That's nurses.
Did it help the roses grow though?
Well, not actually sure.
How would you modernise that series of films?
Confessions.
Confessions of an IT consultant. It's quite got the same ring, is it? Confessions of an app developer.
Yes. Ooh, yeah. You have to work on that one. Yeah, I like that one though. Hospital Guard. Why particularly a hospital guard?
That sounds like it could be one actually.
Potts, in he comes again, round the wicket. Oh, and that one gets Latham into a bit of a tangle as he was looking to turn it into the onside. It was on him a little bit quicker and hits him upper thigh. He seems untroubled though.
For a very brief moment in my advertising career, about 7 or 8 years ago, I worked with Robin Asquith's brother.
Did you?
I think he's called Dave. He's a copywriter or a creative of some sort, and he's a good bit younger than Robin. But I just thought, what a lovely kind of spanning of the generations.
But doesn't Annie knows Robin Asquith, doesn't she?
Does she?
Yes, she knows Robin Asquith.
Who her missus?
I know.
Oh. In comes Potts, wide of Latham's off stump, down ankle height as it's left and goes through to Ben Folkes. There is no run, 29 without loss.
Many is the time Robin Asquith's been round in Annie's garden.
Hey, steady on. Just Ideal says no one's old enough to recall Diana Dawes. Look, we've got some old
poking
people.
a flower bed with his dibber.
We're old enough to remember Diana Dawes. But yes,
Yeah.
we admit there are other people in the guerrilla firmament who probably won't have heard of Diana
1984 was a terrible year for the loss of many celebrities. Diana Dawes, Tommy Cooper, Eric Morecambe, etc.
Potts, who thank goodness is very much still with us, but he's been cut wide of backward point, and I think that's going to travel the distance. It certainly is. It's 4 more.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Armchair Cricket Podcast is with us and says, losing both Kane and CDG, our black cap's a bit too thin on the batting experience coming into the test. Bracewell continues his family tradition at the highest level and looks like a useful player. Wish him well on his debut. Well, I kind of wish him well. Although, you know, if by that point New Zealand are 580 for 3, I probably won't wish him quite so well.
In comes Potts again. Driven beautifully, sweetly away through point. That's going to go as well. That is an absolutely sumptuous shot. And it's 4 more.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So these two openers have cottoned on to the fact, they've copped on that there's very little movement through the air or off the pitch, and what that means you can play through the line of the ball, and what it means from the bowler's point of view is they've got to be absolutely spot on with their line and length. So anything a little bit wide, as that one was, wasn't a bad length, it was just a tiny bit wide. He was able just to thrust his hands through the line, and 4 more. So they've done the sort of hard yards, and now they'll be looking to cash in, won't they?
Cashing. Cha-ching. Chris the Choir says, oh, yeah, what's going on here? Ball by ball in the jingle chair, tweets in ball by ball chair, and colour in tweet chair. Don't you know cricket lovers are old traditionals? Radicals, the lot of you, and we love it. Gary Naylor has been in touch. I think he's up there, isn't he?
Hey, Gary.
Early. I'm going to do it. Can I do a Gary? Early days. No, that doesn't work.
was more like Chris Wallace.
That's more like Lost of the Sun Wine. Early days, but this feels like the kind of day that might finish on 276 for 4. I think we'll be lucky. England will be very happy with that,
Well,
actually.
yeah, you could get a GPL guest in there, Gaz, if you want.
He says, fast outfield, not much margin for error on length, and the batsmen finding their timing as feet,
Absolutely
hands, and hang on, sorry, this is Gary's going all poetic.
Oh.
Finding their feet, hands, and bat look in constant meeting the ball.
Well, that was certainly true of that previous shot from Latham, wasn't it?
I thought he was turning into John Cooper Clarke for a second there. Well, you're right. It was poetic, beautifully rendered.
It was a lovely bit when John Cooper Clarke was on Desert Island Discs, and he said 2 pieces of advice my father gave me. 1, never work for now, and 2, never smile when you're coming out of the bookies.
Broad is going to be into Will Young, who meets him solidly, pushed into the onside. There is no run. 37 now without loss. New Zealand having been put in to bat by Ben Stokes.
We've had Sophie in Kuala Lumpur. Now we've got Steve Kellett in Kuala Lumpur. He says, good morning from breezy Kelana Jaya. It's all looking a bit doomy, isn't it? Ravinair says Anderson has an honest-to-goodness quiff. A little Brillcream and he'd be an Elvis impersonator shoo-in. That would be a brilliant idea for his post-cricket career.
Well, as an Elvis impersonator,
Yeah,
there's always
I can
money
see
in that.
Yeah, there's a new Elvis film coming out, isn't there? He's not
Not with him in it,
No.
I wouldn't have thought, although you never know. Broad is in and Young guides this towards cover this time. The aforementioned Ben Stokes
Do you know
is in and there's no run.
there are more Elvis impersonators worldwide than the entire population of Nauru?
Nauru, where is Nauru?
It's in the Pacific.
Oh, okay.
It'd be interesting.
Why did you particularly pick Nauru? 'Cause
In
that's
other news, I just made that up.
Oh, right. No wonder I hadn't heard of it.
I was imagining an island
No,
where you
it
put them all
exists.
together.
I could have pretended that it was somewhere off Tonga. And,
Yeah. No, Nauru does exist.
Oh, it
It's an
does?
actual place. Just the statistic that I gave
Oh,
you was
you made
entirely fabricated.
Shocking.
Broad in. This one's pulled away beautifully towards mid-wicket. Young just stepped onto the back foot, waited for the ball, and away it went to that mid-wicket boundary for one of these.
Could be time for the skipper to warm up, I reckon.
Oh, yes,
well,
absolutely.
he's probably thinking round about now that he needs to make something happen.
And as soon as you said that, I immediately thought of Joe Root for some strange reason. Maybe it is time for Joe Root to bowl. I don't know. Leah says, I muted and reported a bunch of the porn bots to YouTube. I guess they got banned. And one of my favourite new Gorilla handles comes in with the next tweet
Well,
in a
we'll
minute.
just wait for Broad to come into Will Young, who has a nice high elbow, pushes this back towards mid-on.
GC Radio Naked Fun Porn Bot, which is a fabulous handle,
It is.
says I need a hot pokey bum finger, or says need a hot pokey bum finger. Click here, GorillaCricket.com.
Click, like, subscribe.
This could be going on for some while. This one, Confessions of a Government Minister, full of double entendres, says Chris the Choir. Leah says Confessions of a porn bot developer, 50% depraved shit, 50% mind-numbingly boring CSS bug fixing. Okay. Well, that took a lot to get out.
Yes.
Talking of pokey bum fingers. Please tell me Michael Bracewell isn't Paul's grandson.
Right. 3 slips.
Says what?
Short third man forward comes Young, pushed into the onside. There's a cover and a mid off. I don't think there's an extra cover. I need to have another look. It flew by us really quickly. Darren Gough. We saw Darren Gough.
That's
earlier.
not Darren Gough, that's Neil Wagner.
No, that's Neil Wagner. But we saw Darren Gough earlier say this is definitely a back first track. It's looking that way so far because New Zealand have been put in a 41 without loss. Latham 21. Young is on strike to Broad. He's on 19. Broad's in full. Clipped.
No.
They thought about... No, they do take a run. Just pushed backward a square. Lees Fields. One more to the score. 42. 13 overs complete. 42 without loss. Hendo.
Yeah, Messi Jess says, let's face it, Annie Cho knows everybody, or at least everybody knows Annie. She's the inheritor of Sophie Cater's name dropping. No, she's the thing is that Sophie Cater has had names to drop all her life, whereas Annie's just developing a few. Mog says, if these buggers keep hitting fours, I might have to up my GPL targets, which is another key or clue to all of you to get onto the GPL.
You have to. How long do people have? Henry?
Till lunchtime, that'll be 1 o'clock.
One more reminder
BST.
about how to do it.
Go to GorillaCricket.com/competitions and follow the instructions. You just estimate how many runs we scored the day. You put down £1 for the honour of doing it, and in fact you can have as many goes as you like, but you have to get it on the nose to win and win the whole pot.
And do we know what's in the pot?
It was 48 to start with.
Ooh, that's worth winning, and it will have got more now. Pots in. Talking of pots, as this one is clipped round the corner down towards long leg, just a single taken by Young. He'll move on to 20. Latham 21. They're going along pretty much run for run. Young's faced only 3 balls more, has 1 run less, and it's 43 without loss for New Zealand. We're looking at Jack Leach in the side, of course.
Jack Leach always looks knackered. He's always got his mouth slightly
open.
He's
always ill, poor bloke.
I know, he's a stinking luck with injuries and illness.
Yeah.
Well, if anyone was going to fall over at Lord's, you'd have put your money on it being Jack Leach, sadly, wouldn't you? And it was all because he was chasing off the ball with such determination. As we wait for Potts around the wicket to the left-handed Latham. And this one sends folks away diving to his right. No run.
Leah says everyone named Bracewell that has played first class or Test cricket is from the same family. It's a fact.
They are.
Correction, says Steve Kennett. Very doomy. That's his update to doominess from earlier. Phil Withall says Anderson's hair, an enigmatic marvel controlled by nothing but the whims of the universe. I envy its luxurious magnificence. Brilliant. I love that.
I like that.
Yeah,
Nothing to add to that. That was a perfect tweet.
it was.
I'd love.
That's
hair
what you have to
that-
aspire
I'd love
to,
hair that
tweeters.
has luxuriant magnificence. Oh, that one hurries. Latham. He half put an arm up. Did Potts? He's having a little think. I think probably height, direction, and just about everything
bit
else.
of bat.
Not really going for it.
Yeah, I think the bat was the most important thing there. I memean, it was fairly straight, I think.
DRS time is ticking down, and I don't think England are going to be daft enough to do anything. Indeed, they're not.
It would have only been pad first, and that would be it's an inside edge, massive inside edge.
Side edge it was.
Yeah.
Got a close-up of Zach Crawley there, who looks like the sort of slightly simple, overgrown kid. Hasn't quite grown into his frame yet.
No, that's
hasn't he?
right. Yes, that's
Finds
right.
everything funny.
In comes Potts. He flings that one through, looking for a little bit of extra pace. Skidded through, but kept fairly low, and Latham didn't have to engage with it in any way at all.
I thought there was
And no run.
I thought there was a little bit of seam movement then. I may be wrong.
He did seem to put his back into that a little bit more.
We have disagreements on the population of Nauru. Mog says the population of Nauru is about 68 people on a good day, Grubby, not including any asylum seekers. Australia's compassionate descent there.
And they're all Elvis impersonators.
All
aren't
Elvis
they?
impersonators. But apparently, given the fact that Nauru's population is around 10k, according to Leah, so we have a disagreement there. It's between 68 and 10,000.
This one is left on outside of the off stump by Latham. No run.
She continues that tweet to say, given that the fact that Nauru's population is around 10k, I'd go even further and say that any 100-metre stretch of the Vegas Strip has more Elvis impersonators than Nauru has inhabitants.
Well, turns out my made-up fact was entirely correct, and in fact didn't go far enough.
Everyone's getting very excited about Nauru. Peter Lloyd, in Light Bystander, says in 2019 there were 35k Elvis impersonators. The estimated population of Nauru in 2020 was 10k.
Gentlemen, we are due a change after this delivery, which is bowled by Potts and is driven sweetly between cover and extra cover. Stokes is that Ben Stokes after it?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Is he going to get there? No, he's not. He's
Getting
ended
injured.
up on his jacksie. The ball has rolled into the boundary sponge, and it is for more.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
And you should be hearing any time now. Grubby taking over, the Bears coming in, and Forthy should be appearing, and I need to just let him in before I disappear.
This is quite disconcerting. I'm going to be left in a room on my own, hoping that my friend Ian Forth will join us any moment, hoping that the bear will come in from next door, and that all will be well with the world. It's been a good morning's Test cricket, particularly if you're a New Zealand fan. They've made their way to nearly 50, I think, without any loss. The nearest England have come to taking a wicket, I would suggest, would be in that first sort of 20-minute period when there were about 3 run-out opportunities, but the 2 of them have become less skittish since then, and they look really comfortable. Hello, Bear. You're trying to get me to go to a different chair, but I'm staying here. I can stay there. There's only 2 of us in this room.
I know, but because the camera can't do that and have Grub and Forthy in there, you have to sit in this chair.
Bloody hellfire. Hello, Forthy. I'll speak to you in a minute when I've just moved chairs,
You
all
can
right?
just bring your
Yeah, no
mic and
problem.
stuff with you. Jesus Christ, you know, you've got to learn some studio etiquette, young Grubby.
Very important people can see me.
Absolutely, they can see you now. Presumably it's drinks break, isn't it? Yeah. Now, was it the right thing to bowl first? Doesn't look it. Looks quite nice to bat on this.
I'm not after timing when I say that it absolutely was not the right thing to do. Trent Bridge is usually a pretty decent wicket. I think just in general, if you win the toss, it's bat first, get runs on the board.
Exactly.
And I think, as I said earlier, it speaks volumes about what England think of the batting lineup at the moment, that they wanted to bowl first, and it's biting them in the arse. What do you think, Forthy?
Yeah, I wonder if it was one of those. I mean, traditionally it's a defensive move, as per Nasser in Brisbane all those years ago. But I wonder if there's something quite aggressive and about. Yeah, we'll put them in. We'll back ourselves to get them out, which the new regime has sort of perhaps instilled. Although, on balance, I think it's probably because they don't trust the bat.
Yeah, and I'm going to have a right old go about the batting lineup at the moment. Just because we won the last Test match does not mean that you don't look to improve the side. We've got an opener not worthy of the name at the moment. I know we got a few runs last time, but Zach Crawley is not an opener.
I agree.
We've got a number 3 who doesn't bat number 3 in first class cricket, and certainly shouldn't be in the Test match at the moment. We've got a number 5 who has proven time and time again its technique is not up to it in English conditions and gets bowled far too often. And we've got people waiting on the sidelines who have, Compton's faced almost twice as many balls in the county championship as anyone and scored a load of runs. Brooks scored a load of runs and could bat 5. Give these people a chance while they're in form.
Especially, I mean, if you look when what Potts did in the last Test, you bring in a young face, hasn't got all that baggage, new regime change as well. The whole thing adds up to give it a go and see what happens. And I agree.
I'm cross there.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. I thought Ben. I haven't seen Ben Compton, but I mean his stats say if you're struggling for an opener, you might as well give him a shot, right?
Yep.
And the same with Harry Brook at number 5. I mean, you don't have to stick with what's there.
Yeah.
Especially as Bairstow had just come off the back of the IPO, and he hadn't had a good one either. And he's just been slapping it around for T20s.
Well, that's the other thing. Zach Crawley warmed up for the Test series by playing a few 2020 games.
No, it's not good.
What on earth is going off out there?
Well, there isn't a lot. The problem is now there isn't a lot else to play, is there? We're at that point in the season where it's fucking T20 time, and give it some Humpty with 100.
Grubby, I sort of remember reading an article a while ago that they've identified a curmudgeonly gene. Do you think you sort of woke up, which kicks in with slightly middle-aged
advanced years?
Did you wake up one morning and think, oh, it's welcome curmudgeonly gene? I'm so pleased to.
Things often happen in my life, Forthy, where I just sort of reach the conclusion I don't really like people.
Yeah, well, that does happen.
That's fair enough. Yeah. I think we all reach that point, don't we?
Stuart Broad is going to continue after the drinks break, and the first ball is angled in towards Will Young, who's able to leave that on length. It's over the top of off stump, and it's 47 without runs.
I think that feeling peaks, though. I think you feel least well disposed towards mankind when you're in your kind of late 40s and early 50s, and you've got all the pressures of life.
Hang on.
I actually feel rather more, benevolently disposed to the universe these days.
Well, that's lovely. I like it when I see people reaching contentment. It's like you've given up.
I've slightly given up, it's true.
Beautiful ground, Trent Bridge. My favourite ground to watch cricket in, I think. Just outside the off stump, this one from Broad, and it's watched through to the keeper by Young. Very many great memories. I was there when Stuart Broad took his hat-trick in 2011 against India, and the second victim, if you like, was Harbhajan Singh, who was given out LBW but absolutely had knocked the cover off the ball. But India had decided refused to use the DRS system, which was in its infancy, I suppose, at that time, and that really did come to bite them on the arse in most glorious fashion.
It was Sachin who drove that decision, wasn't it?
I don't know. I just remember thinking it was very funny, and it's one of 2 Test hat-tricks I've seen live, would you believe? Stuart Broad, 3 slips in place. This one is fired in towards leg stumps, 2 legs stumpy, and Young is able to turn it a combination of bat and pad, I think, down to long leg, where it's fielded and they come back for 2. No, it didn't get any bat, and leg byes signalled. 49 without loss.
I mean, a big problem here is that, if you elect to bowl, you've got to bowl the side out for under 250, and it just maybe we'll get a spurt of wickets. They look pretty comfortable now, and the wicket looks really nice to bat on. The outfield's pretty quick.
Yeah.
And a couple of those shots that have gone in the outfield just been pushes to the boundary, and they've run away at Lords. Those were going nowhere near the boundary. They were stopping in the outfield.
Broad head-banded is in again. This one is a better line just outside the off stump, and it's defended respectfully into the onside by Young. Still 49 without loss. Lots of double L's in the New Zealand lineup.
Oh, good.
Nichols, Mitchell, Blundell.
Trent Bridge was also where Broad got his famous snick, which clearly was a snick.
Oh yes,
which incurred Australia's ire.
What would make Broad walk, as the jingle goes?
Exactly.
And said Broad is barrelling into the wicket now. A forward defensive from Young, which he plays down onto his boot, I think, and it rolls out towards point. No run. We're into the 15th over this morning, and we're
got a good stat on double L's.
Oh yeah, is it Welsh related?
every one of the first 6 Go-Betweens albums had a double L in the title.
Wow, that is spectacularly brilliant niche knowledge.
I was going to say that's like a no ball.
New Zealand have gone to their half century, courtesy of a no ball from Stuart Broad, which, as is the fashion, was called late. Full and driven.
You were over the line, that's a foul.
Driven by Will Young, it's racing away backward of point. Skipper Stokes is after it, but not even he is going to be able to prevent that rolling into the boundary fence for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
The way he was herring after it looked like Stokes, but it was actually Jack Leach, the sickly Jack Leach, who finds himself back in the side despite concussion and various
he's one
ailments.
of the unluckiest cricketers.
Seems to be, doesn't he? Got that horrendous illness which nearly killed him a couple of years back. Well, I forget what it was now.
That was in South Africa. It came on because of Crohn's, didn't it? And then
that's right. Yeah, and got septicemia or something like that.
Yeah,
at the same time,
that was at
didn't
the
he?
back end of India, wasn't it?
Poor old boy. Whether he deserves his place in the side has been the subject of much debate in recent weeks.
Listen, you'll love my theory on Jack Leach.
Will I?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'll very much be the judge of that. As Young faces up to Broad once again, it's outside the off stump. He's back in his crease defending this, and he says no to his partner. The score remains 54 without loss after 15 overs. And Bear, what is this tremendous theory?
My theory on Jack Leach is that we can make him into England's Nathan Lyon.
Okay.
Because the reason I say that is because Nathan Lyon was a pretty average spinner when he started, but they just stuck with him. I mean, he had a good loop and he had that, and a lot of it with spinners is wanting the psychology of it is you feel that you want to be a part of a side, and if the side values you, you tend to bowl better.
I think
and if you keep him in the side and bowling, because he's not a bad spinner, but he needs experience around the world and stuff, and if he gets that, and he'll learn to bowl in all these different conditions, he has potential to be, I think, a very good left-arm spinner.
Well, that's a significant part of it, and I think he has been messed about a bit and fairly badly treated by, the last England management particularly. That said, and you're a left-arm spinner of some note in this part of the world, Bear.
Absolutely.
What does Leach have to do to become more of a wicket threat? We'll come back to that as Potts is starting a new over. He's coming round the wicket to the left-handed Latham, who is forward in defence. It takes him on the pad. He thinks about an LBW appeal, but it was firing off down the leg side. Yeah, what's he got to do?
I honestly think in England, you include a spinner in a side, and you hope that the wicket breaks up, and often it doesn't. Gary bangs on about this. Spinners have got to be able to take wickets in the first innings. I think that's nonsense. When in most cricket, in the first innings, especially if you're bowling if you get stuck in to bowl on the first, you wouldn't expect it to turn, but he does. He is able to hold up an end and keep his economy rate down. And if you get a wickets or something in the first innings, or the wicket starts doing something, that's a bonus, but you don't expect it, and you hope that it will break up and you come into it in the second innings. And he has taken wickets in second innings when he's had the opportunity. I do think he's a reasonably good bowler. He just needs some support.
Potts fires one into Midland leg, and Latham very correctly forward, defending it into the onside. There's no run.
And some experience.
Yes. I mean,
at the highest level.
You've got to have that wicket-taking threat, which arguably Leach doesn't have to the extent that you would want. Parkinson is a wicket taker. And for that reason, he's been waiting in the wings as well. I just think he needs a run. It was scandalous to my mind that he didn't play in the West Indies on those pitches. That really,
was to me as well.
They won't just have him carrying the drinks.
Well, this is it. I mean,
don't take him on the tour.
Well, yeah, true.
You're not going to play him. Don't take him on the bloody tour.
Yeah, that's fair enough. But my first look at him in the last test, I wasn't particularly impressed. Got to say.
Very small sample size as well. Potts is coming round the wicket and bowls a ball full of length on the off stump of Latham, who is forward, high elbow, and defending this into the offside, and there's no run.
Again, if you give him a run in the side and he gets he gets some wickets behind him and he gets a wicket that really can show what he can do, then maybe my opinion will change, and I'm quite happy for that to happen. But as Leach was in possession, and I do think Leach is a reasonable bowler,
Yeah, and so do I. I just think that it's been time to give someone else a go. Much as I may feel sorry for him and his personal circumstances and his illnesses and his injuries and the way he's been treated by the management, all that sort of stuff, I still think, it's an elite sports team. You need to be ruthless.
Yeah.
Here comes Potts around the wicket. Just the two slips in place now. This one takes Latham on the thigh pad and loops up back towards the bowler, who goes and retrieves the stationary ball.
Well,
Forthy, any thoughts on any of that?
Well, look, you're the spin experts, you guys. I was just having a look at Potts, who's bowling this over, and I was thinking perhaps this is his difficult second album. Rather like the Stone Roses, perhaps.
Is there anyone in the world of popular or slightly less popular music but goes by the name of Potts? I'd like to think so.
Potts.
I'll leave that with you.
There's got to be a Potts in the music world somewhere.
Here he comes. Potsy, round the wicket. And he takes it on the pad, a big LBW shout. Oh, rifle is unmoved. I don't know whether there might have been a tiny bit of inside edge. Stokes thinks it's a bit high. I'm not sure that height was the problem. It looked a pretty good shout. It's probably one of those ones that's going to be umpire's call if they do decide to review it. He's not keen to review this, isn't Stokes, and I don't think he's going to, as the clock ticks down and they're not going to review it.
I thought you got hit outside the line.
Slightly outside the line, potentially, possibly a little high, don't know. Takes him above the knee roll. Actually, yeah, it's going to be too high. That
It's
I think.
not. It's not.
It's not him outside the line. I'm sure we will see the technology. Stokes immediately thought it's too high, and I think that's probably quite a good call. Standing there with the best view from mid-off. So good use of, or non-use of the DRS, we think. We haven't had confirmation of that yet. This is outside the off stump and allowed to pass through by Latham. That completes the 16th over. It was a maiden, and it remains 54 without loss. Do we have messages and things?
Yeah, we do. Very quickly, awesome. I'll say Paul Potts is an English. You remember Paul Potts? He won Britain's Got Talent with Ness and Dormer in 2007. You remember him? Come on,
I've tried not to.
Okay, well, let's let us revert to some tweets. Roger Melly, speaking of the Elvis statistic, did you know that 60% of statistics are made up on the spot? No, 70%. Peter,
I love that.
Peter Lloyd, in 2019 there were 35,000 Elvis impersonators. Annie, hey, is my name being taken in vain? Messi, no Annie, your name is up in lights. Ravi Nair, Jack Leach's designer stubble makes him look like an escapee from the set of a Birmingham-based TV series about working class crime in the 30s.
He always looks like he's been through the mill somehow.
Yeah.
As Broad starts a new over to Will Young, who tucks this behind square on the leg side and comes through for another single. He moves on to 25.
You think that one kept low?
A little. Yes, a little.
Came back as well.
I think that can happen if you're sort of firing it as Broad is doing there from slightly wide of the crease. It's going down leg side on the angle there. Then maybe the bounce isn't going to be as steep as it would be if it were on a straighter trajectory. If that doesn't sound like too much bollocks.
No, that sounds alright. Slides on.
Yeah, good bollocks. Latham and Young both have 25. Very neat, and are both off 49 balls.
And England definitely need a wicket.
England certainly do need a wicket. But again, it's been the first hour. It certainly has gone to New Zealand in this match, but the first hour of potentially 30 in this match. So
I'm assuming there's no chance of reverse. It's a pretty lush outfield.
I don't think so, no. Latham is forward in defence here, and he says no to a potential single as the ball rolls out to square leg. Yeah, maybe if the sun comes out and bakes the pitch a bit and whatever, but yeah, I think the overhead conditions mean that the pitch, the playing surface is pretty lush, as you say, Forthy, so yeah, probably not at this stage, but wouldn't rule it out later in the game.
It's not a very positive outlook then, is it?
No, something's got to happen. I wonder whether Stokes is sort of girding his loins for one of those enforcer spells where he maybe digs it in a bit or tries something a bit different than line and length. A quick single to a wide mid-off as Latham has pushed it to the right hand of the fielder there, and they come through and complete that single. Stuart Broad looking rather lovely, I think, with his headband. Do I detect, this might be my dodgy eyes and I'm colourblind as well, but the England kit doesn't look like it's pristine white. It looks like it might have some sort of
creaminess to it.
Well, a sort of, I would give it like a violet wash or something like that.
Maybe they put too much chemicals in with it.
Maybe it's been in with someone's pants.
Yeah,
something like that. So just the two slips and first slip, second slip, and a fourth slip. So the third slip has come out. So watch this one fly through that area. Here comes Broad, his hair being blown by the breeze, and this one is allowed to pass through by Will Young, taken by Folkes behind the sticks. I like Folkes' gloves, nice and dark wicket-keeping gloves.
Yeah.
Probably very well used and well battered and well broken in. Very soft, kid-like.
Yeah. He takes it very softly. In his
ball
hand.
melting into the gloves. That old chestnut.
I like Folkes as a keeper.
Yeah.
Certainly gives you a lot more confidence than the last few we've had.
Well, he's a proper keeper.
Yeah,
let's say that. So, quite a few things are shaping up to be in place with this England team, but as I say, I think that top five needs some pretty fundamental work. Broad is in, he fires this one onto leg stump. and again I think that's come off the pad and it's racing very fine to the boundary, and it is going to be indeed 4-leg buys.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes, they're motoring along here, aren't they?
Yeah, 60 without loss, and we're 1 ball shy of the 17th over, so that's 3.5 and over. Very healthy run rate at this stage of a test match. New Zealand will be feeling pretty comfortable.
Yeah.
I'm not making this up, are they? Am I? There is a sort of a light hue to the England
No,
strip.
I kind of know what you mean. Could be the TV.
Could be the telly, but I've seen it on both screens.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've got it. I've got it here as well, in Australia. So.
This is full and flicked very pleasantly off the stumps there by Will Young. This is going to race away again, square of the wicket, for 4 more.
Whose decision was it to fuck? Oh, it was obviously Stokes, but I mean, they must have a chat in the dressing room. What sort of fucking chat were they having, man?
Well, not bowling leg stump half volleys, presumably.
I mean, what were they saying about the wicket? I mean, they must have gone out there, said, "Look at that wicket." Said, "We need to bowl first.
We need to throw to Forthy for some urgent messages."
Yes, well, I'm getting behind. Matt Searle, we have a discrepancy between 68 and 10,000. Are we talking population of Nauru, number of Elvis impersonators in Vegas, or the spread on today's GPL? Just ideal. Been sweating on the grubby rant. Don't stop. The Jersey Jingler, ECB admin being conservative and dull with the batting lineup. Who'da thunk it? Willow, try having the dream of you can't get the pads on in time and out to the middle before being timed out. Wake up sweating. Well, if only I don't think we've ever had a timed out in Test match cricket, but so there's always a first time. Messages, I think misanthrope is the word you are looking for, Grubby. Noun, a person who dislikes humankind and avoids human society. Indeed.
We just had the first ball of the 18th over, bowled by Potts, and it's allowed to pass through. By
sorry.
No, don't mind.
You're behind over there.
Crack on.
It's funny you should say that, because apparently Tim Southey, in the middle of that horror team hat trick, took 3 minutes to get out to the pitch. And
Should have been timed out.
Should have been timed out. England could have appealed,
Yeah.
but they didn't.
There's obviously no one checking this. I mean, I was at a match with not Fred the other week. I was saying, whose job is it to do the timing? This is driven quite nicely, but straight to mid-off by Latham. There's no run.
You think that, though, if you do appeal for a timed out, it puts you in the Greg Chappell underarm category of being against the spirit which precedes the laws of cricket. But there again, what's the point of having a law if it isn't enforced?
Exactly, Paulie. I love the way you went incredibly sort of urgent and high-pitched in what is the bloody point?
Broad's gone for 32 and 7 overs.
Yeah.
I should say, we've had lots of entries to the GPO, and you've still got 40 minutes left. We range from 245.
Potts digs this one in, and it's easy for Latham to duck underneath that one, and Folks takes it down the leg side.
To 322 currently at Mogg at either end.
Does Ling Mao still play? He used to play this lots back in the day.
He did. He comes in and out. You know, people. I guess it depends if you're listening to us and don't remember.
Cunning Ling, as I used to call him.
Yes. So we've had 22 entries today. And still got 40 minutes to go. So the pot will now be £59. It's getting up there.
Potts is round the wicket, a fuller ball this time, and defended very solidly by Tom Latham. Back up the pitch. There's no run. By the way, Messers, I wouldn't consider myself to be a misanthrope in the sense that the people that I like, I really like. You know, you guys I'm sitting here with really like you because I know you, and we share some interest and all the rest of it. It's just everyone else.
The general public.
People whom I don't know. I think my default opening position is don't like you.
I wish I loved the human race. I wish I loved its stupid face. It kind of sums it up.
Oh, whose lyrics are those?
19th century guy, I can't remember who.
I thought they were a lyric. Potts fires this one wide of the off stump, and Latham is able to let it pass through quite comfortably. It's still 64 without loss. One ball remaining in the 18th over. The over rate is, well, it's not where it should be because it should be 15 and over, but it's not disgraceful. Although you might say that anything that under 15 is a disgrace. If you were so inclined, I'm thinking of you, Gary Naylor, who is there at the ground today. A few of my mates are there today, including Gary. Another friend of mine, Rob Jordan, is there. He's probably not listening. And my mate Phil was also there. Oh, this is an awful piece of filth. He's dug it in halfway down, Potts, down the arse. Doesn't trouble the batsman at all, and Folks takes a tumbling, effects a tumbling dive. Now we are going to see the skipper coming on here for what he hopes is going to be one of those Why do you have to be a partnership breaker?
I better do a few tweets. James Humburst, any idea why Hot Mick doesn't have the timing controls today? You're delivering spoilers 5 seconds ahead of my TV every ball here. I'll leave that one.
Turn it off and on.
Grubby.
No.
Turn it off and on. There we are. Just ideal. Conway and Bairstow looked uncomfortable at Lord straight out the IPL. Both class red players poorly prepared. Why not require test practitioners play a first-class red ball game prior to test inclusion? If no game available, you've programmed poorly.
Yeah.
Well, actually, there was quite a lot of rain, and New Zealand did have 2-3 day matches lined up. I can't remember whether Conway was available for both of those. Annie, plus he looks like Lion the Bear. Your theory, therefore, has to be right. Lovely to hear Grubby again. Oh, you've got fabby Annie. Not that's breaking news.
Lovely Annie. Lovely Annie. See, there's a person I like.
There is a... By the way, have I got time? I was going
yes,
I think I have. Your talk of going straight from sort of one octave to another reminded me of Bob Catter, the Australian politician. I might have to break off and come back to this ball.
I like the sound of that. Here comes Stokes, delivering his first ball and looking mighty stiff as he does so, I must say. And Young is able just to play this from the crease, swats it through the covers, and it's 4 more. Oh. Oh, Christ. And it was a no ball. I mean, not much right about that delivery. He looked stiff as a board.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
Yes, fuck off and start again would be my addition to that. Dear oh dear oh dear. And now I can't see anything other than this lavender wash on the England kit. It's really annoying me. A better delivery in towards middle and leg, and quite full, and just tucked into the leg side for no run by Will Young, who has moved on to 33. His partner, Captain Latham, at the other end has 26. And New Zealand, are looking relatively fine and dandy at 69 without loss.
You're on after lavender wash. You probably know you're at the wrong festival.
Yeah. Well, if you're on before them, it's even worse, presumably.
Yes, true.
Here comes Stokes. 2 slips in place. A better delivery outside the off stump and just defended by Young. There is no run.
I think there'd be an early 90s band on Sarah Records as stable mates with the field nice, lavender wash.
It's another no ball. Lavender's was a hit from Marillion, wasn't it? Lavender Blue Dilly Dilly.
Fish.
Mid-80s.
Fish.
Derek
That got
Dick.
to number 1, didn't it?
I'm not sure it got to number 1. Their other big hit was Kaylee.
That did get to
there's
number
no
1.
such thing as a guilty pleasure, and I'm not ashamed to say I like that song.
I don't know, guilty pleasure.
But he's called Derek Dick. Is Fish, which probably tells you why he changed his name to Fish. This is full and driven back to Stokes by Young. He's managed not to bowl a no ball this time, although I should hold my breath before I say that, because they're obviously called a good 5 or 10 seconds after the delivery these days, and he's still finding something to smile about, his Stokes. I like seeing players enjoy what they're doing. It's one of the things that I'm really happy to see hopefully more of is Joe Root's cheeky chappy schoolboy grin. Seen to great effect that fateful morning of the 8 for 15 when he was doing that annoying in-betweeners celebration every time he took a slip catch. This is driven up to mid-off by Young and fielded there. There's no run. Yes, I like seeing that.
An in-betweeners reference is really time-stamps an era, doesn't it? There aren't too many of those these days.
No.
Indeed. It was an excellent show. Very very funny, very well written. Was it written by the same chaps who did Peep Show?
No.
Well,
No,
No, different pairing?
The guys behind Peep Show are the same guys behind Succession and Beat.
Oh. This is clipped rather pleasantly, a ball which was 2 leg sidey from Stokes. He's not found his mojo yet, his bowling mojo, and they're able to take a comfortable single down to long leg.
I know Jesse Armstrong.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Went to university with him.
Nice.
Yeah. He's married to
So which one did Jesse do? Was it Peep Show?
Jesse did
He did all of them.
They did that
and Succession.
Yeah, and he also did that something meat, the one
Fresh Meat.
Fresh Meat, yeah. They did
Oh,
that
the
too.
university thing. Yeah, that was quite good as well.
And they're all, the problem is you see ourselves in there, especially
yeah.
early stuff.
Of course,
early stuff of Peep Show was just like fucking hell.
Oh, it's
a bit close to the bone.
It's a difficult watch sometimes, but it's very, very clever and very funny.
Quickly, can I
go for
quickly
it,
do
go
my...
for it.
As an Australian politician who lives up in sort of rural Queensland, far up north, who at one point said that gay people don't exist, and he was trying to reposition himself, and they asked him about gay rights, and he said, bear in mind he's from rural Queensland, he said, as far as I'm concerned, let 1,000 flowers bloom. I don't care about people's sexual proclivities. And I'm going to spend time on it because every 3 months a guy gets his arm ripped off by a croc in northern Queensland.
Latham defends this one to mid-off. There is no run. What was the middle bit of that? Sorry. How did he reposition himself? It doesn't sound like he did very successfully.
He overcorrected by saying, as far as I'm concerned, let 1,000 flowers bloom. I mean, the people's sexual proclivities, that's up to them. Having denied that gay people existed up until that point, but then said, I'm going to spend time on it, where there are some of my guys getting their arms ripped off by crocs in northern Queensland.
I'm still not quite clear what the segue was between his repositioning himself vis-a-vis the homosexual community and then arms being ripped off.
Yeah, exactly.
He wanted to focus on what was really important to northern Queensland.
Enough about
not
this.
gay rights.
Yeah, totally.
Arms being ripped off. And that was a famous octave change, was it?
Yeah, for me it was like a Pixies song from one octave to another.
Soft, soft, loud.
Yeah,
Here
exactly,
comes Stokes over the wicket to the left-handed Latham, a straight ball which Latham defends into the offside. That overtook ages, not least because he bowled at least 2 no balls, but the score at the end of it is 71 without loss.
Sorry, Peter Wood, Paul Potts, erstwhile Britain's Got Talent winner. Absolutely. One of the all-time great Potts. Borsanil Gabor, very exciting thing. Oh no, that's nothing to do with anything. Mog, you know what sucks? I've just about gotten over a fucked shoulder, and now I think I've fucked the other one. Tweets may be grumpy from this point on.
How's this affecting your guitar playing, Mog? Probably helps, if anything.
Put that back to Mog, who continues, the hue shows up on my screen too, Grubby. It's a fucking disgrace and they need to be sorted
It's
out.
hurting my eyes.
Just ideal. 25 years since umpire Paul Rifle's Trent Bridge appearance in England versus Australia. Warren Grubby is paying it forward by calling Ian Forth Messi Guerrilla Cricket. Is it Dementia Friday? I don't think you did you?
I don't think I did.
I
I've
think so.
been talking to Messi. Now we're going to have a change of bowling. Spin is coming into the attack for England in the shape of this chap.
Are we also going to have a change?
Yeah, we should have a change, really. Dave's supposed to be on with Messi, I believe.
I mean, I'll happily vacate, but if there's a delay in the green room, I'll do one more over, shall I?
Yeah. Well, I thought Dave was coming into the studio. That's what I heard. We'd have a jingle for Jack Leach anyway.
Not the case.
But he's not the case. He's Welsh. He's stayed at home. He's arrived.
Oh, yeah. That I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. On Jack Leach.
I'll take my leave then. We're well staffed, so good to see Dave. Although I'm disappointed you're not here in person. Mess is always a joy to see you, and I'll see everyone later on.
Yeah, see you in a bit. Jack Leach is going to bowl. What happened, Dave? Why the fuck aren't you here?
I was never going to coming in this week. No, I don't know where that one started. That rumour started. Hopefully, I'll be in next week.
Oh, okay. Well, next week's ODIs. First ball by Jack
Week
Leach
after
is a decent delivery on about middle and leg, and it straightens a bit actually. Young defends it back down the track, and there's no run.
Yeah, sorry, 2 weeks I meant the third test. Yeah.
Round the wicket, Leach again. It's good delivery. First up, and once more, it's defended. There's no run. Maybe a tad full. Getting good revs. It seems to be straightening a little bit. It's straightening a little bit. Down the track. Oh, comes Will Young, and he's looking to attack Jack Leach. Maybe hit him out of the attack. It's not a bad ploy. It is a first day wicket after all, and it is just before lunch. And he's been slapped through mid wicket for 4 runs. So that's good batting by Will Young, being positive, I'd say.
Yeah, he wouldn't be the first bear to take the attack to Jack Leach.
Tosses that one a bit wider outside and he just defends it out to cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, there's not a high-risk strategy they've had to adopt to score today, so.
No, not at all. Well, I'll ask you about that after this ball. as that one is again, that's a line just outside off stump, defended by Young. There's no run. Fucking stupid decision to bowl first, wasn't it? We won a toss. Why the fuck are we bowling?
Yeah, I think that's a fair call.
75 for none in 19. Well, one ball shy of 20 overs. It's nearly three. It was 3.5 and over. Over 3.5 and over. On the first morning of a test match. It looks like an absolutely cracking batting track as that one is played out square on the offside and there's no run, and yet we decide to bowl. It's fucking madness. Messi, give us some tweets so we can talk more about this.
Okay, Jeff Perkins says, wasn't Grubby misanthrope back in the early 90s? I've also tweeted a clip of the thing that Forthy was referring to of Bob Catter. It's fucking funny. It's had a couple of million views. So go to our thread and watch it. The Shoeies says, popping out to walk the whippets while listening to you lot. Used to be Pink Floyd, but Guerrilla Cricket has become my whippet walking default companion. Just thought you should know. I'm very glad we've taken over from Pink Floyd, although Pink Floyd was a very good choice as well. Mog says, if you really want to know what I'm like, basically just Mark Corrigan from Peak Show. I think you're a little lighter than Mark Corrigan. I think Mark Corrigan's so dark and sad.
Yeah, well.
And Mog said, expect anodyne synth pop from me for the foreseeable future now, Grubby. And how's that list of Dutch jingles going there?
Well, it's not. That one's defended out in the offside. There's no run. I was going to say to Mark, I don't think we've ever covered the Netherlands, so probably just, if you're going to be asked with the whole squad, that'll probably do
generic Dutch jingle?
Yeah, generic Dutch jingle.
Oh, Kate Holsworth will really give us shit if we do that.
No, I can check. Netherlands. Have we ever done the Netherlands? I'm pretty certain we have never done the Netherlands. That is driven nicely by Will Young. Oh, Jesus Christ. Straight out through the covers. It's going to make itself to the boundary, and it will be 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
That was a beautiful shot from Will Young. Burton Stokes over pitching there. Grubby was saying he did look stiff when he came on to bowl, and yeah.
Well, yeah, but just that you can't see him getting a wicket here, can you? As that one's defended back down the track and there's no run. I mean, it just looks really pleasant to bat on.
And bowling is England's strong suit.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. And the thing is, you don't want to be too far behind on first innings. So if you win the toss, you really, you should back yourself to get runs. I don't know who looked at this wicket and thought, well, we'll bowl first on this, because it's madness. Someone who...
David, this is the first time I've been on with you since Jim Parks' sad passing. I just wondered if you'd had any recollections of him since that time.
Absolutely.
Stokes in. Oh, now that one's an in-swinger. And Young goes to leave it. Hits his hand. Can't be particularly pleasant.
Messrs. Court Parks bowled snow were the first words I remember hearing in the English language. And, Park, and then, of course, Jim Parks, fantastic playing career. Then he went on to be like marketing manager at Sussex and was the ambassador for Sussex, who's such an omnipresent figure. And that long line of Parks family, it's a tremendous loss. Yeah. Very well, much loved character.
Stokes in again, and once again it's wide. Bit of poor fielding from point, and that's going to race out to the boundary. And it's going to be 4 more runs. Jesus Christ.
1, 2, 3, 4.
England leaking runs here. I mean, the only thing you can say as well, if it's this easy to bat on, assuming they don't bat for 2 days, England should be able to do something on this.
I was going to say, the thing that I remembered about Jim Parks, because I saw him a lot when I was growing up, was he was always happy, he was always active, and he just brought such energy to the team.
Oh, now there's an edge, and there's finally a fucking wicket. Christ almighty. Will Young has just fenced one to second slip. It's caught well down low by Joe Root. Grubby comes in, makes the salute, but England desperately needed that. 84 for 1. Good catch. Not a great shot. I mean, it's it swung away a little bit, was outside the line. Well, maybe he had to play at it. The original line was probably off stump. It's a good catch by Root low down, and we have to say goodbye to Will Young.
Yeah, the runs were beginning to flow for Will Young, and maybe just a bit overconfident there. 47, 9 fours he struck, and was just looking like, it's looking like we weren't going to get him out. But Ben Stokes produced a little bit of extra bounce there. Nicely taken catch by Joe Root. So the captain has got a golden arm after all.
Yeah, well, he's not bowled particularly well, but he'll be glad that he's got a wicket. I mean, he's the one who made the decision to put them out in the field after all.
Yeah, absolutely. Really needed that, didn't he? Because it wouldn't have looked pretty if no wickets down at lunch. I mean, both of them bowled some pretty poor balls, didn't he, and got wickets. And
shit takes wickets, man.
Yeah.
Famous for it.
Yeah.
But the other thing is they're catching their catches this year. I mean, it makes such a fucking difference.
Oh, it does make such a difference, and we have dropped a lot of catches, especially in the slips, and they're the ones that cost you, and they're the ones that you have to take. I mean, they are quite sharp chances, but you have to have a shot. Devon Conway comes out, and he has a jingle that sounds like this.
Devon Conway's here with a double ton on debut. You'll never, ever see batting
like you get from Devon Conway.
Yeah, I didn't have his service. I think he had to play at that. It's in that corridor. Wasn't that far outside the line of off stump. Just got a little bit of a way shape, and he couldn't keep it down. It was a good low down catch.
Yeah, Stokes 2 overs, 1 for 15. It's expensive, but he got getting the vital wicket.
Yeah, indeed. What are we at? We've got 20 minutes left for the GPL. It's been piled into today.
I'm going to have to increase my numbers, I think.
Yeah, it's looking like a high-scoring day, isn't it? I mean, these things can change.
What did you estimate, Messrs, before the game?
263 to 313, but I think 313 is a bit light now.
We're up to 26 entries, 20 minutes to go still. 245 is the lowest entry. I think that's going to be blown out of the water. Things can change. Mog's the highest at 322.
Yeah, if they can keep this up, they're scoring at 4 and over at the moment.
Yeah. I've been a bit distracted because one of the things we do, if you're a $10 patron, of course you get your name on the roll of honour at the bottom of the screen, and we've had a few people have come in the last test, and thank you all for doing so. And I've just been adding names to the bottom.
Just going back to Messrs, what you were saying about Jim Parks, you're talking to us now, other side of the world, but you were a Sussex person when you're growing up, were you?
Is that out as well? I think that is out as well. That is live. That's a fucking poor shot by Latham.
What a great catch.
Maybe it's a slightly lower delivery. Anderson's back into the attack. I mean, he dropped his head as soon as he hit it. And there is only one man at short mid wicket. And suddenly, from being 84 for none and cruising, they've lost two. One was that was a poor shot, really. I mean, it's the first ball of Anderson's new spell. It's dropped in short, and he's just pulled it mainly off the splice of the bat. There's no pace into it. Grubby's in again. He's very excited now, and we have a wicket first ball the next over. I didn't even get to play. Oh well, he's still out there actually, so I don't have to do that. But we'll send the batsman off.
Decent catch by Matthew Potts.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Good effort. Suddenly it all changes, thankfully for England. 84 for 2. Maybe we'll have a collapse now. Who knows? There's no Kane Williamson.
Well, that's true. But then again,
he's
Kane
done bugger all.
Hasn't done much lately.
But it's as much about getting that player out, isn't it? The fact that he doesn't do well is great for England, you know. But I have to say, Darryl Mitchell looked really good in the last test. You were at the first 2 days of the last test, weren't you, Dave?
I did the whole thing.
Oh, you did the whole thing? You were there for
saw the game.
Well, I suppose it ended the Sunday morning, didn't it?
Yeah, did the whole thing from start to finish. And In a way, this New Zealand team looks stronger this test than the last one because of Williamson's sort of loss of form, and he hasn't been able to practice in the way that he wanted to because of his shoulder injury or whatever. I mean, Henry Nicol, the guy that's just come in now, he can stick around. Henry is a good addition, isn't he? And they've been forced to make 3 changes.
I mean, I think in the podcast, I mean, the squad looks good. I mean, there's a lot of 11s in there. I mean, Wagner's not getting a game. You know, there's a lot of decent players I mean, I guess they got similar sort of problem to us, and I guess especially with the loss of Ross in the middle order, it's they got to find that batting to replace him. But they got some ready-made replacements. That's left alone outside the off stump by Nichols, who faced his first ball. He's got a jingle as well, if I can find him. Here he is. Sounds like this.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50 and more. You know Henry Nichols is racking up the score. Dozens of bowlers try to bring him down. Henry Nichols just laughs and goes to town.
Of course, the bowler is
Jimmy! Jimmy, oh, Jimmy, oh, little Jimmy, will let go.
Jimmy rolls that full and straight, and Nichols defends, and there's no run. I mean, the run rate's 3.94. It's good going. Shortish boundaries at Trent Bridge, I suppose.
I mean, one thing, Bear, that was very noticeable at Lords was the atmosphere amongst the England team. It seems to be much more upbeat than it had been under the.
They've had a decent break, haven't they, since the West Indies? I mean, the team that went out to the West Indies was quite poor. I mean, they left out Broad and Anderson. It did seem to have run its course. I mean, I don't know if you noticed, Anderson is in cut. It's too wide by Jimmy. And kind of gets what it deserved. And maybe it went over the top of the slips. Didn't see where it went to the ground or over the top, but it's raced itself down to the fine leg boundary. It's going to be 4 runs. Third man.
2 plus 2 is on man.
Root looked totally free in his head in that second innings, didn't he? I mean, he looked impeccable. After Stokes got out, he just took it up, didn't he? It was like smooth up the gears and just never looked troubled.
A tremendous innings. I thought from New Zealand's point of view that they probably wanted someone like Wagner for that 4th innings who could have done something a bit different.
Yeah,
but
possibly.
Root just took control.
That's defended out the offside. There's no one. The pitch did look very slow though. I mean, everyone was coming down a wicket to the batsman. They were all batting a good foot outside the crease, and the ball got very soft and did bugger all after about 40 overs, didn't it? I mean, it was noticeable.
Yeah, did their best to change it several times.
Yeah. Do you know anything about? I mean, we've got a new batch for this. Do you know anything about that? You're on the inside of the county game.
No.
No? I mean, there was a report on the news, or was it on Sky? How they've had to change a whole load of balls, and the batch has changed.
Yeah.
But it still seems to be going very soft and out of shape. That's left alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, this is the run glut in county cricket. People are saying that it's to do with the seam not being as pronounced on this batch of balls, and maybe that is by design. But I don't know whether that's the same batch they're using in the Test match or not.
I don't know. I mean, it's a toss-up.
Do a few tweets because we're a little bit behind. Leah says, I can't wait for the Gorillas' attempts to pronounce the Netherlands players' names. Please don't get not Fred. The last time was horrible. Mog says, if I've not sent them in, whether I sent them in or not, I have a near score of Clogger jingles already done, probably from a previous World Cup they didn't qualify for.
Well, just send those in, then we'll pick those, and then maybe the problem is I think the first game starts on Friday, isn't it? So I'll have 2 days. So what I'll do is I'll come in, or when this Test match finishes, I will then I'll have a chance to go through. So it'll probably be Wednesday before I let you know, Mog. But
Jersey Jingler says, okay, England fucked up by putting the Kiwis in. Can we please talk about something else? Nah, please. And of course, it's not so horrendous anymore. Well, James Humphers, shit gets wickets. Sound like a great saying to put on a t-shirt.
Yeah.
Know where I can get a t-shirt?
Yeah, you can do. Red Bubble, Gorilla Cricket. That's left alone as Stokes starts his 3rd over. He's got 115 in his 2. Conway leaves it through to the keeper, and there's no run. Darryl Mitchell will be next in. I thought he batted very well in that second innings. He was positive in the first innings as well. When they were all prodding and poking about, he came out and at least tried to play some shots. It's a nice drive. Stokes is in, left alone outside Conway's off stump, and there's no run.
It looked like a match-winning partnership, didn't it? Him and Blundell.
Yeah, well, exactly, and then it all fell apart really. I mean, even that second new ball looked like it wasn't really doing much for England, and then suddenly that one did to get Mitchell, and then it all fell apart, you know. And
that wonderful spell by Broad on the Saturday.
Indeed. 88 for 2, the Kiwis, having been put into bat by England.
You wouldn't be the first to G up the crowd there, but he delivered.
Oh, now
after.
that's an appeal for everybody. That's got to be close. I will review that. It might be high. Has it been given? No. And there, Stokes raises his hand. I thought that was quite close. He doesn't get as much bounce as some of the other bowlers. It tends to skid on a bit with Stokes. Maybe hit him. It looked like it hit the knee roll. Maybe it hit above. Certainly in line, or it seemed to be.
I wonder if he got an inside edge because Stokes didn't carry up with his appeal at all.
I know. I don't think he did get an inside edge, you know.
It's not like him to give up that easily.
Yeah. Probably maybe going on to miss the off stump as well. Maybe swinging too much. It was quite a way across. That's left alone outside the off stump. There's no run.
There's no edge.
No, there was no edge. Certainly didn't look like it. I don't think that's a bad shout. I'd like to have it. I don't think they'd have lost the review. It's probably going on to hit the top of off stump, maybe. It's hit him in line.
Have a look.
No, it's missing. It's going over the top. So I was wrong. So it's going over by quite a way.
Yeah,
as well.
just a bit high.
Stokes in. That one hoops in. Nicely played by Conway. Gets himself off the mark sweetly with a clip off his pads out to wide long on. It's 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
And of course, Dave, you've been enjoying yourself going around the county grounds, haven't you? Doing your little reports.
That's right, I've been doing my own Red Bull reset. I've been about 6 county games and seen some, seen some very, very good cricket actually. The standard's been high and certainly the Pakistan players have been really lightening up the tournament.
Yeah, exactly. That's down leg side.
The IPL's loss is the county championships game.
Well, exactly, and that means batters as well get a chance to face, world-class bowlers, and they are very good bowlers. That quartet that I'm thinking of.
And did you get to see any of Pujara's 24 centuries?
Yes, I did. I saw one of the double tons. Also saw Shan Masood get one in the same game. Tom Haynes down at Sussex also did well. The most impressive cricketer I think I've seen on the England front was the Notts slow left armour, whose name is Liam Patterson White. He was in the England under-19 squad, and he played in that first-class counties match. He must be getting into the reckoning if Leach doesn't produce the goods in this game.
Is he actually playing for the county though? That is forced off the back foot by Nichols, square on the offside. It's chased down by Pope, and there will be no run.
Yeah. I was lucky enough to see, David Milan and Henry Brook for Yorkshire. They both look class. I'm surprised that Milan didn't get that number 3 slot in front of Pope. Actually,
they're desperately trying to get Pope into this side, aren't they? He's one of those players you kind of want to succeed. I think just looking at him, but he may not. He's still young. He's still got time to come back. I mean, they've tried him so many times. They clearly want.
He and Crawley have both got to be on their last chances, haven't they?
Well, Crawley more so, I'd say, because Pope. The problem with Pope is, of course, he averages good runs in the county championship, doesn't he? So I mean, he has done for the last few years. So now that one's hopped and hit Conway's back hand, maybe his thumb. He's pulled his hand away from his bat. That looks quite painful. He's taken his glove out of his hand now. I think it probably hit him on the thumb, on the back hand, on bottom hand, holding his bat. Seemed to hop a little bit off the wicket.
Yes.
And no, maybe straight into the fingers, jammed them into the bat maybe. It seems okay. And after having a little bit of time away, he'll get himself set again.
mean, there is something in this wicket, isn't there? There's a bit of extra bounce on occasions.
But that's quite nice for batting again, isn't it? You know, you want it to come. That's what I mean. The wicket looks nice to bat on. It seems to be coming on to the bat. And the outfield's reasonably quick. As Anders is in, and Conway just lets that from the angle slide off the bat down to a very fine leg. That's nicely played, in fact, and it'll be 4 runs.
Now my innings going, great guns. I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
They're rattling along at a good pace here, 97 for 2.
Yeah.
And we've probably got this over maybe 2 more. And then lunch. Because Leach only had 1 over in the end, didn't he? I think.
Yeah. Spendy says, after invoking the power of the Vatican to ensure England's win last week, I'm sorry to say I'm in southeast London now, not well known for religious intervention.
Oh, you're in our neck of the woods. That is left alone outside the off stump, and there is no run. Anderson's been. And
Warren wants to know if the balls are from the Duke of York or the Duke of Edinburgh.
Well, neither, thankfully. You've got 6 minutes left to enter the GPL. And we're out to 30 entries as that's played out in the offside. There's no run. Good chance of getting a winner then. 2-4-5 to 3-4-3. Messi Jez has come back in and he's put some higher runs in there.
Yep. Well, might as well cover myself. I mean, the good thing is I've only got a 1 in 10 chance of winning, but I'm pretty well covered in terms of the range. So at least it'll be interesting right through to the end.
Well,
that's what I'm enjoying.
Exactly. And if it ends on a 3, you'll more than likely win. Anderson in around the wickets, left alone by Conway through to the keeper, and there is no run. That's the end of the 24th. 97 for 2. Give us some more.
Okie dokie. So Mog says, play the shit gets wicket jingle next time shit gets wicket. And Chris DeQuire says, well, there's a coincidence. I go for a slash, and it looks like both New Zealand openers did the similar thing. Leah says, too bad for Pujara that 2nd Division runs don't count. It'll be interesting. I would be surprised if they keep Pujara out of the team when they come to England. Be hard to believe that he
has to play. Has to play now. Yeah, has to play. Potts got 2nd Division wickets. They got him into the England team. I think Pujara has to play in that test.
Well, it just makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, if he's been playing here all that time, I mean, this is it. You suspect that India will send across a team that's probably had a bit of time off after the IPL, won't have much of a warm up, and probably because of the single test. You know, they'll just come in, have 1 warm up game, play a test. Probably would be quite cold. And if it's swinging around, you'd imagine they'd struggle a bit. Stokes outside off stump, poor ball, and gets what it deserves from Nichols as he cuts that away to the cover boundary. It'll be 4 more runs. I mean,
I do like the way that New Zealand are approaching this. They're not in the least bit defensive about their play, and it means that they're going to go into lunch at 110 for 2 rather than sort of 55 for 2. Big difference in terms of where they set themselves up for, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, they've assessed that. Yeah, that's it. There's not a lot of movement, is there? I mean, you can play the ball. It's coming on quite nicely. It's clipped down to deep backward square, and it'll be a single. So there's opportunities for runs.
As you say, it's quite a contrast with the more attritional scoring we saw at Lords.
Well, yeah, but the ball was doing all sorts on that first day, wasn't it? I mean, it was swinging a long way, and it was going off the wicket, and the pitch, it wasn't coming onto the bat. So it was a lot harder to bat.
Yeah.
And if you start losing wickets early, it's always everyone sort of gets a little bit nervous, don't they? And then it just keeps happening. You get yourself in deep trouble.
Well, at least Leach will get a good chance for a workout to start working on his Lions run that you're talking about.
Absolutely. Stokes is in. It's a better length outside the off stump, but still a bit too wide, and Conway doesn't have to play at it. No run.
I had a very good view of Leach's concussion incident when I was there.
Oh, yeah.
Just right in front of me. It was astonishing to be concussed, pulling in a ball from the boundary. You don't see that very often.
Well, he slammed his head into the ground, didn't he?
Yeah.
When he went over the ropes.
John Snow would have just stuck a boot out.
Yeah, missed it. And it was 4 runs. It was 4 runs anyway, wasn't it? If I remember rightly. No, I think he saved 1 run. Left alone outside the off stump by Conway through the keeper. No run.
So you were a Sussex supporter, Messrs, growing up?
Oh, very much so. I was a Sussex fanatic. I lived in Eastbourne and followed Sussex. I was at Lord's for when we won our first trophy in 1963. I was 12 years old. And
under
we won
Ted
the Select
Dexter.
Cup.
Yes.
Yep. And Jim Parks was top scorer for Sussex.
Yeah.
It was very exciting.
In, nicely played. Again, beautiful shot by Conway. Just forced it through the covers. Good pace. It's going out towards the outfield, towards the cover boundary. It's hauled in by Potts, and I'll get 2.
In fact, I did a short obituary for Jim Parks for the Smaximum. David, I'll send you a copy of it.
Oh, I'll take a look at that. Yeah, I'm enjoying that the Smaximum.
New edition at lunchtime today for our patrons.
Indeed,
as well.
during the test, and the Grumpy Bears did. The Grumpy Old Men did a podcast last night. That's gone out. That's on Podbean. That's free to everyone. And the Bear and the Bishop will do another podcast at the end of this test as Stokes comes in. It's full. It's defended up to mid-on where Broad fills and there's no run. Tweets.
Farong says piss poor overrate again. Not impressed. And over on YouTube, there's been lots of discussion going on involving Suda Who is going to be on later this afternoon, and Pokey Bumfinger. So it's more of an internal discussion there. And Dan De Castro's been over there as well. Good to have you. Yankee 7000 says, "Where's Bear's Vapor?" Oh, there it is.
There it is. Yeah, exactly.
And just the shut up, Grubs. Did Tommy Cooper have a cricket-related one-liner? I'm sure if anybody knows,
it'll be
Grubby.
Grubby. Well, Jimmy Anderson is probably going to bowl the last over before lunch. And he bowls at Nichols. He gets a thick inside edge onto his pad. Half appeal by Anderson. Nothing doing, and there's no run. Of course, Patreon. Please do. A few people have joined. We do have extras now. It's all worthwhile. We got ourselves in the game. You get the Smaximum if you do $5, which is our weekly newsletter done by Hendo and various others. And it's a good read. It's about 2,000 words. It's a good read. Me and Bishop are doing a weekly podcast, although we're doing it in between tests at the moment because obviously we're on air for 5 days of the week, or potentially anyway. Which you get all levels of Patreon from $2 up. You get access to the archive at $5. You get your name on the glory roll that rolls around the screen forever and ever and ever, giving your name wide coverage around the world on the World Wide Web. If you do $10, that's left alone outside the off stump, and there is no run. And of course, you get a mug if you do $10 as well, which will come after 3 months. A Gorilla Cricket mug. That's a good thing. Have your cup of coffee in the morning. There you go.
It's
been
Gorilla Cricket mug.
There you go. Messenger's got his. He's a patron. Good lad. And that keeps us going because we have bills. We don't pay ourselves. It'd be nice to, but I've been doing this since 2009. Apart from a brief period, that's left alone outside the off stump. There's no run. Where the cricketer bought us when we were Test Match Sofa, which was an absolute nightmare. I've never been paid to do a thing on here. I lose a lot of rent from having Gorilla in my flat, and it'd be nice if you could help us keep going. If you want us to keep going, just go to Patreon, choose your level, and it all helps us to survive.
That would have been quite nice with a violin backdrop to that little speech there, Bear.
Thanks, Dave. Anderson is in, and that's left alone again outside the off stump through the keeper, and there's no run.
The Hovis music, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I know.
Mr. Anderson.
And I need your money. Exactly. That's the Jimmy Anderson jingle.
Oh yes.
We have 2 balls left until lunch. The run rate is 4.05. Nichols is on 10 off 12. Conway's 10 off 15. Good opening stand from Latham and Will Young. Will Young was caught second slip by Root. And
we have quite a good "I Need Your Money" jingle that you can play at the break.
Yeah, I can do. We can play them now because we have actual changes to do. Because people are here. That's played out to the offside by Nichols.
It feels like a carnival atmosphere down at Sydenham.
It's nice to have people in, man.
Yeah.
It just makes more convivial being here. I've spent 2 years being here on my own, or occasionally with Knackle, or Knackle's here on his own.
Which did you prefer?
Honestly, being here on my own. I prefer it. Anderson in, and that swings in a little bit, but it's driven nicely by Nichols out towards the cover boundary. There is no one out there. The session ends with a 4 and 108 for 2 at lunch with a run rate of 4.15. New Zealand will be very happy with that. England, having won the toss, I suspect will think, shit, we made a massive error here, and I can't for the life of me fathom why they decided to bowl. It's not massively overcast, and the wicket looks good, but hey, that's the way it goes. So we do need your money. We have a little jingle that goes like this.
The best things in life are free. Just like Gorilla Commentary, we need money. That's what I want. /Gorilla Cricket. We need money. I don't like the BBC. I prefer Gorilla Commentary. I want money. $20 for the archive. That's what I want. Or just buy a t-shirt.
There you go. See, we've got a couple of jingles like that.
Speaking of which, the GPL is now closed, but James Humberson said, "Oh fuck, sorry messages. If I doubled your GPL best of 333, the graph doesn't show up on my phone, but I can see 2 people on that table." Don't apologise, James. It's just good to have more entries there.
Absolutely.
Winning is an extra bonus, but it's more about the fun, isn't it? Armchair Cricket Podcast says, "Is this shaping up to be a high-scoring test?" Well, my view is that this is a real test of whether New Zealand are on the wane or not. If they can actually end up this day on 350 or more, then it'll show that they're still in the game. But
I don't
wonder
think
if they're
they
actually
are
on the wane a bit.
What, the side you mean in general? I don't think so. I think they've got a together side that's played a lot of cricket together and won a lot of cricket together. I think they're still.
They've grafted
it's
their
far
way
too
through it,
early.
it's my view.
It's far too early to talk about on the wane. I mean, what you might say in horse racing terms is they needed the run at Lords. They didn't have a very good warm-up match. I think you're going to see a much improved performance from New Zealand. England have to do very well to win this test match.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting, isn't it?
I mean, they will come back stronger, definitely.
Yeah.
What have we got for lunch, Bear?
We're going to listen to... Who have we got? I have lined up Gordon Holland, CEO of Somerset.
Oh, excellent.
I heard something in the background. I was trying to give you the scorecard, but Crick Info is being really slow. It always is really fucking slow.
Well, it's 2 for 108.
Yeah, it's 2 for 108.
Of score of, yeah, absolutely.
I've got another David Brooke waiting to come in. That's a bit.
Yeah, I'm getting. As you might have been able to tell, I was running slightly behind the 8 ball on this screen, so I'm going to change screens, Bear.
Okay.
He's chasing his own ass.
Well, we are going to go to lunch, and you're going to listen to Gordon Hollins. It's 36 minutes long. Should get us perfectly back in time for the other side of the lunch break.
Excellent.
So
ciao.
Enjoy, and we'll see you later.
Thank you.
Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Guerrilla Cricket.
Botham, Richards, Garner, Tresgothic, Caddick, Gimlet, White, Best, Leach, Rogers, Close, Gale, Isam. Just a few names that have graced the county ground in Taunton and the home of Somerset. A beautiful ground in the southwest of England and a reputation over many years for playing a dashing and exciting brand of cricket since, well, before anyone would have used the phrase brand of cricket. Since 1875, in fact, they've been delighting a passionate and loyal base of members and fans. Yet when England get battered in a test, there are those who point an accusing finger towards our first-class county game. Some even question the status of counties at all. Today, my guest is the CEO of Somerset, Gordon Holland, who is looking to steer Somerset to growth and success on and off the field. Gordon, a very, very warm welcome to Guerrilla Cricket.
Thanks, Tony. I'm very pleased to be here.
Well, delighted to have you. Well, let's start, if we may, with finding out just a little bit about you. You've been steering the direction of the game itself with the ECB, and then you've kind of zoomed in to one of its 18 counties. Tell us a wee bit about that journey.
I think they call it gamekeeper turned poacher, don't they? Is that the right way around?
I'm glad you used that phrase. I nearly wrote it in my question.
Hey, Luke. I started my life in cricket 20 years ago, 21 years ago nearly, as commercial manager at Durham. All those years ago, great club. Great to see them bouncing back now after a really difficult few years. And I then went to ECB in 2007 in various roles, looking after some venues, and then for the vast majority of the time I was the conduit between the ECB and the first class counties and the broader and the national counties and the county boards too for a long time, which was great fun. Learned a huge amount doing that job, as you can imagine. I got to know every county inside out and upside down and sideways, and I really wanted before, as part of my career, to put in practice the best practice that I'd seen around the country, really, because I found that in that job that there were a lot of really good practice, but it tended to be in pockets rather than universal. So I've tried to steal. The plan was to try and steal as much of it as possible and replicate it all in Somerset, which really appealed to me in that Somerset is the only county in the country where cricket's the biggest sport, and that's something that's critically important. It's so relevant. You walk through Taunton and you see the Ring of Bells with stumps in it. You see the Wickets Cafe. You see the Cricketers' Arms.
I've done that.
You see lots. Yeah, you see lots of relevance, and it's very, very rare, if not unique, in this country that cricket is so relevant. Which means you've got a chance of being successful if you're relevant. If you're not relevant, you've got a problem. So that's why Somerset appealed, and that's how I ended up where I am. What I didn't bargain for was starting 1 week before the country went into lockdown, which is what I did. 16th of March I started in 2020, and then the country went into lockdown for a long period of time, which kind of stifled some of my plans, but hopefully we're coming through that now.
Well, we are, and we'll come on to that, because I think strangely it created opportunities for growth in others, or certainly developments and new ways of doing things, which we will talk about. I mean, Somerset has a long and proud tradition. I think it's 147 years. Are you still now able to be growing membership and value for what members get? Do you feel that Somerset's doing a good job in that area?
Well, it's I think we've got a phenomenal membership. We've got 6,000 members, which I think pound for pound is the best in the country, the highest in the country. We don't have international tickets to leverage membership on the back of. We're as good as we are as a club and a county club, and we get tremendous support from our membership. It's difficult for me to answer the question directly because I started a week before lockdown. 2020, well, we all know, was kind of non-existent. 2021 was kind of a hybrid season coming back after in sort of restriction place. This year we're thrilled with where we've got to on membership. We're somewhere between our 2019 number and our 2021 number, which is where we would have taken that. We weren't quite sure how it would all come back, but we're very, very pleased. What's the ceiling for membership? That's a very good question. I think that we've got more potential. There are 9 million people drive through Somerset each summer, by the way, to get to Devon and Cornwall mainly on holiday. And do we tap into those people? Have we got opportunities to capture them in some way? who knows? And that's work that's ongoing and will remain ongoing. All we do know is if we can provide the best facilities with a really great experience, that more people will come. We know that, so that's what we're going to focus on.
Well, it leads me on to another thing, really, is that how important Somerset is to the Southwest as a region as a whole. I mean, you mentioned that membership base, and sure, you can look at Surrey. I think it just touched 15,000, but that's a very different catchment area, very different environment, and in, as you rightly said, a test match ground. Is it a challenge somehow to sort of balance the needs of your current membership base, perhaps with a more traditional orientation, and still find new ways to attract a younger and a more diverse audience?
I think it's a great question, Tony. I think it's the biggest challenge we have as a sport, not just Somerset, but as a sport. Cricket's a very broad church, and I remember in my old job, I used to get a letter one week from someone saying, why are we not playing red ball cricket in July, August, and then the next day I'd get something from a parent saying my son wants to come and watch cricket in the summer holiday, he wants to watch T20. So we've got to, that's the challenge the game has now, and when you look at the number of issues that have come through the game in the last year or two, the majority, not all, but the majority are caused by we haven't quite found the balance between white and red ball cricket yet. It's when that balance tips in one direction that you have a problem. So if you go back to 2015, we got absolutely annihilated in the World Cup. Andrew Strauss came in, focused on white ball cricket, and hey, sometimes we underestimate what a magnificent job he and colleagues did.
Well, a World Cup that everyone's going to point at quite rightly too.
Yeah, and what a magnificent performance. I mean, that is we have got a fantastic white one-day team. Fantastic. One of the best ever, I would say, anywhere in the world. So we shouldn't underestimate that. But getting the balance then, that has unintended consequences, because if you focus too much on that, the scales tip too far and red ball suffers. And that's obviously something the game now is focusing on to try and get right.
Well, I was looking at your chairman's 2020 report. There isn't one yet, I don't think, for 2021. At least I haven't found it in my research. He said this has been an extraordinary year, which you of course alluded to, and one that has by necessity shifted our short-term focus. However, we remain committed to one overarching objective: ensuring the long-term future success of Somerset County Cricket Club. Are you feeling now that Somerset are able to move to that longer term focus, and if so, what for you are the key building blocks of that?
Good question. Are we able to move? What we're doing now, so I look at this over a 5-year period. So we had 2020 and 21, which really was survival. Batten down the hatches, get your costs down, make sure Somerset County Cricket Club's here for another 147, 146 years. That was the focus. And I think sometimes it's underestimated the challenges we have. We as in every first class county, we're very lucky to get the support of the ECB financially. They continued to pay on time every month. My word, I hate to think what would happen if they hadn't. So that was good. But what we did, I mean, we were a £7 million a year business, if I can use that word, because that's what we are, a small business. We were £7 million. Now, over the 2 years, 20 and 2021, our income was down 4.5 million. That is a big chunk of money, over that period of time.
That's about a 60% if you're giving me those.
Yeah,
we'll make it based on those.
Big chunk. So, no, sorry, the 4.5 was over 2 years, 20. So, but still a heck of a chunk. To answer your question, 2020, 2021, for me, survival. 2022 is transition back to a thriving environment in 23 onwards, from 23 onwards, 23 to 24. So survive, transition, thrive. And it's very difficult. It's very difficult.
Almost government-like 3-word answer, which I quite like. Survive, transition, survive.
What we're doing this year is rebuilding some of the foundations that have been damaged by COVID. And whether that's facilities in the ground, we're investing money in the ground now to get it back up to standard. We've done nothing for 2 years for obvious reasons. We haven't any money. So we're investing in that. We're investing in people because we had to make some painful decisions around people during COVID. So we're using this year to transition and build the platform to really grow from 23-24. And your point about relevance is key, is that so often in cricket we talk about what we do, not why we do it. We constantly talk about what should be in place, whether it should be four-day cricket in the summer, or white ball, or balance, or talk about what. The reason we exist, in my mind, as a first-class county is to inspire the population of the Southwest to participate in cricket. Now that might be participating by coming and watching Somerset, being excited by Somerset. It might be picking up a bat and ball at the age of 5, be it a boy or a girl. It might be becoming a coach. It might be becoming an umpire or a scorer or a volunteer at a club. It's critical that we inspire, because if we don't, if we are successful and we win trophies and the rest of the game is shrinking, then the reality is the only question is, when's the funeral? Because if the game shrinks, Somerset County Cricket shrinks. So the reason we exist is to inspire the population of the Southwest to participate in the game, so the game grows, which is why we work very, very closely with the Somerset Cricket Foundation and are working increasingly closely with our neighbours in Dorset, Devon, Cornwall, who do a fantastic job for the game in their counties. And so that's why we exist, and that's what gets me up in the morning, is to be able to do that. And being competitive on the field, having world-class players as a showcase to inspire people is critical to us.
Well, that's one of the things I was going to ask about. I mean, you've touched on pathways. I don't know. I would kind of like to come back to that. But as I look in from the outside, and as an occasional visitor to the county ground, I've always enjoyed it. By the way, we haven't always won there. In fact, I think very rarely I'm a Middlesex man. If you're still talking to me. It can be a feisty crowd, particularly if Middlesex are in town, or maybe I'm just oversensitive, but it's a very passionate and as I said, loyal one. But there does seem to be, the one thing I absolutely notice, it seems to have a very strong club and social vibe to it. It's possibly the makeup of the ground. It's that interesting sort of mix of sizes and shapes. It's not a uniform basin of a stadium, is it? It itself has great character. It's got a beautiful pub next door. It's right in the middle of the town. You sort of sense you're walking into a family environment when you come in. How are you really going about, taking that what feels like to me sort of essence of Somerset, and really sort of taking it out into the community?
Well, I think your point about passionate crowd is absolutely right. It reminds me a bit of Durham in a way, in that Durham had a kind of northeast identity. I think Somerset has a very southwest identity, and it feels like that's a very strong identity, which perhaps is different from some other counties across the country, just purely because of our geographical location. That's an opportunity to excite and unite people around that identity. We've invested a lot in our social media, and we felt that was very, very important during lockdown, that we retained a connection with our public, and to ensure that they've still felt part of the club. A small plug, we won the YouTube Sports Channel of the Year award last year. Fended off Manchester City, the Premier League, ATP, and all the rest of it in the shortlist. And that was due to the efforts of Ben Warren.
That's the Emirates royal family you've beaten off there. It's not just one football club.
Yeah, no, exactly. Ben Warren and Dan Cooper did a magnificent job in leading our production on that, and really spent a huge amount of time getting that better and better and better and better. And that was great. So that was a really important way to connect, and actually remains a really important way to connect. It won't go away because COVID hopefully is going away. It remains that. So that connection is important. And also your point about younger people. That's how people consume, as the marketeers would tell you, consume content these days, is on social media. It's so important that if we're to remain relevant for that younger population, we need to be really, really strong in that area.
Yeah, well, I mean, one statistic I read, and it was actually about Somerset, was when you look at the growth in your broadcast of, when people couldn't get to games, your match streaming, not only did it achieve terrific volume, but as is the case with the internet, it expanded quite dramatically the age range of the people that were experiencing, the chance to watch Somerset. Which in a way is, if you're looking for the silver lining to the darker cloud,
absolutely.
There I guess was one, wasn't there?
Yeah, 100%.
Do you think, and you touched on it a wee bit when you sort of likened yourself to Durham, although you've got one fundamental difference with Durham, apart from two. One is that Durham's quite privately owned, I think. But a non-test match ground, does that mean, particularly at the moment, you as a club you have to kind of work twice as hard? If you fear perhaps the game is moving a little bit towards some consolidation, is there an onus on Somerset to do work even harder?
Yeah, I felt for some time, Tony, that there's a very big difference between a venue and a club, and I think sometimes cricket gets that confused, or the cricketing public gets that confused. The thing that makes a big club isn't the number of seats that you've got in your ground. It's your reach. It's how many people you reach. Now, our population, if you take Cornwall, Devon, Dorset and Somerset, is 3.6 million. Now, we reckon that's the fourth biggest in the country. So we reckon we're the fourth biggest county club in the country because that's our reach and that's our opportunity. We've got a relatively small venue, and that's the footprint we've got, and we've no ambition to change that at all. So our reach is significant, and therefore our opportunity is significant. What we need as a club is the opportunity to showcase world-class cricketers on the field at peak times of the year, and that's the risk to us now. Is that having the growth in overseas domestic competitions, which is just huge in terms of the growth, and players going to IPL and getting bigger, and it's bigger and bigger, and also the fact we've not got international cricket, we've not got the 100. Our risk is that we don't get the ability to showcase world-class cricketers on our stage in Taunton, so that the public can be inspired by them. That's our risk. It's not the actual reach that we've got, it's the risk, and that's something that we're talking to ECB about, is how we overcome those challenges that the game has, and a lot of discussion going on in the last recent months about what the domestic schedule looks like, how that moves forward, when red ball cricket's played, when the 100 dovetails with the blast and all that sort of stuff, and we're actively engaged in those discussions. But that's our one requirement. I don't think that's really optional. We absolutely need to have world-class cricketers in one currency or the other taking the field at Taunton on a regular basis.
Yeah, it was Jonathan Agnew, I think, who had was one of the voices, Kevin Peterson being another, sort of espousing a kind of a franchise system for first-class cricket. In the idea that less teams would play a better quality of cricket. And when I spoke with Sean Jarvis, I was going, well, how does that make you feel when you when he's a man of Leicestershire made his career? But I struggle to buy the argument that less will mean better quality. I think the structure is there. If you allow it to flourish, then the quality itself will grow if you play at the right times, if you bring in money because you promote it so well that more people watch it, then the quality itself will increase. I don't buy the reduction equals increase in quality argument. How would you sort of talk about that?
Yeah, well, and I've always thought this. I think there's a lot of. The question I got asked in my old job more than any was, we've got too many counties, and the way I always answered it was that I think we need as many good counties as we can get, and if that's 24, it should be 24. If it's 8, it should be 8. 16 should be 16. 18 should be 18. It's however many good ones. You can't have enough good counties, who are delivering value for the game, and I think that's the important bit. Is how do we ensure that the money that the game is investing in cricket generally is well invested, and it gets a return for the game, because it's not ECB's money, it's cricket's money. And we've got to make sure, and every effort's got to be made to ensure that cricket's money gets a return, whether it be on the England teams, and whether it be on women's cricket, whether it be on disabilities cricket, whether it be on first class counties or county boards and foundations. We've just got to, I think we've all got an obligation to ensure, as tenants of this game, we're only tenants, we're passing through, that we make sure that we deliver value in return for cricket's investment in us. And I think that's where the counties have a responsibility. I certainly feel that responsibility, that we've got to make sure that Somerset delivers value, not just for ourselves, but for the game as a whole. And then from that, you get your number. So I think the numbers are red herring. It's how we can make sure and help counties deliver value for the money they get.
Well, that's a terrific sentiment. Let's sort of zoom in perhaps on 3 areas, some of which we've sort of touched on a wee bit. We talked a little bit about expanding the fan base, but the future of the game is not people my age, sadly, passionate as I am about the game. It is about both a younger and more diverse fan base. Now, one thing I did notice in Somerset, you have quite a range of membership options. It took me a while to digest them, but I did notice that there were some attractive options for very keenly priced options indeed for younger supporters. Do you have a kind of a target in mind for how many younger people you want to bring towards the county?
I think I'd just challenge the premise of what you've said, in that we rightly focus on, can we get more young people into the game? And of course that's important. That's tomorrow's bread and butter, if you like. But it's not all about young people. If cricket's going to be a game for everyone, there has to be a diet that suits people of all ages, whether they're 90 or whether they're 5. And that's really important. And I think we sometimes get obsessed with one particular grouping and inspiring that grouping. I think it's broader than that. And I think that's really important premise it's a really important principle to agree, because that drives decision making. Now, the other thing we don't know, and this is the thing, Tony, that's never been debated much, is when you're young, your parents hate pop music, yeah? They hate it. They complain that you've got it on and all the rest of it.
I think I could safely vouch for that being true.
Yeah.
And
at one point they loved it. Yeah. And what happens as they go through their life is their tastes change. Now, who's to say that the T20 fan of today won't like 4-day cricket in 30 years' time? Who knows? We don't know. We've assumed they won't. And I think that there's been some justification for assuming, but not complete, in that the thing that's changed cricket more than anything is short form cricket. It appeals to young people who now live in an instant society, and they want offerings in short windows. They may or may not do in the future when they get older. So I don't think we should assume that is. So we need to have an appeal, an offering for young people to inspire them to get involved. And in my case, a successful Somerset team is really, really important in that. There'll be a link between Somerset being successful and competitive and participation, in my view, because it excites people.
Yeah.
We had a quarter-final vitality blast game last summer against Lancashire. It was a phenomenal game, and the place were rocking. There will be kids going away from that, and people of our age and above going away. I'll never forget that night. And it inspires them to come back again. It inspires them to go to their local club and fall in love with cricket, as the 2005 Ashes did for so many people, as the Richards, Garner, Botham era did for so many people. So it's really important that we continue to have an offer that appeals to all shapes and sizes and age groups, in my view.
Well, it's sort of a broad church, and I'm delighted to hear you say that. Can we talk a little bit about pathways? Because again, one of the challenges is bringing a broader mix of players into the professional game. I mean, that involves some of the things you've talked about from a community aspect. It's reaching out into that broad community and clubs and making them feel part of the county and making sure that those players transition and come into the to be tomorrow's, well, hopefully, test players. What are some of the things you're doing in that area to broaden that net?
Well, I think, there's been a lot of talk about equity, diversity and inclusion. In fact, I'm sitting here in a hotel room in Birmingham on a 2-day inclusivity conference trying to learn about this very topic, which is really interesting. For me, discrimination is more than just race. It's a much broader topic than that. There's been a lot of focus on race in the last few months, obviously, for obvious reasons. But for me, it's about gender balance. It's about sexuality. It's about making sure that everyone feels that they're welcome. And someone explained to me once the difference between diversity and inclusivity. Diversity being invited to the party, inclusivity is being invited to dance, and they're very different things. When you think about that, it's true. Do I feel comfortable? Do I feel accepted? Do I feel that this is a place for me? And that's really important, that we learn about what obstacles exist for people from all sorts of different backgrounds. Why do they feel comfortable? Why do they feel comfortable? Why do they feel uncomfortable? Break down those barriers. And I think there's been a lot of talk in recent months about the need to address it, which is absolutely right. But at the same time, we need to start moving to solutions. And it won't change overnight. It just won't change overnight. It will take time, education, removing unconscious bias, changing the way we operate things, not being frightened to change. So the pathway is one of those things. And what we're doing now is we're incredibly fortunate to have acquired on the Somerset Cricket Foundation trustees a gentleman called Habib Nakfi, who is a leading EDI specialist within the NHS. And he is leading our work on an action plan to focus on change, one of which is the pathway. It's a really important one for us, making sure that the pathway is free, that it's fluid, that it allows everybody to come through. Our population, our ethnically diverse population is 2.1% at the last census. So it's not huge, but it's important, and the other elements of inclusivity are very, very important as well. And we're doing a lot of work on that. We don't know all the answers yet. I don't think anyone does, is the truth. But what's important is the discussions are being had. We're changing some of the ways that we're operating. For instance, when we have a job vacancy now, it's an anonymous application. So we don't know your name when you apply, so that removes any unconscious bias from that application. So we're doing lots of things, and the action plan, which will be out in April, we'll have full details on.
Well, I shall hopefully chat to you again when that is out, because
but actually, a point to say on this, Tony, is it's not just the right human thing to do, which of course it is. It's the right business thing to do. If you're discriminating against a third of your society or whatever it is, that's crazy. It's not the right business thing. It's right from every angle. So we're excited by it.
And consider the playing talent, and the breadth and depth of potential playing talent that could be brought into the game, not just from a fan, but also a playing perspective. Let me just touch a little bit on the 100. When Somerset is kind of lumped together as a sort of a triumvirate with Glamorgan and Gloucestershire, and it becomes it was the Western team, the Welsh Fire. That was a tough thing, I think, for many Somerset fans to take. When they say to you that doesn't feel right to me, how do you sort of answer that when they say
they don't normally put it as politely as that, I would have to say. I think that understandably the Southwest feels a bit excluded from this show, and we've got a problem with that. There is definitely a problem. probably here and in the northeast as well. I know Tim Bostock at Durham feels the same, which is an issue, because and that's something we need to address. I think it comes back to the previous point about having world-class cricketers on the stage. I'm open to what currency that is, but it's
currency,
important.
you mean format, I guess.
Yeah, whatever. I just need to have the modern day Viv Richards, Joe Garners, Ian Bothams on the stage at good times, so people can come and be inspired by them. That's what I need. There ain't too many of them around, but that's what we need. So I think it's linked to that. I think the 100 itself, look, it's emotional for a number of people. It is putting at risk in a number of people's eyes something they've treasured for 146 years, which is Somerset. I believe we can have a strong Somerset working alongside it, but I believe that we need to get the balance of the schedule right so that we can have the opportunity to be competitive as a county and build on our history. We're not finished yet. We've still got something to win, and go from there. So I think we've got to try and get the balance, but that needs the whole game to look at that rather than just Somerset.
Perfect. Well, Gordon, I'm conscious of your time because I know you're at the conference, and I guess you've got something there to go to. But so let's. You've kind of led me on to scheduling, which I was going to ask you about. Actually, that a lot of people, rightly or wrongly, draw a direct connection between England's Test team's disappointing results and the timing and structure of the county game. Do you think that the structure for 2022, the 10 and 8, and the slight improvement in July, but still pretty fallow August, do you think that is going far enough to ultimately give players a chance to improve, or is it just a first step in that direction?
Well, it's really interesting, isn't it, that whenever we have an Ashes humiliation,
which are fairly regular, particularly away. Yeah,
everything comes on the table, and every problem the game's ever had surfaces for debate, which is it's a good thing, I think. I think it's the silver lining of the Ashes debacle will be that the discussions will take place about how to get better. If we'd won 2-1 or something, then those discussions wouldn't happen, but the problems would still be there.
Yep.
So I think it's never. But people tend to say it's one issue. It's the schedule, or it's the England management, or it's the captain, or it's never one issue. It's at least half a dozen, and some of those issues weren't helped by COVID, particularly in terms of preparation time. But it is obvious that if we have 4-day cricket being played.
Hello, we're back, except David Brooks on mute.
Thank you very much for that professional fill-in, Messrs. Other people have just dropped me in it. But it's like being on with Richie Benno. Messrs is the consummate professional, no matter what hour of the day or night. What hour actually is it, Messrs, where you are?
It is currently 8:41, so it's not that late, but I feel like a kip, I must admit.
And remind any new listeners exactly where you're located.
So I'm in Perth in Western Australia, where it's just started winter and it's wet and cool, but it's really nice to be following cricket in sunny England.
Fantastic, Messrs. And continuing the international theme, all the way from London via Sri Lanka, Bennett, welcome back.
Hello, David. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Messrs. And good afternoon. Sorry, I don't know the other gentleman's name. But good afternoon to you and greetings to all our viewers. I'm actually out here in the south of Wales.
It's grubby here, but don't mind me. I'm just here to do the jingles for a time. But good to meet you, Bennett. I think we'll be on air later on today.
So what you're saying, Grubby, is in the words of that fast show character, you ain't seen me, right?
Right.
Bennett, great to have you on board, because a lot of my Sri Lankan friends know you well for your broadcasts in Sri Lanka. And it's really nice to have you on board. So, as a neutral, how do you assess these two teams? Where should I put my money?
Well, it's a tough one. I think the first session was quite important. I think we did well, sort of coming back, sort of picking up those 2 wickets. But the important aspect is that New Zealand's team, due to unforeseen circumstances, I mean, losing the all-rounder and
to Grandhome.
Grandhome, yeah, and the captain sort of came
Yeah,
brilliant.
Winston.
He's certainly going to put a little bit of put them in a bit of a spot from that point of view. But having said that, because this guy Bracewell has come in, he's making his debut at 31, and they don't have a spinner, and like Matt Hendry coming in, so they have to adjust to conditions here. Having those are the factors, but I think they've got off to a very good start here.
Yeah, exactly.
Is a very good start. They've actually got a good run rate of close to 5, 4.25, that effect. So England will have to really strive hard now to bring themselves in contention for honours in this session. So I think.
So if you had to sum up in one word, where should I put my money? Where should it go? There's 3 options.
I would say at this stage, draw.
Okay, right, I hadn't thought of that.
Let me jingle up some of the participants who we're going to see after lunch. Here they come.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50 and more. Henry Nichols is racking up the score. Dozens of bowlers try to bring him down. Henry Nichols just laughs and goes to town.
Devon, Conway's here with a double tunnel debut. You'll never ever see batting like you get from Devon Conway.
We've got more jingles than
Jimmy Savile.
than that Steve Wright show on Radio 2 with Robbie. It's like having Fat Boy Slim in the studio operating the controls. Here's Broad. First ball is played away through the covers. They're going to take one. They're coming back for a second. So New Zealand continuing as they left off in the first session, really attacking cricket. 2 runs off that first ball there, 108 for 2 with Nichols and Conway. I mean, this New Zealand team, Bennett, coming back to me there, it's got real depth. I mean, you can take 3 or 4 players out and you can bring in 3 or 4 guys who will affect the outcome of this match. For example, Henry, and Henry Nicol, the guy on strike, no, non-strikers end now. It's Conway who faces up to Broad, plays that down the mid-on. There's no run. You don't get to beat Test champions, and which they clinched in a final against India without having strength in depth. I mean, I know, Messrs, you were being a bit provocative before lunch, saying, or someone tweeted saying, are they on the way? I mean, they just won the Test Match Championship. They are the current Test Match Championship holders.
Yep.
And they needed the run in the first Test, and I think they'll win this Test match. That's my thought. But we'll see. Here's Broad, and he's bowling around the wicket to Conway, who plays that covers up on the onside.
David, I'm just going to jingle up the bowler. Some serious jocking here, no G.
It is he. He bowls outside the off stumps, driven away nicely, sweetly by Conway, and that goes down to the cover point boundary.
That's an excellent looking shot there. He looked well in control, and I would say these 2 batsmen, they're quite they like to keep the scoreboard ticking, and this is where we will see the 4.15 run rate perhaps creeping up a little bit more higher. And going back to what you were saying, Dave,
we don't always get it right. Sorry about that, Bennett. Do continue.
No problem. Going back to what you were saying, I mean, you cannot beat Test champions, like beating India in the UK without having those kind of depth, as you mentioned. So certainly New Zealand will have a point to prove here.
Here's Broad round the wicket to Conway, strokes that pleasantly. He's found the gap again, and that's going to go. It's through to the extra cover boundary. 2 successive balls. The Conway off Broad. That was perfect there, Grubby. Thank you.
Beautiful timing on the location. Conway just kneeling onto that shot in exquisite fashion. Crisp looking shot. towards the extra cover boundary. Beautiful
I mean,
shot.
yeah, this is looking slightly ominous for England having won the toss today and inserted New Zealand. Were you surprised by that, Bennett? We couldn't work it out. Bear was, it even drove Bear to expletives. Broad outside the off stump. Conway lets it go.
Yeah, but Tom Latham also did say that he would have actually fielded first. I mean,
did it? Right. Okay.
But however, when they were actually interview Michael Atherton and Darren Goff was actually of the opinion that he would have batted, and Michael Atherton was of the opinion that he would have bowled. So it was an interesting conflict there. And then
showing the sort of leadership that Atherton showed throughout the 90s. That sums up English
David,
90s, that does.
At the risk of being provocative, it was actually me who suggested that New Zealand might be on the wane. And I say that because I think they were very much at their peak when they won the championship last year. I do think they're better than England, but I don't think England are anybody good. So I think of India, New Zealand, India, Australia and South Africa as all being significantly better than New Zealand as they currently are. And for that reason, I think that, beating England is expected of New Zealand, but it doesn't make them the best team in the world. I still feel that they are past their peak, is my own sense in relation to it anyhow.
Yes,
the one thing I will say is that both Bennett and I have
just going to just interrupt you for a second, Messi. Potts just bowled that one down the leg side, and there's it may have gone through for single. I'd need to check.
I've heard from Potts that the kettles are filthy.
Yes, they did. Yes, both Grubby and I are very flattered. Him at being Fat Boy Slim and me at Richie Benno. Thank you for that.
Just call it as I see it. I had the pleasure of working with Richie Benno, and you remind me of him in more ways than one, Messers. From Eastbourne all the way to Oz. Here's Potts. He bowls into the pads of Conway, who tucks it away neatly, and they're going to go for a single there. So the runs are coming freely for this New Zealand team, and they are, I think, strong batting lineup. And I really rate these two. Devon Conway got the double century at Lords on the last tour, and Henry Nicholls. Talk about obdurate. Nicholls is the guy, if you had to send a batsman out saying don't get out, my life depends on it, Henry Nicholls would be in my top three for that role. Obviously Atapatu would get in as well.
Atapatu, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Brathwaite?
Yeah.
Atapatu was an elegant right-hand opening batsman, wasn't it? Former Sri
You couldn't shift him. One test match I went over in Sri Lanka, he batted for 2 3/4 days.
He did. He was very stylish, wasn't he? He had some real serious timing.
Yeah, my wife went to the beach. Here's Potts. And that's again steered away nicely by Nicholls. They found the gap again. This one's going to be pulled in just by Pope, and he gets up. And has he pulled it in, or has that gone for 4?
He's just pulled it in, it seems.
He might have just pulled it in. Good chase from Pope, and a really nice shot. 123 for 2 now from New Zealand.
New Zealand, well, they're a small nation, and the passion that comes out of the way they play their cricket. Again, no big names, so quietly, slowly but surely, they creep in, don't they? Even the World Cups, how they make it through to the last round, the Test Championship, nobody expected them to sort of beat India. I mean,
they've been very smart about the way they've gone about things. Particularly with their New Zealand A program, which has been, really comprehensive. Here's Potts coming round the wicket to Conway. Finds the gap this time just past the slips. More runs. Is he going to go for the... No, they can pull this one back in. It looks like a very well run 3. So Potts stroking the chin, stroking an imaginary beard. A man who has got a beard is Messers.
I have had for 50 years now. I daren't take it off for fear of people not recognising me.
Well, I was just saying that for the benefit of our FM listeners who might not be looking at you.
I shaved mine off about 18 months ago, Messers, and I just didn't like what I saw. So it had to come back.
Did I? Well, my kids didn't like what they saw when I did mine.
Yeah. Yeah, Potts bowls outside the off stump. Nichols lets it go. Yeah, the black plastic bin liner though, Grubby, over the top of your head. That's going way too far the other way.
Have you been spying on me again?
Potts outside the off stump, no run. Nichols on 17, Conway on 24. What an interesting conversation Tony was having with the Somerset chief executive at lunch. I would urge all listeners who care about county cricket to plot that series that Tony Bishop's done on Guerrilla Cricket website. Really is good. And his Potts bowls and outside the off stump, Nichols lets that one alone.
That was a very interesting delivery there, David. The ball was coming in, a little bit more movement would have actually nipped his bail or got his one of the stumps cartwheeling there.
Yeah.
Good delivery.
And he's capable of bringing it back in, as we know. That didn't miss the stumps by much. You're absolutely right. Well spotted, Bennett. I wondered why the histrionics from the bowler, and I couldn't work that out. Thanks very much. Where's my glasses?
So, Leah says people think cricket is best when played between peak professional teams. These people are wrong. Cricket is best when both teams are a bit shit, like in this match.
That's very true, as always, from Leah. Always hits the nail on the head.
Andy Durant says, and with that, Will Young knew he had to leave right now. I'll get my coat.
Hendo's already done that one.
We've got more
joke.
jingles than Steve Wright's show. Massive round of applause and some cheers. Brown Barish, please clap. Baseball is that way too, in relation to what Leah said about cricket.
Stuart Broad bowls that one, there's no run.
Jeff Perkins says, New Zealand on the way or con the way? Messages. Well, I'm just being my arrogant self. I'm probably completely wrong like I usually am, but, sometimes it's fun to have an opinion.
It's interesting, David, that both these batsmen are scoring at a 100 strike rate, a run a ball, close to run a ball at least.
And there's more runs here down the. It's beaten the mid-on who parries it. Anderson, I think, parries it, and they stops the boundary, and they still take 2.
And since lunch, they went to lunch at 4.15 runs and over at run rate. Now they've gone up to almost close to 4.5. So they're on the rise.
Absolutely. No, the point I was going to make about Tony Bishop's series is highlighting the fact counties are under attack at the moment. To talk about reducing the number, and I really urge all Guerrilla Cricket county fans following Tony's coverage to let us know your view. Write into us, because we can use that as ammo and contribute to the debate. Because Andrew said the views of cricket fans should be taken into account this time before they change the schedule or reduce number of counties or do anything else. And that was missing, of course, from the introduction of the 100 tournament. There was no fan involvement, just like the European Super League, no fan involvement. That guy from JP Morgan was going to invest billions, Messrs, and he said, I guess we forgot to do the fan piece. Astonishing, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Nichols plays that to mid-wicket and there's no one. I forgot to talk to the customers or managers or the players or anyone about it.
Funny that.
No run there. So Stuart Broad on his home ground got interviewed on Sky during the lunchtime. Well, it was pre-recorded. Nasser Hussain reminding him, he said his best moment was that 8 that took against Australia here. Best moment of his career. Nice if he could reproduce that. Bowls, no chance of it in that ball because it's too full, and Nichols has got time just to play that out.
David, beg your pardon. One thing I found interesting in that interview, which I didn't know prior to looking at it, was that when he took 8 for 15 was the first time he bowled the first ball of a Test match in his career because Jimmy was injured. So he'd never done that before. Funny?
That's right.
Wow,
and Nasser said, "What's it like? What's it going to be like today without Jimmy?" And Stuart Broad, who'd been thinking that when it was articulated, it was very powerful for him. Broad bowls, and that's almost chopped on by Nichols, and Broad gives him a long, meaningful look.
That was a very good delivery there, David. I mean, it climbed on him from a good length and caught Conway by surprise, almost getting his edge there. He was it was Henry Nichols, I believe, and he almost got his outside edge. He was beaten by the bounce and the awkwardness, and certainly a close call for Henry Nicholls. It's lucky to be there.
Yeah, of course, Nicholls coming back from the sick list, and so he won't have had a proper knock yet. He bowls. Oh, that's edged into the ground.
Dropped.
Is it dropped?
It dropped.
Thank you again, Bennett.
Way up in the sky, little darling. And if it falls, I'll pick it up. Just pick it up, eh?
See that on the occasion, the edge was going towards the first slip, and Zach Crawley sort of stretched out his arms and got in the way of Joe Root. The ball was going nicely right into the bucket hands of Joe Root, but Zach Crawley spills a very important chance for England, unfortunately. So
I think that must be the first slip drop in this series for England, isn't it?
Indeed, and it's very important wicket there, because Nicholls was looking a little bit fidgety, wasn't he? I mean, he was moving across on his crease, and he was trying to bat, in front of his crease, and certainly from the previous ball that he got beaten. I'm not surprised.
Well,
you could argue the slips were too close together, couldn't you?
This one hits on the pad, and the camera's all on Crawley. Put that one down at second slip, dived in front of Root, should have taken it or left it to Root.
Yeah, that was straight going into Root's on Root's left, isn't it?
Right, straight into Root's hand. Right. So yeah, Bennett alongside me, voice of Sri Lankan cricket, now in South Wales. You must be in the right place. It's terrible what's going on in Sri Lanka at the moment.
Well, I've actually been here for a very long time in the UK, so I think towards the last couple of decades, so many things have happened in Sri Lanka.
Yeah, next one plays out and there's no run. It's just state of emergency out there.
Indeed.
Yeah, we've got to benefit.
The two T20 games between Australia and Sri Lanka this week, and it just sort of seems surreal that they were playing in apparently normal circumstances in a country in such crisis.
See, but I think there's some such beautiful. I mean, I was an international cricket commentator when Sri Lanka was playing there, and I remember commentating in Galle. And
here's Potts, and that's down the leg side, taken by folks.
And I remember being on air when Murali got his 400th wicket versus Zimbabwe, and that ground was one of the best grounds that I've actually been to, and being on air commentating. So it's a shame. It's a beautiful country, and I hope things fall into place soon.
Signs of promise in the Test match team. Nice to see Angelo Matthews back, piling up the runs again. Back to the future with Angelo.
Indeed. I mean, there was a lot of untapped potential there in his cricketing caliber.
Yeah, Potts bowls, and that's tucked away by Nicholls. After that reprieve, he's going to jog through for a single and compose himself, because he won't have had an innings, Henry Nicholls, because he was injured or ill and wasn't considered for that first test. Didn't play the warm-up, I don't think.
He didn't. I mean, and funnily enough, Mitchell actually stepped in for him and grabbed this opportunity. I wonder whether he would have had a chance today if Kane Williamson was available. He may have not played today.
Yeah. Here's outside the off stump. Indeed, that is a possibility. That's why I think, in a way, with Williamson out of form, these three changes actually strengthened New Zealand team. They have got squad depth. You can throw someone like Henry in; he could do a lot of damage. Wagner, they haven't even found a place for him in the team.
It's extraordinary, isn't it?
But I think they're going to miss Colin Bradford quite a bit, because he brings that balance at number 7.
Well, Bracewell taking that bolt.
Yeah, but
he's quite to be effective. Around the wicket, bowls, and Conway plays defensively and no run. Don't forget, when de Grandhomme went off, he just had a nightmare spell where he was run out first ball by wandering out of his crease. He then, what was the other humiliation? What? The no ball, bowling a no ball, terrible there, and then the injury. It was a nightmare end for him. But you're right, he's usually a very valuable player. Messers, what tweets?
Our own Gary Naylor tweets, Test Match Special has talked about dogs, charity matches with celebrities and golf days. There might be 3 other things I'm less interested in, but I can't think of any just now. To which Chris Acquire says, not just dogs, but dogs named after TMS commentators and dogs getting seeds stuck in their ear. I switched to gorilla cricket as soon as I got home. Good on
Well
you,
said.
Chris.
Broad. Nichols outside the off stump, there's no one. I do find 2 or 3 of them now unlistenable, really. And it's a long time since I've always switched between Gorilla and Test Match Special, but I just don't get. I'm just not enjoying the TMS coverage anymore. Much better on Gorilla, especially when Messers and Bennett are on.
Thank you for that, David.
You are such a flatterer, David.
Grubby in the green. We got Grubby in reserve. He's not even on mic'd up. Broad bowls, and Nichols covers up, and there's no run. Although for someone who isn't mic'd up, he's said an awful lot.
Tis but an arm's length away, my friend.
Yeah.
This, I believe, gentlemen, is a very good spell from Stuart Broad. He's probing that line and just outside the off, and he's certainly having Henry Nichols in a rather uncomfortable position. I won't be surprised if they're in for wicket number 3 shortly.
Flutter of activity on betting exchanges in response to Bennett's comments there. Grubby immediately reaching for his iPhone. Broad bowls, and Nichols covers up, plays that one down, and there's no run. Grubby and I make an annual pilgrimage to Cheltenham Racecourse, where we both share a passion for national hunt racing. Do you do any follow the jumps at all, guys?
Not at all, no. I should say that since Bennett suggested that the draw was the most likely outcome, it has come in from $3.90 to $3.70. So, you're probably right.
Bennett, you are affecting the world's exchanges.
I apologize for that.
No, don't apologise. This is like Back to the Future. This is perfect. We know what's going to happen before it does. Right, Nichols is about to go. Any moment now, folks. Could it be this ball from Stuart Broad? No, tucks it away rather comfortably, actually. And they're going to come back for 2. But no, I hear what you're saying, Bennett. I've actually backed Nichols to score over 35 runs on Bet365. So if my commentary seems partial, forgive me. I'm just going to talk him up.
I mean, even
talking him up the whole time.
Even that ball, David, he was almost in one-day mode. He was across the stump, playing, covering his stumps and playing it on the leg. And if he had missed that, that would have been as plumb as ever. So Nicholas living dangerously, in my opinion.
I think that
clock is ticking.
I mean, there's so many ifs. If you ever miss a straight ball, you're going to be out. So
no danger from that one from Broad. That was nowhere near straight. That was way down the offside. And an unnamed celebrity is pictured on the Sky television cameras. No, it's an ordinary member of the public. No, who is that? I have no idea. He's got his 2 minutes of fame wherever he is, unless he's someone famous, in which case I haven't recognised him. I'm no doubt. Anyway, here's Broad. He's oblivious to that. He's bowling, and Nichols pulls Conway pulls the bat away. For some reason, Broad is holding his head with both hands. End of the over. New Zealand 131 for 2. Nichols on 21 and Conway on 25.
Josie Oak says customers are the number one. Sorry, he says I haven't changed my mind. We're doomed. Leah says customers are the number one reason no work gets done in the sales department. She also says that run rate of over 4 T20 is truly ruining tests. I've got to say I've seen 3 T20 internationals since the last test, and I can't remember anything about any of them. They're so insignificant compared to Test cricket. It's amazing. Warren says, who said that England's taking their catches? Messengers, yeah. I blew that one, didn't I?
Here's Potts now starting a new over, and Conway drives pleasantly. He's found the gap again, all the way to the boundary. Extra couple of boundary, as easy as you like from Devon Conway.
Beautiful shot. I mean, his signature shot in his innings has been a covered run. Lovely to watch. Sorry.
Oh, that was the extent of what Grubby wanted to say there. That was actually Grubby. That wasn't a jingle there. Rob Stolster records a few jingles as well. Can we have one of yours, Grubby, just gratuitously. Just program any one of your jingles.
I'll see if I can find any in the official box. They're not there normally.
Grubby says go into the archive. Pots, bowls, and Conway lets that one go outside off the stump. Yeah.
See some interesting thoughts, but you guys were saying before about T20 and Test cricket. As much as I'd like to agree with you, I guess in today's context, with the busy world that everyone's living in, the younger generation are moving more towards T20. So we're going to see a big drop over the whole period of time.
Well, I don't accept that. I think that's not one against the other. There's no reason why you can't like all formats, and it needs to be planned together. So I take a different view to that. I think I don't think it's a bad thing at all. I don't think it should inevitably. The fact that young people like T20 doesn't mean that they don't like Test cricket. It's non sequitur.
I agree with you fully.
It's an additional revenue stream. Cricket uniquely has 3 formats. That one hits Conway on the pads, and it's quite high, and Broad is stroking his chin.
He's got a plan up his sleeve, hasn't he? He's thinking he's this uncanny look about him. What next?
Definitely deep in thought at mid-off. Pots, bowls, and this one's pushed out by Conway to cover it, and there's no run. That's the first time I've been able to say that for a while. When they've made contact, it's generally gone through the field. Either that or they're leaving the ball. So this is a decent partnership developing, but Conway looking much more comfortable than Nicholls, and Bennett's absolutely right. Nicholls is looking like he's going to be the next man out. Conway taking strike now. Potts is 0 for 30. He hasn't produced the magic ball like he did at Lords yet, and he bowls around the wicket. Is this going to be it? Oh, it's hooked by Conway, and I'm a bit buffering here. That's gone to the long leg boundary. It's beaten Leach at long leg. It's gone for 4.
That was a short delivery, and Conway certainly getting hold of it. I mean, any loose ball that's come through, anything close to being over-pitched or short, they'll capitalize on it. My apologies.
No.
So O'Neill Harris has tweeted something you'll agree with. He says, "Hello, Gorillas, loving the coverage. The Championship is the premier first-class tournament in the world. It should be treated as the IPL of the first-class world, but it's treated like a conference league." And we're about to change over, I think, at the end of this over, Dave, aren't we?
That's yes. 1 run there to Nicholls. Couldn't agree more with that. Who was that who tweeted that, Messrs?
O'Neill Harris.
Oh, and thanks so much, O'Neill. Yeah, couldn't agree more. County Championship's the bedrock of Test cricket, and this is the time to write into us guerrilla cricket. Those of you who value county cricket and want to see continuation of 18 counties and not a cull of 8, Sussex would be one of them. Ridiculous. Durham, one of the new counties, has produced a sequence of fast bowlers that England would have done. I think 11 fast bowlers have made from Durham since they got first class status. So to reduce the numbers of counties doesn't make sense. You're just reducing the talent pool. India's gone the other way. They've opened up new talent pools. So if you feel strongly about that, right into guerrilla cricket. Should we do one more over?
I'm leaving you, and I think Grubby's joining you.
Grubby, am I over to take over for you, or shall I come to the...
Well, why don't you carry on for this over?
All right. So good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the post-lunch session. My name is Bennett Segram. I'm joined here with Grubby and David Brooke. As you may be aware, if you're tuning in for the benefit of the viewers who are coming now, New Zealand have lost the toss, and England invites New Zealand to bat first. Is Stuart Broad bowling into Dave Conway, and this one's on the Midland leg and played towards the mid-on area. No chance of run. So New Zealand taking first lease of the wicket, have lost their 2 openers for 140 on the board, scoring at a very healthy run rate of around 4.5 per over. The changes for New Zealand's team: Colin Cranhop unfortunately injured, as you're aware, from the first test, so he's out. Kane Williamson was tested positive yesterday. He's not playing as Broad comes in. Right arm around the wicket, and here he comes in to Conway, and this one's outside the off stump, and Conway is flirting with danger. The ball was moving away. That was uncharacteristic of Conway to put his bat out there. He was very close, to the outside edge. So, sorry.
Bennett, sorry to interrupt. I'm just going to say goodbye because I noticed that the two wise men are in position now at the Grillo HQ. So Grobster's there, and I'm going to pass you over to hand over to Tony.
Thank you, David. Thank you very much. Nice having you on board earlier. So Stuart Broad looking very threatening indeed. He's the one that looked most close to getting a wicket post-lunch session, and Broad comes in this one again. Awkward bounce there. Conway not aware of where the ball was, playing rather unassuredly on this occasion. A thick outside edge, and ball goes into the gully area, and Conway living dangerously. Broad certainly looking to break through this healthy partnership that's building up, looking threatening, good run rate. So like New Zealand made those two changes, and then they also left out their spinner Ajaz Patel and brought in Matt Henry. So they've given a debut to Bracewell and called back Henry Nichols, who didn't play the first test due to illness. So Doug Bracewell's cousin, it appears, who's Tom Bracewell, who's made his debut today. He bowls off spin and is a handy middle-order batsman. This one's over-pitched, and Conway plays it gently towards the mid-on area. No chance of a run. Grubby, what
Bennett,
are your thoughts on what's going on at the moment?
Well, you called this a couple of overs ago, Bennett, that Broad is in the middle of a really good probing spell here. He's really into his groove, isn't he? He's really exploring that sort of corridor of uncertainty outside the off stump. He's turned the batsman round a couple of times, notably 2 balls ago, and then that dropped catch as well. How costly will that be for England, one wonders?
Absolutely. I mean, he is certainly trying his best, as we all know that he does. And Broad comes in. This one's over-pitched, and Conway looking to drive, didn't get hold of that, and the ball going harmlessly towards the bowler. Broad comes on his follow-through and picks up. No chance for a run. Tony, over to you to further this.
How very kind, Bennett, and hello to you. And happy birthday, I believe, for yesterday. Was it yesterday?
Yes, indeed.
Happy birthday, sir.
We won't ask how old you were. That would be impolite. How old were you?
But you can tell us if you want to.
47, by the way. So
47, just a boy. The Cricket Podcast. Oh, hello, chaps. Say hello, Gorillas. Jack Hope fucked up and confused Saturday with Sunday, meaning we need 4 players for our match tomorrow, Saturday, in Hackney. 1 p.m. start, 40 overs aside. Any chance you could put the word out for us? £5 donation for every player found. Ooh. Well, we've retweeted that. If you want to play, they're a lovely bunch of lads. I don't know how good they are, but I can guarantee it'll be good fun. So if you want a game of cricket tomorrow, you know what to do. Just reply to the tweet. Email us on gorillacricket. What are we?
Com.
Gorilla? No, we're not. Gorillacricket@gmail.com.
Oh, sorry, an email.
Anyway, any way you want to tell us, help the Cricket Podcast lads out.
Matty Potts bowling from the other end. Here he comes in. This one's on a good length. Henry Nichols playing on the front foot, and Potts a little bit excited over that. Not sure he was expecting the ball to curve through. But not being able to get that breakthrough that he gave England, Grubby, in the last test on this occasion.
No, it looks good. Good, strongly built, strong action. Had a wonderful debut, didn't he? 8 wickets, 7 or 8 wickets.
7 wickets, yeah. 7 wickets, and it does have a deceptive action. I think he just comes through a lot more quicker than you expect it to come through. A slingy action from a straight arm. That one comes on the leg stump, and Nichols nudges it towards the square leg region, and the batsman comfortably go through for a no fielder there, and the fielders from the short fine leg area or the slip area had to move around to pick up the ball. So Nichols on 22, Conway 34, a healthy run rate, which is a very important factor, Grubby, at this stage. They're keeping the scoreboard moving, looking for opportunities, and cashing in on the loose balls.
Oh, anything over 4 in Test matches is going some, isn't it?
Indeed. And Potts comes in. This one's outside the off stump, harmlessly going to no swing whatsoever, and Conway watches that ball as it goes through outside the off stump. I was looking at some statistics earlier. I mean, this is out of all the England pitches across the UK. Trent Bridge, Nottingham, is supposed to be the one that swings the most. Have you seen much happening, Grubby, today, this morning?
Not today. I've seen a lot of cricket at Trent Bridge. It's probably my favourite ground to watch cricket at, actually. I've had some tremendous memories there. But no, not much through the air today.
Not much, yeah. So here comes Matt Potty. This one's shortish delivery, and Conway very comfortably on the back foot, rocks on the back foot, and beautifully plays it towards the mid-wicket area, and it's down. Tony.
And it's reassuring to know, isn't it, Bennett, that even in this day and age where everyone knows everything about everything, everything about everyone, that someone like Potts can come onto the international scene, and I'm sure a part of his success in that first test that he played was the fact that the New Zealand batters were not familiar with him.
Yeah, that may have been an important factor, and he runs out on his bowling run, and missed a step by the leads gone back, and the other thing is, I believe he was quite lucky as well, wasn't he, Grubby? Because the top 7 or 8 fast bowlers ahead of him in the pecking order were not available due to injury or just coming out of injury. So sometimes, and he's been in red hot form.
Absolutely, pick him when they're in form.
Indeed.
Take note, the batters.
Indeed. Here he comes in on a shortish delivery this time, Potts, and Conway on the back foot, and he squirts his away towards the deep squaring area, and rather uncomfortable position there for Conway. So just going back to that, Grubby, just a single for that, 146 for 2, Nichols 22, Conway 39. So very often, sometimes someone like Parkinson, for example, he's been around with the touring teams over the years, over the seasons, doesn't get the chance when he's in red hot form. This season he had a good season so far in county, not an excellent one. He was having a barbecue in his backyard when he was called in. Potts comes in, this one's a shortish delivery, bends his back nicely, gets some good bounce, but harmlessly going away on the leg side. Nichols coming inside of the line of the ball, and lets the ball go through to the wicketkeeper. Over number 34 gone, 146 for 2, Nichols 22, Conway 39.
Brian Barry says the only thing missing from GC broadcast is the actual crowd noise, but I realise that's impossible. Sometimes, but we're looking to do it, but by and large, yes. Otherwise, GC is practically perfect in every way, except when that yank with the insufferable dad jokes is on. Oh, wait, yep. No, we love you, Brian. We do. Armchair Cricket Podcast. New Zealand have begun in ODI run rates after the lunch break. Conway is a fluent stroke maker, but even the normally down Nichols is going at a strike rate of 65. New Zealand won't mind the runs, but England would be worried about their ineffectiveness of their bowlers so far. Yeah, I go along with that. Sean Barry sends us a picture as he's on his way to Astara, Fuseli or Sousa. Listening as we drive out of Baku to avoid the Formula 1 Grand Prix chaos. A better start from the Black Caps this week.
This broad gets ready to start a new over, right arm round the wicket. This one's outside the off stump on short length. Conway comfortably plays it to the covers, no chance of run. Grubby.
He looks tentative there, Conway, fencing at that. Not much foot movement, and really not that sure of whether to play, which way the ball's going. So again, it speaks highly of the quality of Broad's bowling at the moment, I think.
A bit of an awkward bounce he's getting, and he's kind of lost his fluency that he was getting used to it before the last couple of overs at the Grubby. Do you think it's time to bring in Leach on?
I mean, I'd keep Broad going as long as he's able at the moment with this spell.
How about the other end then? Broad comes in, and this one's right arm round the wicket, and they nudge it towards the short square leg region, and they go through for a single. They're always looking for the opportunity to sort of rotate the strike, aren't they, Grubby?
Yeah, very much so. That's good cricket. To your point about the other end, I think I'd probably be looking to Anderson or even Stokes in the short term. I mean, Leach will hopefully have a role to play as the game wears on, but right now, and Broad is demonstrating this with his very skillful bowling, I think seam bowling's the way to go just at the moment.
And do you think they're actually missing the extra pace at any stage now? Do you think?
Yeah, I mean, you can always do with 90 miles an hour plus. It's not always available.
Correct. Broad comes in smoothly outside the off stump. This one's on a good length and moves away as it goes through the wicketkeeper. Fox takes it comfortably, and Conway shoulders arms and lets the ball go harmlessly to the keeper's gloves. Anderson and Broad certainly have formed many partnerships over the years, Grubby. Do you think they're coming to the tail end of their career?
There must be. It does make me laugh a little bit that they're always mentioned in the same breath, given that Stuart Broad is 4 years younger than Anderson. He quite easily go for another 3 or 4 years, whereas you think that Jimmy must be coming towards the end now. At 50 years.
Absolutely. Stuart Broad comes in, and with dangly right arm round the wicket, shortish delivery. Again, he's struggling with trying to get his direction, I think he'll do well to direct it sort of more on that corridor of uncertainty outside the off, which he was doing so well before just after lunch, Robbie.
Yeah, I mean, but nevertheless, and to your point about Broad and Anderson, because they played so much cricket together, they do sort of go as a package, don't they? And where do you put them in the pantheon of, I don't know, Walsh and Ambrose or Wacker and Wasim? Are they up there with those guys?
Absolutely, without a doubt. I mean, yes, Broad comes in. This one, he's trying to get a fuller length there, and Henry Nicholls is lucky. He just sort of digs it, almost like Yorker length there, but he's rather surprised. And yes, indeed, Grubby, I would put them right up there for the sheer determination, the persistence, and the endurance that they've had over the years. I would put them right above the other two pair.
They are both. Yeah.
Sorry.
They're both stubborn bastards, basically. Who won't take no for an answer. Who won't be cowed. Who keep coming back.
I think
keep doing it for the team.
They can only be taken on in a wheelchair, if at all. As here he comes in, Stuart Broad, right arm round the wicket. That one's again he's struggling with the direction, and Nicholls not having any difficulty in shouldering arms, and that marks the end of the over. 35, 147 for 2, Nicholls 22, Conway 39. Over to you, Tony.
Well, we still seem to be battling the porn bots over on over on YouTube. Emily Elizabeth claims to know nothing about technology and then seems to give us a very good piece of advice containing technological advice that is completely beyond me. But I'm sure the bear can look into that. Pokey, who is seems to be involved trying to sort this out, says, got a spare Twitch Prime subscription. I know Gorilla's registered there. Maybe that's another way to get money to GC. Plenty of Prime subscribers in the UK crowd with a free channel sub. Jeff Thomas says, well, that's a side of the green screen you don't often see. And Messers is just going, whoops.
Matty Potts comes in, right arm round the wicket, a new over, and this one's again short length, and Conway on the back foot, playing it away towards deep square area. The batsman go through for a single. Krabby, is he trying to bowl a bit too short in the last few overs? He's lost a bit of venom, hasn't he?
I think this is one over too many. We were talking about who might bowl at this end. You suggested Leach. I was more apt to look at either Jimmy or Stokesy. I think he's had a tremendous start to his Test career. It's not always going to be as productive as it was in that first Test at Lords, but you have to do a lot of hard yakka, as they say. But I think in this spell, I think this is definitely his last one.
One over too many, isn't it, Grubby? So yeah, I agree with you on that. It looks a little bit sort of worn out as Matt Potts comes in, right arm round the wicket. This one's a shortish delivery, but Nicholls on the back foot steers this through the gully area comfortably well on top of the delivery, and they get a welcome boundary. Nicholls 26 and New Zealand 152 for 2. Do we have a jingle too?
It's a trademark. Well, it's a left-handed version of the trademark Root / Williamson guide to third man, isn't it? They both play that shot incredibly well.
Correct. They steer it beautifully. So Nicholls and Conway, after a bit of a nervous few overs, they're looking a little bit more in control. Matt Potty. This one's a short delivery, and he tries to hit it on the leg stump. The ball balloons. That's what they were. It was an intended plan, it seems, by the looks of how it went. Nicholls, unaware on that occasion, caught him off guard. It just ballooned of a potential pull shot, and it went over. There was a leg gully position, Ben Stokes, but unfortunately it was way out of his reach. So Henry Nicholls certainly survives another moment here. He was dropped earlier on by Zach Crawley. Henry Nicholls coming into the side. He didn't play the first test due to illness. Darryl Mitchell, who played on his behalf, scored a century. Here it comes. This one's right arm around the wicket and on the leg stump, and Nicholls plays this one more comfortably towards the mid-wicket area. The batsman come back for 2 as Anderson had to do a bit of running. This is a leg line kind of a plan, isn't it, Grubby?
Well, we would be eating our words now, Bennett, wouldn't we? Because the previous ball, you were talking about him bowling too short, and I was talking about he's had an over too many in this spell, and he very nearly got him with a very well directed short ball. The previous one, didn't he? Cramped him for room. They had the leg gully and the leg slip in place, I think, for that very plan, and it nearly came off.
It did. It seems that was the sort of plan that they were actually trying to come across with. I still can't understand, Grubby, this leg line bowling and short pitch bowling. I'm not a great fan of that. I like to see proper cricket played in the right manner.
I think it's okay for a variety.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay. Matt puts this one on the leg stump. Shortish delivery. Nichols gets away from the line of the ball as the ball goes through to the wicketkeeper. Nichols on 28, believing rather dangerously, but the main thing is he's still there. The run rate dropped a little bit. It was trying to get away at one stage, but still 4.3 is quite high, Grubby, isn't it, for a first day of a
Very
test?
much so. Yeah, I mean, anything above 3 would be fairly rapid, I think. So they're really scooting along.
Indeed, and England won the toss, so you would have expected them, a little bit more in a dominant position here. However,
Well, 100% I'd have expected us to bat having won the toss, but that's a different story.
correct. So it's different opinion that sort of we all have here, and so did the commentators out there on the morning. So Matt Potts comes in right arm over, desperately trying to break through for England. This one's on the leg stump, and he plays it comfortably towards the fine leg area, a bit uppish there. However, in no man's land, but looked in very ill in control on that occasion, and the batsman go through for a quick single. Nichols on 28, Conway 40, New Zealand being put to bat on day 1, second test, 141 for 2.
Was that the end of that over?
Yes.
I'm intrigued to tell you that GC Radio Naked Fun Porn Bot now has its own Twitter account and has messaged us to say, Gorilla Cricket, looking for sexy whispering voices in your orifices? Click here, gorillacricket.com, and search out Beautiful Bennett. There you go. So, Bennett.
Bet you weren't expecting that when you woke up this morning,
there
Bennett.
you go. You might be getting some interesting communications coming your way, Bennett. David Stump says, Anderson is a bit of a freak, Grubby. Wouldn't be surprised if he was opening the bowling for England at 44 or 45. There is a change of bowling, and it's probably one we expected.
It is indeed, Grubby. You beat me to that. Ben Stokes coming on there. Grubby, I play a little bit of cricket, and I'm a mystery spin bowler.
Ah,
And
good.
The other day, we played a game sort of yesterday or day before, and if it's a 40 over game, I'll come back in a minute on that. Ben Stokes comes in, right arm round the wicket, and the change in bowling, as we heard from Tony's over pitch delivery. This one's driven towards the extra cover area, and the batsmen don't look for a single. I was going to say, so it was a 40 over game. Sorry.
Here he is, Ben Stokes.
I got up in Stokes, and he called me a oh, if I'd only seen that Ben Stokes was so mean, and he called me up, said he'd
Stokes on the location, the batsman, the umpires looking at the ball to see if there was any sort of disfigured environment in the ball. And this one's shortish delivery. Nichols plays it on the back foot towards the deep, long leg area, and the batsmen go through for a single. So I was going to say, Grubby,
Yep.
so the two batsmen well settled, one on 90 odd, the other one's on 60. I'm trying to show the skipper that I'm ready to bowl and lifting my arms and trying to warm up and all that kind of thing.
That old chestnut.
He never gave me the opportunity to bowl. Over number 27, one's on 90 odd, the other one's on 60. They're hammering away. So as Stokes comes in, right arm over again on the leg stump, and a nudge to be on the leg side, and they go through for a single. And he brings me on. You can imagine being a spinner, right? I was just thinking Jack Leach.
Yeah.
You want to bring him on when the two batsmen are set right in and grinding away, or do you want to bring them when they're in some form of uncertainty? What are your thoughts, Chris?
Well, I thought you were going to say you got overlooked by your skipper, and I was going to say you sort of dodged a bullet there, given that they were two.
No, I didn't get overlooked. I mean, they were keeping me for the difficult overs. Anyway, Stokes comes in, right arm over, past the off stump, and the ball goes harmlessly away. No chance of a run. So do you reckon Jack Leach is not ready yet to come on yet?
As I say, I'd persist a bit longer with the seamers, and maybe later in the day, a bit more sun on the pitch, a little bit more wear. It's still obviously going to be a day one pitch. He should come into the equation more so in the second innings, you'd have thought.
Interesting. And okay, as Stokes comes in, he comes in right arm around the wicket. He's picked up a wicket earlier on, and this one actually because unsure on playing it rather unconvincingly. No chance of a run. I mean, do you think Matt Parkinson did enough to keep his place, Grubby, in the last test? from the.
I mean, I've been an advocate of picking him in the team since, well, before the West Indies. Certainly in the West Indies, he should have played in my book, and I want to see him given a run in the side. Yes.
Ben Stokes comes in right arm round the wicket, and here he is, and Nichols again on a Yorker length. They're not sure whether it hit the boot or not. Stokes is looking and asking the question, trying to get Nichols a little bit sort of worked up there, but no chance. They looked for an LBW shout there, but didn't sort of go in for the call. Tony, over number 37 completed.
Yes, indeed. Steve Pettifer says, "Afternoon Gorillas," over on YouTube. "Thanks for helping me while away an afternoon of frantic bug fixing until pub o'clock." Well, the pubs are open all day, so.
Yeah, despite what your internal body clock may tell you, you can pretty much drink at any time of the day you want.
I'm interested to know what the frantic bugs are doing. Being frantic, I would imagine. I had a question for Bennett. Do you still count as a mystery spin bowler if you announce yourself as a mystery spin bowler? Doesn't that actually take away some of the mystery? I mean, I was a mystery bowler, the mystery being mainly to me about what the fuck was going to actually come out. But
and if you don't know what you're going to do, think about the poor old batter.
Well, exactly.
That's a good one.
Right, I think we're up to date. Oh no, Leah says, "Well, England are 2 bad Rooty failures away from losing this by an innings."
Got to change your bowling as well, Tony.
She's probably right. Yes, we do.
Yeah, I think Robbie, you got those scores right, haven't you? Is Anderson coming on from the other end? And here he is, and this one. Oh, he pulls it on Midland leg again. Conway moving away, covering his thumbs and trying to create the opportunity to play on the leg side. I'm not sure whether it was too far away, but it was unconvincing appeal there, Grubby. They were not convinced, were they?
I mean, it was the sort of appeal where as soon as the umpire says no, the fielding team thinks nothing more about it. It's like it was close but not close enough.
That was way down the leg.
Yeah, going down leg.
Replay there, it was down the leg, but I was a bit excited because I saw the batsman moving towards the stumps when he played that shot, but it was away down the leg. Anderson comes in toiling hard. Right arm round the wicket, and this one's pitched harmlessly outside the off stump. They're struggling in the last few overs to get their line, isn't it? That magic line, the off stump line.
Well, Broad is the one who's done it in recent times for England. He's now having a bit of a rest, a well-earned rest. I don't know how long that spell was, but he certainly put a lot of hard work. But he was the one who got his line, I think, best of the attack thus far.
Out of the others, yeah. And certainly doesn't seem like there is much in the pitch in terms of swing, but here he comes in. This one's there is a loud appeal. Have they got the wicket? Yes, they have. That was on the leg stump, and Conway chips it towards the mid-wicket area, and unfortunately for him, he has to go because Anderson breaks through. So good bowling change there, Grubby, and Anderson picks up his second wicket. New Zealand lose their third. 157 for 3. The batsman out, Conway, caught at mid-wicket off the bowling of Anderson.
They're just checking the catch, aren't they?
I don't think it's out, but I'm not sure why not. Was it a bump ball? Because I think Paul Rifle has just indicated don't get too excited.
Soft signal is not out, is it?
Soft signal not out, yeah.
Well, have a look at this.
Interesting. Soft signal. I apologise, listeners. I got a bit carried away there ahead of me because the batsman was walking away and the scoreboard said 3 wickets. So here we are. We are seeing the replay as we speak, and
that looks to me like it fairly grounds itself before it going into the bucket hands.
Grubby, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think given that it's been that arc right there, that's fair for that's 10 pence change. Given that it's been given a soft signal of not out, there's nothing there that would indicate that they have to overturn that decision, because the ball, as we're looking at the replay, appears to be grasped just in front of the mid-wicket fielder. So there's no evidence to overturn it. So it's as you were, 2 wickets down.
I'm going to be a bit controversial on this, and I'm going to say that there's a possibility this may be called a clean catch. Who is the fielder there, by the way? Sorry,
I'm just trying to work that out. It is, which will tell you any second. It's Matty Potts again, who really thinks he's got it, doesn't he? He's up in the air celebrating.
Fingers covered there.
Based on what we've seen, you can't overturn it, I don't think.
No.
Because it was a not-out decision, wasn't it, given by the umpire, the soft signal. However, we're waiting on the third umpire. He's taking his time. The more time he takes, the more element of doubt that he has in his head, I believe. But anyway, just for the listeners who've come in, who just tuned in, greetings to you. Good afternoon here from the UK. And for all of you tuning in from across the world, greetings. New Zealand being put into bat 157 for the loss of 2 wickets, the potentially a third one as we wait the 2 openers back in the pavilion. Stokes has got the breakthrough along with Anderson, and as we speak the decision comes out not out. And yes, as you very correctly pointed out, there was a lot of doubt there for the third umpire to overturn. So Conway survives 157 for 2. Anderson has to cut his joyous celebrations short because he has not sort of broken through as we expected earlier on. Anderson's ready now with the next delivery and is bowling to Conway, right arm around the wicket, and this one's outside the leg stump, a little bit on the leg stump. On that occasion, Conway nudges it towards the deep square leg area, and the batsmen go through for an easy single. 158 for 2. What would you think, Robbie, would be a really commanding position for New Zealand to end on today?
Well, at the end of today, the rate they're going, if we get the full complement of overs in, they could be well over 300, couldn't they? And I think anything under 350 they'd be disappointed with, having got to where they've got to.
Exactly. I mean, they're certainly looking comfortable as we speak, and Anderson comes in pose. I cannot, outside the off-stump, no chance of a run. There isn't much at all. No sting, no swing, no pace, not looking like as if they're going to break through at any stage.
It's hard work for the bowlers, certainly. Yeah, there's been very little from you. You alluded to this being the swingiest, if that's a word, swingiest ground in England. We've seen little evidence of it today, and little off the pitch as well.
Yes, I mean, I hope they don't regret their decision to bowl, and this one's outside the off stump, and again, not making him play, no swing whatsoever. And at the pace that these boys bowl, if you don't have any kind of movement on the pitch, it becomes very difficult, isn't it?
You need some help, absolutely. And at the moment, you've got to do what Broad was doing and sort of probe that corridor of uncertainty and really rely on your consistency, I suppose. Keep putting it in the right place. Any sort of if you miss your length by a little bit or you miss your line by a little bit, you like to be punished. So you've got to be very disciplined and very patient. Tone.
Oxymoronica says what a lot of us are thinking. Can't believe Stokes won the toss and put them in. Poor decision that England will rue. Wall G says it bounced a metre in front of him. Yes, it did.
Wow.
See, it's very easy to say now, isn't it? I mean, if we had got 4 or 5 wickets, everyone would be like, wow, Stokes, you're the saviour, you got the call right. So armchair cricketers are always very, very wise, more wiser than the players out there. Here comes Stokes outside the off stump, and the ball goes through, no chance of run. I always think in these situations, if you're lucky, you lose the toss and you just go in.
Yeah, well, look at the moment, a good toss for New Zealand to have lost. But I feel confident in my own view. It was not sort of after timing or anything. When we won the toss, I said, well, we should bat, and we didn't. So there we are.
Tom Latham said he would have fielded as well. So, if they won the toss, we would have been batting. But who knows, we might have been 5 wickets down if we did. So there you go. So here comes Stokes, and that one's on the off stump, lacking a bit of sting there on that occasion. The England bowlers are looking rather not very penetrative at this moment in time. Nichols leaving dangerously earlier on. Conway's lucky to sort of be there because there was a catch that was bumped in front of Matt Potts earlier on. He's on 42, Nichols on 30 as Stokes comes in right arm around the wicket. This one is played on towards the mid-wicket area, and the fielder there picks up the ball as it goes straight to him, no chance of a run.
But I also think it was a good bit of, you can call it kidology if you like, from Tom Latham saying, oh yeah, I definitely would have fielded as well. Secretly turning around and doing a massive fist bump, going, yes, we're batting.
Oh, right, okay, interesting. I mean, I don't know whether there's a mind game there, but you're right. In these situations, Stokes comes in, and this one's outside the off stump, and Conway looking to cut that, but not getting on top of that ball. It bounces rather awkwardly off the shot, which didn't connect, and goes into the gully area. Batsman cannot run through for any runs. 158 for 2. Stokes and Broad having a little discussion as Stokes comes in to complete his over, and right arm round the wicket. Here he is, and this one's over pitched and looking for that Yorker length, but Conway gets his bat right on time and it goes through between the mid-wicket fielders, and Anderson picks up and does a run through to the other fielder there, who picks up, throws in. The batsman could go through for 2. Is it right, Grubby? They took 2 on that occasion?
At least, if not 3, I think.
Yes. So New Zealand slowly but surely getting onto a commanding position, Grubby, you would say, at this moment in time?
Yeah, they're sort of right where they would want to be at the moment. 161 for 2. Hard work for the bowlers, as we've discussed. And they should, all things being equal, be 300 plus at the end of today.
Yes.
Hey, there it is.
And Stokes coming in to bowl the last ball. Yes, and this one, he's got him. This one's outside the off stump at 84 miles per hour. Nichols flirting one too many, and we were waiting for the breakthrough for a long time. Nichols flirting with danger outside the off stump. He's got the edge, and and Fox behind the stumps completes a very easy, straightforward catch. And Stokes picks up his second wicket. Nichols gone 158 for 3.
I'm a loser. Yeah, I'm a loser, babe. I'm just a loser.
Time for a change, I think, isn't it?
Are we?
Yeah, it's gone.
Yes,
2:40.
It should be. I think it's you coming on. Who's with you?
Forthy and James.
All right, I need to let him in.
Yeah, well, Bennett.
Talk amongst yourself.
Bennett, it's been a delight to be on air with you. Hopefully, we'll do so again before too long. Great to meet you.
Absolutely, Grubby. I look forward to doing more stints with you. We should get Tony to line us up next time we're on air.
Splendid. You'd be amazed how long the queue is to be on air with me. Very short indeed. Great to see you, and thanks for that. So, and you took a wicket with your last ball as well, so you're to be commended for that.
Thank you very much. Have a great afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me on. Thank you, Tony.
Cheers, Bennett. See you soon. Now, it's me here, Grubby, in the central missionary position. With me is someone you're very familiar with, Ian Forth, over in Perth, and somebody you may not be so familiar with because it's his guerrilla cricket debut, none other than James Hillhouse. Hi, James, how are you?
Hello, I'm very well. How are you?
Superb, thank you. Son of Nottingham.
Yeah.
Is it always extra special watching cricket from Trent Bridge for you?
I suppose I've got that little connection with it and all those memories that go with it. I think maybe I'm always aware of its failings as well as its positives. I think you can see today the thing that we always forget, that it's not the swinging ground it once was. That it's a lot harder now to get wickets on, and that you've got to be much more precise with your bowling than England have been this morning.
Yeah, well, we were talking about that sort of lack of movement through the air that we have or haven't witnessed today, and off the pitch. That last delivery just shaped away just enough from Stokes, just outside the off stump, and took the edges. A clever bit of bowling, I thought.
Yeah, I thought so. I think what he did is what they haven't done enough, which is give it a chance. You know, I think there's almost like a pitch G spot, and he was willing to put it there in the way that they've been bowling. They've almost been trying to search for that spot, but if you get it in the right place, there is movement through
Half
the
a minute
air,
on air, and you've already mentioned the G spot. I cannot believe
there
it.
you go. That's a freebie.
Full disclosure, listeners, Forthy and James and I used to work in the same advertising agency 20 years ago or so. God, that makes it sound really old, doesn't it?
That's because we are.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know, some of us are older than others.
Some girls are bigger than others, so Morrissey once said, didn't he? So what we've seen today, I mean, actually, as an England fan, I don't feel too despondent with the position we find ourselves. 161 for 3. It could have been, you know, you might have been looking at 320 for 1 at the end of the day, the way that the pitch is and the way that some of the batsmen have looked when they've been at the crease. But, you know, 161 for 3 is still in the balance, isn't it, Forthy?
Oh, look, I'd say so. In any, 10, 20 years ago, we'd say even England wouldn't be too unhappy with that. It's just that times have changed, and you'd say New Zealand certainly do have their noses in front. But, it's all to play for here. Yeah, and it's going at quite a speed as well, isn't it? Because New Zealand have scored so quickly. It almost feels like we're further ahead in the game than we actually are. Yeah, a couple more wickets here for England, and it's a totally different story.
It's microwave cricket, lads. That's what it is.
Fourthie, very quickly, next tweet is our friend the GC Radio Naked Fun Porn Bot, who's on Twitter.
Of course it is. And I never thought I'd hear those words in that order when I woke up this morning. James Anderson it is who starts a new over. Devon Conway pushes into the leg side, and he's going to get a single, bringing the new boy onto strike, a man who did very well at Lords for his team. It's Daryl Mitchell. One of the double L's.
I'm of an old black funny on Peep Show. Wrote that book, oh, Daryl, not David Mitchell.
So James, there are various sort of hazing traditions that you'll have to go through, being the new boy. One of which is that regular listener Mog and regular tweeter and jingler Mog will try and get you to say the C word at some point, so don't fall for that, or unless you want to. And another one, hopefully slightly less tiresome than that, is just explaining your story in cricket. So I'll come back to that in a moment. 3 slips in a gully in place for James Anderson, bowling to the new man Mitchell. He's forward in defence, and there is no run. So yeah, James, what's your cricket story?
Well, I suppose, listen, I used to play a lot of cricket when I was a younger kid. Certainly, I was probably more like a primary school cricketer. We had a really good, at the school I went to, had a really good, accidentally good cricket team that got to a national final once. Ooh. And that was probably the height of my success in cricket.
Peak early.
You peaked at primary school? Yeah, just generally.
Many of us
not just cricket.
This ball is wide of the off stump and allowed to pass through by Mitchell.
And then I suppose, like many of us, when I became a teenager, I discovered the pleasures of just doing fuck all, and so didn't play as much cricket as I once did. But also, like Trent Bridge has always been there since I was a kid. I was, lucky enough to be there in the Hadley and Rice years where Notts had so much success.
Oh yeah,
and watching them play was an absolute pleasure.
Catch the end of Derek Randall's career?
Yeah, Randall was absolutely still around. He was entertaining the ladies' pavilion, which bizarrely they used to have then. He used to go and field by there and just chat all day.
Marvellous. Mitchell lets this one go through to the keeper as well. Still 162 for 3. I would have loved... Derek Randall is one of those magnetic characters I remember as a kid watching on the TV. I don't think I ever saw him live, but it would have been tremendous to have done so. You don't get so many characters like
briefly.
That. Did you?
Sorry for interrupting.
That's all right. And what's he like? Is he as mad as a box of frogs as well?
He worked at BT. BT at the time.
So less interesting than his dad. This is full and pushed into the onside up towards mid-on by Mitchell. He's still on 0, and the score is 162 for 3. Yes, James.
Randall was just a guy who just fidgeted through the day. He did sort of stand in the same area all day fielding, but he would fidget so much, almost like sort of St. Vitus dance, that by the end of the day must have been bloody exhausted.
Do you think he would be diagnosed as ADHD today?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. And the hyperactive end of it.
Yeah.
Maybe the inattention thing if you ever saw him his batting, but sometimes.
Yeah, he did bat long sometimes, so obviously
sometimes,
attention to that.
Yeah, he was a bit skittish sometimes. Though.
Mitchell's going to get off the mark just about here with a bit of a KP Red Bull single. Sorry for mentioning him. If you've been following us in the social arena recently, you'll know that KP is not necessarily the best friend of the show or some of our participants. In fact, I think it's fair to say many of us think he's a bit of a tosser. But I can't speak for everyone, of course.
I probably also do a couple of tweets. GC Radio Naked says the swingingest punishment is just a click away. So make of that what you will. Let's go past the porn box.
I think you should have gone an octave higher when you did that.
Mark Zip claims that wicket. He just tuned in on my drive to my 35th college reunion. Gulp. Perhaps surprising, not many of my classmates will be talking about the cricket. Oh, I don't know. Man gets to a certain age. That's all he wants to talk about. I just lost O'Neill Harris. With the run rate so high, England could benefit just bowling a few maidens, however they can, to get the batters searching for the ball. Mm-hmm. O'Neill Harris also says, oh my, they hit the G-spot on GC Radio. Yeah, I did. Well, one thought, I'll break off.
Stoke starts a new over, and Mitchell allows it to pass through. Yes, 4-3.
Well, the only thing I did think was, yes, they went at 4 and over, but I did think perhaps that was partly because England did what they don't usually do. They didn't automatically go back of a length after 45 minutes when they weren't getting any swing, and Broad in particular kept putting it up there. So I thought, in some ways, to his credit.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been the most expensive of England's bowlers to date, but possibly, and certainly reflected by his last spell, probably England's best bowler today, despite the fact he hasn't got a wicket. Again, it's allowed to pass through by Mitchell, and there is no run. It's 163 for 3.
You're not thinking that they were a little impatient, though? I sort of felt that they were searching for a length too much. I felt like, because it wasn't the length that they started off bowling straight away, they were almost messing about too much. I mean, I think the length that these two guys are bowling now is much more where they should be.
Yeah, I wonder if they're a bit confused about what their new coach wants them to do.
Yeah,
and they've kind of got in their heads, we must be aggressive. We must be aggressive. And I think there's slightly mixed messages in their own heads at the moment.
Full delivery, which is driven to mid-off by Mitchell, and there is no run. This is an assumption that many people are making, and I don't know whether it's true or not at the moment. You think of McCullum the player, and you think positive, aggressive, in your face, take the game to the opposition. We don't know what he's like as a coach. He might be more conservative, and actually, if you look at some of the selection in this game of sticking with the winning team, despite the fact there's some serious fundamental issues we need to address, might indicate he's more conservative as a coach. And he said he doesn't want to throw everything up in the air. So I think it remains to be seen, doesn't it? Stokes in and bowls one on the hip of Daryl Mitchell. He's able to tickle that very comfortably down to long leg. Decent bit of fielding down there. Is that the beleaguered Leach? He always looks beleaguered. And they come back for 2.
I think the thing is, Grubby, that it's just the certain bits of language that have come out already. You know, Stokes talking about the positive intent, praising Johnny Bairstow for his 100-mile-an-hour innings, that you kind of think, well, actually, hold on a second, are they trying to play that kind of like wham bam, thank you ma'am kind of cricket? Do you know what I mean? I think that's the kind of like the only guidance we've got so far on what McCullum might be saying behind the scenes.
Well, to my mind, that's making a wrong decision and using positivity as an excuse to do that. But there we go. It's short delivery. Mitchell easily ducks underneath that.
I mean, you mentioned KP already. I mean, I suppose it's 2 steps away from that's just how I play the game kind of approach.
I mean, whatever we might think of him as a person, he was a wildly talented cricketer, and so more often than not, he made a positive difference. Usually playing that way. Not everyone can do that.
No.
My personal view is that Johnny Bairstow shouldn't be in the Test team because he's not a Test match batter. He's just not.
I am very much enjoying James Pornbot talk there with the wham bam thank you, man. It's marvellous. It's very good.
It's like he's had a bet. Can you get these
being sponsored?
Mitchell tickles this one fine, and this time Leach can't cut it off, and it goes all the way to the fine leg boundary for one of these.
Jack Leach constantly looks like a guy on holiday. Interrupting your thing. He doesn't. He looks like a guy on holiday who's just lost his towel and is coming back to the hotel room to tell his family.
Yeah, that'll be coming off the deposit.
Yeah.
A bit of towel culture. I was away in Tenerife last week. It was their mother-in-law's 75th birthday a couple of weeks back, and we all went away. It was very nice. Apart from my poor brother-in-law, whose passport didn't let him do it, but it's a different story. But the whole towel culture of having to go and put your towel on the I just hate that. Yeah. Luckily, my wife did it every day.
Was it nice because you all went away and left your mother-in-law back in England?
No. It was very much a trip, very much planned around her. Yes, she does like the odd Les Dawson joke. I knew the mother-in-law was coming round. The mice were throwing themselves in the traps.
Throwing themselves at the traps. Yes, exactly. Leah, well, that dismissal was unfortunate, but I reckon New Zealand are about 60 runs away from being able to enforce the follow-on. Thank you for that.
Hardy.
Jeff Perkins. We're back live now, not quite. Jeff Perkins, don't insult all us tossers by lumping that KP nuts person in with us. Almost got fooled there.
Shortish delivery there from Anderson outside the off stump, and Conway is not tempted to play a shot. Shouldering arms as he does, and he's on 46. Played pretty nicely, and scored a good lick as well. 46 from just 57, and that run rate is still over 4. 169 for 3, and we're in the 42nd over.
Brian's wondering why we can't see the studio gorillas.
Oh, don't know. I mean, I can see myself with a green screen behind me.
No, I did reply. It was to basically say, because I'm doing the jingling to allow Grubby to concentrate.
This is defended by Conway, a ball on leg stump, and Jimmy runs through and does his own fielding. I mean, Oh, by the way, while we're talking about Brian's, I must say a big thank you to Brian001 for sending us yet more goodies. This is one of the goodies that Brian has sent us. Some lovely vino, and you're very generous, Brian. I'm trying to persuade the board here to send you some merchandise. So I'll carry on with that. But you've been very, very kind to us over the years. So thanks, Brian001, once again.
If Brian wants to send me anything, don't send it to Perth, as Grubby said at the introduction. I actually live in Melbourne. So.
Did I say? I beg your pardon. This takes Conway high on the leg as he tries to defend it from the crease and just plops down in front of him. There's no run. I beg your pardon. I know full well you live in Melbourne, the cafe society that is Melbourne, and you're very much at the vanguard of that culture.
Grubby, is that the wine I saw you drinking earlier on YouTube?
It will be, yes. I'm not a monster. It's the same one.
No, okay. No, I didn't know whether I was coming on to do a summary or stage an intervention.
Devon Conway faces up, his bat raised, and he again shoulders arms to a ball that climbs on him a little bit, but it was a bit outside the off stump to trouble him. Anderson not quite got the radar working in this over thus far.
I mean, that's the standard of banter we used to enjoy in status meetings back in the day.
It really was. That might be really was.
A mutual friend of ours, Al Crawford, who also lives in Oz these days, I believe, Forthy.
He does. Sydney.
He once said in a status meeting I was in, and let's see what our listeners think of this phraseology. Someone asked him to do something, but instead of saying I'm really busy, he said I'm sucking Satan's boner. Now this is round the wicket from Anderson, a full delivery, and it's defended back up the track by Conway, defended by Anderson, and there's no run. So
I was once in a British Gas meeting, and instead of saying consumers really like to go into the showrooms and have a good look at the appliances, I said they like to go into the showrooms and really finger the appliances. And my colleague had to leave the room just as they exited the room. You just heard this enormous guffaw of laughter all the way down the corridors.
Anderson round the wicket and wide of the crease. There's an inside edge. There is an inside edge, and Folkes takes the catch. He's got rid of Conway. He doesn't get to his half century. He's out for 46. That was a brilliant piece of bowling by Anderson. He whistled it through, having not beaten him on the outside edge, but certainly been exploring that outside off-stump line. Angled one into the left-hander. He lunged forward and just succeeded in getting a little tickle for the inside edge, expertly taken by Folkes, who was cheering before it landed in his gloves. And that is yet another test wicket for the ageless Jimmy Anderson.
It's incredible, isn't it? Because, I mean, Anderson often bowls in sequences, doesn't he? A few balls at a time to set someone up, and that seemed to be this time. I'll bowl a bunch of tripe for 3 balls, and then I'll bowl an absolute beauty.
If you can just make that point again, James, because the jingle was playing.
No, I was just saying that when he bowls in sequences, Anderson, 3 or 4 balls at a time and sets a player up, normally it's quite a considered approach, but this time he just bowled 3 balls that were complete tripe, and then the 4th was a beauty.
Yeah.
And got it's just as I can't help feeling that Stuart Broad is probably niggling to himself somewhere, thinking that should have been my wicket when he bowled pretty well in the last spell.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. Yeah, it's more from the sort of Ian Botham playbook, if you like, of someone like Mike Hendrick up the other end, just keeping it very, very tight, and then Beefy sort of barrels in, bowls a wide half volley, swinging away. Nick caught second slip, thanks very much. Mike Hendrick might say he got lots of Ian Botham's test wickets.
Oh, congratulations on your debut wicket, James. Very good.
I know. Wow, look at that. Yeah, no, I feel like I've got a golden arm now. Or a golden mic or whatever.
So we're into the middle order of New Zealand. It's Tom Blundell who's strode to the wicket, and they're just 1 or 2 wickets away from being in a little bit of strife here in New Zealand.
Yeah, it's turning around quickly, isn't it? I think so, and I really do think, I know Anderson has bowled quite badly, but it's about people actually putting it in the right place for once.
That was the last ball of the previous over that took the wicket, and it is Stokes starting a new over and pushed forward in defence by Mitchell, and there's no run. So it's 169 for 4. All of a sudden, that scoreboard doesn't look quite as healthy as it did a little while ago. It's the old, the classic
20 runs and 2
wickets to score. Tell us more Nottingham cricket memories, James. I mean, Trent Bridge obviously emotionally and physically very close to you after this ball. Stokes a wide one, and a nice looking shot from Mitchell. Good net shot, but no runs. So yeah, James, what's your sort of top Trent Bridge highlights from down the years?
Well, I think just I think it's an interesting place to watch cricket generally, because it is perfectly Midlands in the sense that it has some of the politeness of the south and some of the friendliness and aggression of the north kind of mixed into it. So you're likely to get welcomed or shouted at for standing up during an over. As anything else, we'll just pause as Stokes coming in.
I've got a little Trent Bridge tale that you reminded me of, saying that 3 slips are in place here, and Mitchell very watchfully plays this one under his nose, but defensively in towards the covers. Yeah, it was that legendary day where we took the lead 2-1 in the 2005 Ashes, and that incredible spell from Brett Lee and Shane Warne that nearly...
was there for that, I think.
Yeah, I was there as well. Absolutely amazing,
go.
wasn't it?
I moved round. We had seats in the stand, but we moved round, and I ended up right at the back of the stand, standing up to watch. Couldn't sit down. And after everything had happened, and we squeaked over the line, and there was these 2 women in their 20s or 30s, and an older man who was, I think, one of their uncles, just walking. We caught each other's eyes. Let's get your home, Uncle Frank. Nice cup of tea, something like that. And he just looked at me and said, "I'm fucking knackered, me." Defended by Mitchell into the offside, and there is no run.
I have great memories of that day also because Stuart McGill obviously was in the Australian squad and played for Nottinghamshire for many years very successfully, and he was warming up in the nets beforehand or bowling to the batters, and he started off bowling leg breaks, and every time he ran in the crowd jeered him. They were giving him ooh every time. So by the end of it, he was running in bowling bouncers. He was so angry and felt so disrespected.
I mean, there's a man who could have had an incredible career. He's still got over 200 wickets, I think, despite the fact he was hurt at the same time as the legendary Shane Warne. This is a straight ball from Stokes, which is defended into the onside. There's no run.
But that was an astonishing day. I don't think I've ever felt so tense at a match.
Yeah.
As the end. And
Likewise.
As soon as it finished, and the crowd is going wild. I was there with my nephew and my dad, and my dad just turned around to me the second the match was over and went, "Right, are we going off now then?"
yeah. I'm sorry.
Surely you want to stay a bit.
Beat the traffic.
Yeah, exactly.
Leaving 5 minutes before the end. Oh dear. People who leave early before the end of football matches when it's in the balance. We mustn't. 3 slips and a gully for Stokes, who angles one into the off stump of Daryl Mitchell, who in turn angles it to that man at the gully, who in turn makes a lovely diving stop. Good bit of cricket all round. 169 for 4. It's the end of the 43rd over of this innings, and that run rate has dipped down below 4.
Yeah.
Tony, you've got some messages. Sorry.
Yes, messages. Messages. Would love to see the 3 of us set up an agency called the G-Spot. Nice idea. Leah, how could you forget me trying to get him to pronounce German words like Backstein and Gothic?
No one would ever find it, Forthy.
G-Spot, address unknown.
It's very good. Hugh Lloyd sat in my little office at home listening to Guerrilla Cricket and reminiscing about my appearance on there a few years ago, and that a pupil then made me this to commemorate my appearance, as they thought I was now famous. There's a huge plaque of Guerrilla Cricket on Hugh.
Oh, this is dropped at first slip! Joe Root has put down a regulation slip chance. It was Blundell who was yet to score. In fact, this is his first ball that he's faced. He edged it. It just died on Joe Root at the last second, but he should have taken it. It was down at shin height. He smiles, but he won't be smiling inside.
Yeah, no, it's interesting, isn't it? The slip cordon was getting so much. I'll stop for the jingle. It was getting so much praise after the first match.
Just pick it up, mate.
And it feels like it's back to normal now.
Yeah, I mean, I did think the one that Crawley put down a little earlier on, where he dived across Root, was going straight into Root's hands.
Yeah,
so having seen him attempt to take that one, maybe he wouldn't have taken it after all. But
Can I just say though, we're finding a bit of movement now, aren't we?
Yeah.
More than we have all day.
The vagaries of movement through the air, Forthy. I mean, it looked ideal for, but hence the decision, I suppose, at the toss to field rather than bat. Still wrong.
I think the thing, there's 2 things there. I think I mentioned it already. There's one, this idea that it swings enormously at Trent Bridge, which has never done as much since they put up the Waitrose stand at the Radcliffe Road end. And the second thing is just that tinge of green. That was a con-trick, really. It was right underneath there is a really hard surface.
A lot of pitches are very green these days. I've spent a couple of very pleasant days at the Oval watching some county cricket this year. And I think it was Northampton who were playing earlier in the season, won the toss and elected to bowl for that very reason. It was an absolute batting paradise. So it can con you, but if you're a professional cricketer, you'd think that you knew better than that. But there we are. Here comes Anderson. This one does hoop in a little bit to Blundell, who it just takes him on the pad and drops in front of him. No run.
There was an interesting interview with Richard Hadley this week when he was talking about when he first started playing for Notts, and he said that the big change that Notts made was they just decided to prepare bowling pitches the whole time, to the extent that opposition teams would turn up and not be able to identify where the pitch was.
Oh wow.
Because it was so green, and they would just get the answer, look for the white lines and you'll be okay.
Yeah. It's not what you expect. In your mind's eye, the oval is straw-coloured, it's bouncy, it's fast, and it's not always the case. Doesn't mean it's a bad pitch. A tentative prod by Blundell goes through to the keeper. There is no... I think... was it actually Mitchell who was dropped previously? Because Blundell's faced the last 2 balls... Am I going mad? No, it wasn't. Anyway, don't matter. 170 for 4 is the score. England will be feeling a bit chirpier, I'd imagine, about life than half an hour or so ago.
Well, particularly because the ball started hooping around.
Yeah, only very latterly. Jimmy's exemplary wrist position, but this is a gorgeous shot from Blundell, just leaning into it and driving it backward of square. It's going to reach the boundary sponge now. For a much needed one of these as far as New Zealand are concerned.
But so what you're mentioning there, Grubby, you're dead right. Don't forget we've got Bracewell coming in next on debut.
It was Mitchell who was dropped, by the way, just to right you on that one. Sorry, James, you were saying?
No, same. You got Bracewell in, coming in next on debut. A guy who hasn't, is maybe more of a 2020 player, but there's a little window open now.
Yeah, 100%. As I say, it could have been a very different day. It could have been 300 plus for 2 at the end of the day, for example.
Yes.
Quite easily, the way the game was going and the little that was happening with the ball at the time. Jimmy bowls one just outside the off stump of Blundell, who shoves his arms skywards and allows that to pass through. It's 174 for 4 is the score.
And I think probably given the weakness of certainly the England batting side, but also the New Zealand side to an extent, I think a lot of this could come down to just who can be most accurate and hit that spot most often out of the 2 bowling attacks.
I think also New Zealand and England are 2 teams who are mistrustful of spinners. New Zealand have dropped Ajaz Patel, who was dropped, wasn't he, after getting the 10-for, which seems ludicrous. This is a full delivery from Jimmy just outside the off stump, and it's driven to mid-off by Blundell. There's no run.
I agree with you, Grubby. I mean, I think the only thing I'd say is that obviously Trent Bridge isn't exactly a spinner's paradise. No. I think the last 5 there were Monty and Murali back in 2006, something like that. So I think it's been a long time. If you've got an exceptional spin bowler, then they can make hay there. But clearly these 2 sides haven't.
Yes, obviously Shane Warne had a big impact in that game in 2005. Couldn't quite do it for his team. Ashley Giles, a tremendous effort in that game also, mainly by hitting the winning runs. That vision of him with his bat aloft, making him about 10 feet tall as he did so. So I think Hendo's just indicated I'm going to do one more over here and then there'll be a change. This ball is through to Folks to complete that over, the 44th of this innings, 174 for 4. So yeah, I think we'll be on for one more over here, chaps. It's been very pleasurable to be on. Great debut from James there, I think. Lovely to hear a little bit about your life in cricket and your relationship with Nottingham and Trent Bridge. And also, congratulations on getting the word G-spot in the first sort of 30 seconds. I think you win that bet, whoever it was with.
The prawn bot is saying, looking for a device to diddly that area with the Gorilla Cricket mark. It's going to become one of our favourite tweeters at this rate. O'Neill Harris heard a podcast on Sunday that praised Stokes for batting aggressive and getting a reprieve while ridiculing Bairstow for batting aggressively. Terribly hypocritical and too daft to realise. I think I get the gist. Jeff Perkins, bit late for an intervention for Grubby, surely.
In life terms, yeah. Stokes is in, angles one in, and Mitchell drives it up to. He timed it very well, but straight to the fielder, and there is no run. 4th, back to you.
Oh, okay. Messi Jez, things you expect to hear on Gorilla Cricket turn number 304. I didn't know if I was coming on to do commentary or stage an intervention. Jeff Perkins seems someone hasn't heard about multitasking. I'll break off.
Fair enough. Nothing of interest to say. 3 slips in the gully still for Stokes. This one climbs on Mitchell a little bit, who successfully gets his arms and bat out of the way of that as it whistles through to the keeper. A little bit of, not trampoline bounce, but steepish bounce there for Stokes, who appears to have gone for the Peaky Blinders type haircut.
It's going to be interesting to see what Jameson does on this pitch, I think.
He's a monster of a human being, isn't he?
Yeah, he really is. I mean, he's actually... I always think it was unfair to call 2 metre Peter because he actually wasn't 2 metres. But Jameson is over.
Oh, comfortably. Comfortably.
Yeah.
About 205, I reckon. Here comes Stokes once more. Outside the off stump and allowed to pass through. He's got that unusual angle of attack, which not many bowlers have, Stokes, where he's sort of wide of the crease and angling it in, as opposed to trying to take everything away from the right-hander. Which I enjoy watching.
Yeah, and if he starts swinging it, he's got the ability to really hoop it as well.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it gives batsmen a different problem, and it lends some much-needed variety to our attack, particularly if we don't have like a Wood or a 90-mile-an-hour Merchant. He angles one in again. Nicely in behind this is Mitchell, and defending it back up the track, and there's no run. 2 balls left in this 45th over. It's 174.
I was just going to say, before we go off air, congratulations, James's Nottingham Forest as well for returning to the Premiership after 22 years.
Yes, the hallowed turf. Yeah, I can't believe we've returned. It did seem like it would never, ever happen.
And you were there, weren't you?
I was
biting
there.
your nails
it was amazing. But it's incredible. England won a cricket match and Forest got promoted within the same week. It's two unforeseen boons to my life.
Stokes angles this in. It's 2 leg sided this one though. Mitchell's able to whip it away back to the square where it is fielded, and there's 1 run. Yeah, you'll go a long way to beat Mark Selby though. He was winning the World Snooker Championship at the same time as Leicester City was securing the league. Couldn't get much better than that, could it? Given that he's from Leicester.
That's amazing.
And if you'd had that double at the start of the football season, you'd be a fairly rich individual. 5,000 to 1, Leicester were the biggest sporting upset ever in betting terms.
I wonder it'll be Ipswich or Coventry again, Grubby. Don't worry about it.
Will it though?
No.
1962, 60 years ago.
No, but I think what the Forest story tells you is if you keep rotating your managers enough, you'll finally get one who's half decent. So I'm sure it will happen again.
5 slips in place now for Blundell, but he wasted it by bowling a ball on his hip, and he turns it around the corner and they come through for an easy single. 175 for 4. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Hendo and Forthy and James. It's been a delight to spend some time with you, and we'll see you both very soon, hopefully.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks
Well
very
done,
much.
James.
That was a lovely little session, that, the 3 of you. It was like you just slipped back into some sort of seamless little, I don't know, college group or something. I don't know where you know each other from. Oh, it's from advertising. And things
Advertising
like that.
agency, where they do fuck all and tell everybody that they've got to pay them a fortune
and
for
tell
it,
lots
you
of
know,
jokes, I
advertisingly.
suspect. Yeah, absolutely. So Messi Jez is back with us. I'm hoping that Dave is going to be joining us. There he is. I don't know where he is.
Hey.
Where are you, Dave? You look like you're in a shed somewhere.
It is a shed of my own.
Oh, a shed of your own. A he shed, as we would say.
It's the title of a Marcus Burton book.
Oh, right, right, okay.
You know, I've been captioning the Rain Men now, Hendo.
I read the Rain Man many years ago, yes. Outside the off stump from Jimmy Anderson. Ball rather scuttles through, a little hint of movement away, but nothing too great. What do we make, though, then? I mean, I think England were lucky to go in, a little bit lucky, to go in at lunchtime having got 2 New Zealand wickets. And although they'd got 108 runs on the board at the same time, I think 108 for 1 would have been more reflective of the morning. But they've actually bowled really well in this session, haven't they, I think?
Yeah, Broad.
Broad, yes. And he's the one who's gone wicketless, funnily enough.
Yeah.
Jimmy Anderson, of course. The other thing about Jimmy Anderson, he's picked up 2 wickets, but then you look, and he's only gone at 2 and over as well. He's in, bowls to Blundell. Blundell loves to thrust that pad forward and then leave in an exaggerated fashion, which he does here now. And it goes through to the keeper, 176 for 4. Yeah, Broady was unlucky. He suffered a drop catch, didn't he? And now, of course, Ben Stokes has suffered the same fate with Crawley and Root, the offending men. But yes, Broady bowled a really good spell. There's more swing now, isn't there? There seems to be more swing than there was before lunch. Is it reverse?
Winds dropped.
Winds dropped. That could be it. Good
Yeah,
point. Good
albeit.
point. Anderson in bowls, and again, it's not that far away from the off stump, but Blundell judges it quite rightly, lets it go through. Glorious sunshine in Nottingham now. And yes, I did hear on the weather forecast a couple of days ago that we were going to get the tail end of this storm in the Atlantic, which was going to bring wind, but fortunately not rain. Well, certainly not to the Nottingham area. And that wind, it may be what was making things a little bit difficult for England in the first session after putting New Zealand into bat. 4 slips go down as Anderson is in again, bowls, and forward comes Blundell. Guides that quite nicely to the end of that slip cordon where Ollie Pope puts in the dive to save it running away down to third man, and there is no run.
Not too much wind in Gorilla Towers, I hope, this afternoon, Hendo.
No, although I was in the green room with the bear who'd been eating Marmite sandwiches, and that I can tell you is not a pleasant place to be. I think it was Marmite sandwiches and mini sausage rolls. It's not a really, and then of course beer, and he's probably onto the wine as well, because Brian 001 sent us lots of alcoholic beverages. And dry roasted peanuts, and that's just a recipe for disaster, isn't it? Anyway,
God, you don't want to light a flame in there.
No, indeed. Outside the off-stump, left alone again. This is why I've come quite happy to come back in here and do ball by ball, because it means I can escape from a rather fecund atmosphere in the green room for now.
What's it going to be like when he opens the rum?
Well, yeah, we don't even want to go there. Don't even want to consider what can happen with that. But it could well come before the end of play today. We shall see.
Oh dear.
So the run rate's just dropped a little bit now, back to 3.8. It was 4.15 at lunch. And the last 53 balls, it's only been 2.15. Anderson bowls again outside the off stump. A little bit back of a length, and Blundell gets in behind, defends. There is no run. A maiden, I believe. New Zealand remain 176 for 4. Messi.
Well, I retweeted a tweet from Mark Puttick, which says Anderson wicket types at Trent Bridge, most recent first. Court, bowl, court, LBW, court. That's remarkable.
That is, yeah. I mean, I suppose almost all bowlers you look at would probably have a slight majority of their wickets caught, I would think. But well, I think that's sort of testament to how much he moves the ball around, isn't it?
Well, I think Anderson and Broad are just doing what they're always doing. They're preparing for the Ashes next year.
Here is Stokes bowling to Daryl Mitchell. Mitchell lets that go, and then he nods as if to say that was a very good ball, and I did quite well to just get my bat out of the way of that one. So I think he was congratulating the bowler and himself in the same flourish, and there is no run. Just to remind you, the GPL has had 35 entries today, so the prize pot is £65, and so we should have quite a pretty good spread of numbers. So once the tea interval is passed, if you're involved in the GPL, or even if you're not, it'll be fun to look out on those numbers. In he comes again, finds a thick outside edge, goes to ground. It's taken at 4th slip on the bounce, and again no run. We're into the
47th. If my comments don't appear to be as timely as I would normally like, it's because I'm buffering.
Oh, okay, all right. All right. Well, we'll just sort of stick your hand up when things are okay, and if in fact they do get to that point of being okay, and because I can see you on my screen in front of me, so that's.
Well, the important thing when you're buffering is to do a bit of bluffering, because I don't get to see the same as Hendo at all, so I have to fly by the seat of my pants.
And there he is, flying by the seat of his pants, as Ben Stokes bowls another delivery outside the off stump, left alone. I imagine you're just seeing that delivery now, aren't you, Messi?
Not yet.
Haven't seen it yet.
Just coming now. There you go.
So you're a couple of balls behind us, or a ball and a half behind us, it would appear.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Zoom screen is about an over behind. My own feed is about a ball behind.
Oh my goodness, an over behind. That's
so all I rely on is you for the excitement, really.
Well, I'll do my best. Here comes Stokes in again, foolish little hint of away movement, but again Mitchell doesn't offer a shot, and it goes through.
Talking of Hendo, Bawani Prasad is a name that may not be familiar to you. He's chairman of the Trinidad and Tobago Partially Sighted Cricketers Association.
Oh, right.
I once commentated with him. He was summarising and relied purely on sound and what I'd said.
Well, that's interesting because longer-term listeners of Guerrilla Cricket will probably remember, I'll come back to that in a moment, after this ball from Stokes, in full again, driven this time by Mitchell. We're going to get a run here. Well, Anderson has dived to his left to prevent that running away for a boundary. It's just a single. They do come through for one, so they move to 177 for 4. Do you remember Robert Grimwood being on the programme? He was completely blind. He was also Grimmers, a very fine jazz pianist, and had a lovely dog. I'm trying to remember the name of the dog. Had a lovely guide dog called... I can't remember the name of the... Surely someone out there will remember the name of Grimmer's dog. But he used to come in and did...
Wasn't an obvious one, was it? Like Rex or Rover?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't too convoluted.
Did he get... was it... I mean, how did he do what he did?
Well, I'll tell you. Outside the off stump again, left alone, and Blundell putting in that extravagant leave again. Again, he picked up on what we were saying, and just... I mean, there wasn't sound off the TV either, because of course we were in the studio. I don't know how he did it. It was a miracle in a lot of respects. I mean, he wasn't ball by balling, but he was adding to the conversation. And I wish I could remember the name of his dog.
Bawani was the same. Gave the most exquisite summaries at the end of every over, and I had to take a phone call during the afternoon session of this match at Sabina Park between Jamaica and Trinidad. And the producer rushed in saying, "David, you've left a blind man in charge of the ball by ball."
that could be a slight problem, I suppose. Anyway, I don't know what's happened to Grimmers. I don't know if he still listens. Haven't heard from him for a while. And also, I should say, we haven't heard from Genro for a long while. And I tried to make contact with her last night. I don't know if she's around, but I think because she's in Russia, we can't get through to her. Anyway. That's chasing Willow.
She did tweet in about 2 months ago, as I recall.
Defended on the back foot by Mitchell as Jimmy Anderson starts a new over. His 15th, got really remarkable figures of 2 for 26. I think what England have done well here is just not be disheartened by what happened this morning, and the ball seemed to be coming on really nicely to the bat. The batsmen were playing shots. I think New Zealand will be a little bit upset about getting out to one or two poorer shots. I mean, certainly injudicious.
Yes.
Certainly Tom Latham, and I thought for a moment Devon Conway with that slightly controversial one that Matty Potts thought he'd taken, but was deemed to have bounced. Anyway, Anderson again into Lord Centurion Daryl Mitchell, and he bowls from wide on the crease, and he squirts this as much as anything into the offside. It wasn't a fully controlled drive, although it did go all the way along the ground, and they will saunter back for a couple. 179 for 4, I think that is the score. It's still saying 177 on my screen, but they got a couple of runs there, didn't they?
It's perfectly set up, isn't it, Hendo, for these two again? I mean, they bat well together. I enjoy watching Blundell bat. Sort of. I mean, he's not a particularly exciting player in many senses, but the way he lines himself up, everything's very straight, and obviously Mitchell's a bit more attacking. But I thought it was match-winning partnership at Lords, and credit to Joe Root.
Well, it would have been, wouldn't it? Anderson in again, still quite wide of the crease. A smash now by Mitchell. He's absolutely thrown the kitchen sink at that. I don't think he got it how he wanted, but he's certainly not held back in the least, and it has run away to extra cover for one of these. I do think he has a little bit of problem with patience, does Daryl Mitchell. He didn't really get that at all, but he threw everything at it, and because the field is saving the single, he's going to be safe. But it's not a shot that you see a lot of in Test cricket. That kind of going after the ball, it's so strongly. He played one of those shots. I'm trying to think who he's facing at Lords, and possibly in the second innings when he got his 100. And he was around about 40 or something not out at the time, and he went for it, and he got away with it. And I suppose that sort of made him emboldened in many ways. 3 slips in the gully now as Anderson is in, bowls. This one's just moving away ever so slightly. They're going to get a single. This one has gone past Pope. In fact, they're going to come back for a second because there's no one down at third man. Jimmy Anderson looks a bit fed up with life, as if Ollie Pope should have done a bit better, but I'm not sure he could have done. Score moves on to 185 for 4. Well, Mitchell is returning fire with fire perhaps now, feeling that they were just getting behind a little bit.
I was saying, Hendo, it's interesting in that first test you're talking about, where Mitchell showed quite attacking style, that they actually kept in sync more or less, him and Blundell. Blundell kept up with him.
Yeah.
Because he's quite a busy player as well. And the two, I'd say, different styles, but
complementary in some ways.
That's the word. Thank you, as ever, the wordsmith, Hendo.
In comes Anderson again to bowl to Mitchell, and he's found the edge, but it's gone to ground and bounces in front of Crawley at third slip. Sorry, Bairstow it is at third slip, and he can't do enough to stop it running away and allowing them the single. So again, Jimmy Anderson looks a bit fed up with life. 186 for 4. Jimmy Anderson doesn't like being carted over extra cover. You get that sense, and having seen Mitchell do that, he wants some revenge, I suspect. Took a nasty bounce that in front of Johnny Bairstow. I don't know what it hit. Maybe it's a microphone or concealed camera or something. And Jimmy was having a few words with Daryl Mitchell once he got to the other end. Not quite sure what he said.
Is Johnny Bairstow looking a bit more solid than he was?
Oh, he has done for a while, I think. Onto the back foot goes Mitchell, defends that final ball of the over, 186 for 4. I think he's been looking a little bit more solid for about a year, actually, Messi. I think
it's the white rice.
Is that what it is? Anyway, so Anderson snatches his cap and wanders away. Not quite as happy as he was with the world. And it's the end of the over, yeah. Messi.
Leah says all pitches that aren't dust bowls that turn square from day one are bad pitches. I want Ashwin taking wickets with the new ball in the first innings. She also says, James, do you know that maniac that flew to Nottingham from Germany every week for Forest? Soccer brings out the worst maniacs, doesn't it? Nuna says, decent stint from the G-spot guy. It's a good way of describing. Jonathan, we actually need your Twitter handle so we can abuse you and appraise you in equal measure.
Stokes starts a new over, and Mitchell, who has again got strike, lets this one go outside the off stump. 186 for 4. We're into the 49th over. What have we had in this session so far? We've got 78 runs for 2 more wickets. Another wicket now before tea. England will feel a bit happier about the decision to put New Zealand into bat.
This is the first session where they've actually dropped catches, isn't it?
That's true. This one jumps a little bit on Mitchell, who rides it somewhat on the thigh pad, and the man who goes way in the background there. Always good to see that the man who goes way has managed to find his way to Trent Bridge after escaping from Lord's. And
is he one of those bots that Elon Musk is afraid of?
I don't think so, because he goes way, doesn't he? He does actually contribute. He just says way.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's not intellectually stimulating, but Stokes in again, short ball, and Mitchell is down underneath it quite early. And it goes through to folks without any ado. 186 for 4. Mitchell has 14.
I heard you
Blundell
talking.
5. Sorry,
Forgive me. And I heard you talking earlier in the first test about your YouTube experience watching county cricket, the game between all the channels and matches.
Yes.
Good, isn't it?
It is. If you can get it on a big enough screen. I wouldn't want to watch it on my phone.
No.
Stokes again into Mitchell, hits him on the pad. That could be worth a shout. Some arms go in the air, but immediately Michael Goff, who you almost feel as if there's no soul to Michael Goff. All you can see is a tall beanpole and sunglasses, and in fact it's a no ball, so he has discovered his soul. 186 for 4. Yeah, no, it's good, isn't it? And I was just getting into it. That's a massive no ball, in fact, from Ben Stokes. He's over by about 6 inches there.
Did you find the Thursday to Sunday fixed slot in the schedule conducive in April and May?
Yeah, I think it's good. Good. And I'm a little bit disappointed that the next surge of of fixtures is on Sunday to Wednesday. Stokes in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone, and through the keeper. What was good about it, not just that you can sort of flick between matches, and you can get a grip on some of the guys that are being talked about as potential, players for England or whatever. So you can have a little watch. I had a watch of Ben Compton. Sort of compared him with Crawley when they were batting together for Kent, which wasn't for very long normally because Crawley was out quite quickly. And it was interesting from that point of view.
Harry Brook.
Harry Brook. I watched a bit of Harry Brook during the first the Championship Roses match when he sort of had to see out the last day. Again,
but he got to 850 in no time. Nearly averaging 100, wasn't he?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, he's averaging 140 now, isn't he? I think in the Championship. This is left alone by Mitchell. I mean, you'd want. What I worry about Harry Brook is he's not going to get a chance until his great form has actually, he's had a bit of a downturn from that form. I mean, no one can keep that kind of cricket going. I mean, you can still have a good year, but you can't keep at 140, averaging 140. So it's bound to drop at some point.
That's why the Pope selection was poor in my view. Should have gone straight to Brook.
Stokes bowls again outside the off stump, left alone. Sorry, the who selection?
Well, the Pope selection.
Oh, Pope. Sorry, I thought you said Folks, and I thought that's a bit strange. No, Pope. Again, the Pope selection is a strange one. I mean, I don't really think that 3 is the right place for him. He must know that. But the difficulty is, you're not going to turn it down, are you? If someone says to you,
no, he did not turn it down. Endo, he texted he texted Stokes, I beg your pardon, with the suggestion.
Oh, did he? I didn't know that.
Yes.
Oh well, that's interesting. I don't know what to say about that.
I would have politely declined.
Well, here's something I don't know if you want to say anything about too. Leah says, I don't even want to imagine what the Bears beer schist will smell like. Tomorrow will smell like.
No, we better not.
Naked Radio Fun Form Bot says, sorry, we have to pause for our strategic timeout, sponsored by Viagra's new flavour, Weather's Original Toffee. Leah says, speaking of pet names, if I ever get a cat, I'll call her Kitty Räikkönen. No need to call security, I'll see my way out. And she says, I mean, obviously we need a word for that. It would be very inefficient otherwise.
Well, I can tell you that 6 minutes before tea, we have got some spin coming into the attack. He bowled 1 over for 5 earlier on, and it's this man.
Coming up is a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. Oh, Jack Leach.
He's managed not to concuss himself in his 3.5 hours out there so far today. His first ball is... well, he's got some protection on the offside boundary, and that is where the ball finds its way to. And Blundell takes the single. Mitchell just marking out his guard, or a slightly different guard, or maybe just checking he's got the guard that he wants as Leach continues. He's got a man in at forward short leg and a slip, and he's in. He's down the wicket, and he doesn't really get hold of that, but he's lifted it over mid-wicket, and it's going to run away to the boundary for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, they've seen what Australia did to Jack Leach in the winter, and they think we've got to get on him straight away. I'm not sure it's necessarily the right way to play, but I guess if there's no one out there, he's got to hit it really badly to get himself out. Leach in again, throws it up outside the off stump, and he just crafts this away through the offside. They get an easy single out to a rather stocky Johnny Bairstow, as we've decided now, putting on the pounds, and they take another run. Mitchell goes to 19 now from 42. New Zealand 193 for 4. England could do with a wicket now again.
Yes, it'll be a test for Leach at this.
Leach bowls again. There's absolutely no turn there at all, but Blundell goes back to a decent length ball, defends it, and there is no run. Now, there was a lot of talk, wasn't there, about Matt Parkinson not being that quick through the air, and on a pitch that it seems as nicely paced as this one, it could be a struggle for the spinner. He's in again, throws this one up a little bit more, but it still has time, Blundell, to go back and just forces to a shortish extra cover. Ben Stokes has placed himself there. What else have we got? We've got a slip, we've got a forward short leg, backward square leg, mid wicket, deepish set mid on, deepish set mid off extra cover who's fairly short, and a backward point. Couldn't see whether we've got a man back out on the deep square boundary. May not, because they may want to try and take advantage of the hitting across the line or hitting across the spin. It's a bit too short, and did they take another single there? No, they didn't. It went to extra cover, but there is no run. 193 for 4, a nice round, 50 overs completed, which means we're going to have to get through 40 overs plus in the post-tea session. And the run rate is 3.86, and Mitchell has 19, Blundell has 6. Messi.
Chris Acquire says, Hendo managing to make Michael Goff sound like Terry Pratchett's Death on holiday in his sunglasses. Like Death, no one should notice the umpire until his time has come. He looks very sort of Matrix-like in those sunglasses, I reckon, doesn't he?
He looks like the kind of person who's standing away from the main gathering at a funeral, and you're not quite sure what he's doing there. He possibly could be the murderer.
He's taking notes for the future, yeah.
Or he could be, I don't know, he could be the man from the CIA who's just keeping an eye on things. Anyway, it's going to be Ben Stokes again, 2 for 38 into a 12th over, 3 slips. He's in. He finds an outside edge, but it's... Oh, they're going to get a run there. It was spilled again by Ollie Pope. It wasn't a catch, but he's let it get away through him, and they could have maybe got through for a run. They decided against it in the end, but that would have been disappointing. You just want to keep the pressure on, and singles can undo that pressure quite easily. Looking at the figures, 2 for 35 Anderson, none for 46 Broad. He's bowled better than that certainly in the afternoon session. Potts none for 49 from 10, a little bit expensive. Stokes 2 for 38, and Jack Leach has just got through those 2 overs. Stokes turns at the top of his run again. He's into Mitchell, and he can easily play this away off his hip. Slightly misdirected, just back of a length, goes down to long leg, and they come through for 1. 194 for 4. I think this will be the last over before tea. With my computer is saying 15:39, so I suspect that could be the end of things.
Time flies when we're together, Hendo.
Oh, absolutely. I was hoping you were going to say that, Messi. Now Stokes is just feeling his knee. I thought for a moment he was some discomfort there, but I don't think so. He's just calling on Jimmy Anderson to change his position slightly. 5 slips for Blundell, and he's in, and Blundell again thrusts that front foot forward, but takes the bat out of the way and lets it go through to Folkes. Now I should say, of course, that we are giving you ever more content on Guerrilla Cricket, and one of those things is a podcast, The Bishop and the Bear Do. That's out, and the Smaximum, which is our news and views letter, which
it's just
comes out weekly. It's just arrived. Yes, it should have been in your inbox at about 1:30 today. What I will say about that, of course, though, is Stokes in bowls, and Blundell's going to get an easy single there. He helps the ball into a very vacant onside. Broad has to run round from mid-on to field. What I should say about that is you can only get it if you become a patron who pays us £4 or more a month. And so there are a bunch of you who already give us $10 or more a month. And not only do you get that, but you get your name going around the bottom of our Facebook and YouTube feeds. So your name will go around, I don't know, probably once every 10 minutes, something like that, maybe a little bit less. So that shows you are a supporter of Guerrilla Cricket, and we commend you for it. Stokes in again, bowls to Mitchell onto the back foot, defends. Ball runs slowly past Ben Stokes, who has a word or two to say, and there is no run. So if you would like to receive the Smaximum and the extra podcast, please donate, pledge £4 a month to us at Patreon, patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket. And we do really need your help if you can. Obviously, if you're in financial dire straits, don't. Well, I don't know. Give it to the bank. I don't know. But anyway, if you can.
My goodness, there's a lot of content in this Maximum.
Oh, it's huge today. It's about 3,500 words. Onto the back foot goes Mitchell, and that is the end of the over. And I suspect it will be tea, will it not? Unless they put tea back for some reason that I don't know about. Well, no one seems to be wondering.
Slightly late.
It is
slightly late start, wasn't it?
Oh, was it?
Yeah, by about 3 or 4 minutes.
Okay. Well, in fact, it is T, and this session has brought us 87 runs, 2 more wickets. So England have picked up 2 wickets each session, whereas New Zealand have picked up 108 in the first session and 87 in this session. The run rate 3.48. It was about 4.15 in the first session. So it's been good cricket. It's been interesting cricket.
Yeah.
And I think England have come back into that well. But these two are, just threatening to improve New Zealand's position and make it more of a day for New Zealand, who were put into bat first thing this morning by Ben Stokes.
Yeah, you give that session to New Zealand, to England, definitely, because losing Conway, which was unexpected, because he'd been playing so well, not like he was set for a big one. Whereas I think Nicholls never really looked settled. Bennett was talking about that earlier, and he was on.
Well, everyone's got in and got out, haven't they? We've had 2 men get out in the 40s. We've had 2 men get out in the 20s, or 26 and 30. Anderson 2 for 35, Broad none for 46, deserved a wicket or 2. Potts none for 49, Stokes 2 for 40, Leach none for 11. Wickets falling on 84, 161, 169, 19 extras, 51 overs bowled, which means we're going to have to get through 39 if we're to get the 90 that we are constantly promised but so rarely are provided. Anyway, that's it for tea time. I'll have to call the bear in to decide on what we're going to play to you in the tea interval. But as I say, you could usefully use the tea interval by becoming a Patreon. Patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket. It really helps with our costs. At the beginning of the pandemic, we lost a lot of support in our crowdfunding platforms, so things are a little bit tenuous these days. So if you possibly can spare £4 a month, £10 a month, whatever it may be, then please do become a patron, and you will get all the extra content as well as 1,000 hours of commentary for free per year. So there you go. I'm still waiting for the bear to come in and tell me what we're doing for tea, because I can't speak to nobody. I'm not Gary. I can't just talk to myself for the next 20 minutes. So if someone else would like to come in and suggest what we're going to do with the next 20 minutes, that would kind of be helpful. But
should we do some babbling?
Well, you can babble if you want. If you've got something you want to babble about, something you want to get off your chest, Dave. Yeah, far away.
I do. I spent first part of the season going around watching county cricket. Watched about 6 matches, different teams all up and down the country, and I've seen some very good cricket. And I just don't understand why this 10 team thing is getting traction. Robert Keys has mentioned it again. Sorry, 10 match rather. Sorry, 10 match county championship. Because that's going to chip away at membership. Tony Bishop wrote a piece on the Guerrilla Cricket website, and I commend those interviews he's doing with the county execs. But some of them are sleepwalking into oblivion at the moment. They don't seem to realise the threat that they're under. And I think there's, from a 10-game, 4-day season would reduce membership income significantly, wouldn't it? Members wouldn't sign up for 5 home matches, one of them's rained off.
Well, also because I don't know whether you get what you used to get in membership. I mean, last time I was member of Surrey, you still got the blast included in your subscription. But I'm not sure that that's the case anymore. And in fact, I actually stopped being a member because I found the only games that I could get to, because of other commitments, ended up being a handful of T20s, and that's not really what I wanted to watch. So I think you're absolutely right. Tony
made the point in his piece that membership underpins all the counties, and if that's chipped away at, if the counties allow it to be further chipped away. It's interesting listening to that interview that Tony did. We played at lunchtime with Gordon Hollins, who's now at Somerset, used to be in charge of county cricket at the ECB, and he called for the 100 to be looked at in terms of the balance of the schedule should be reduced in its length. And Mike Atherton has said today in the Times, he said that the 100 has added a headache-inducing complexity to the fixture schedule, and its minor benefits are outweighed by the collateral damage it's done to all the other competitions and English cricket.
Well, I
thought that was quite interesting.
I don't know what the prices for the 100 are in general terms. If you just sort of turn up for a game, as I haven't actually been to one, I don't know whether I didn't get to one because I didn't want to, or because it was because we were still under sort of COVID restrictions last year. But it seems sort of, you know, totally obvious that if you add a whole bunch of games to the T20 Blast, which is effectively what the 100 does, that people have got limited ability to pay, and I've seen it, you know, said that you know, you sometimes get teams playing 3 T20s at home in the same week. Now, how many people can afford £27 per time? And especially well, it may be even more than that now. That's the last time I went to a game. You know, if you factor in the fact that you're trying to get them there with their kids, it's going to end up being a very expensive day, and you can't do that
when
3
we talk
times
about
a week.
exactly. When we talk about going with kids, when we talk about going with kids, the reality is that you go with older teenage children, and this is exam time of year. It's not a good time for them to be out watching cricket till late. You know, a lot of also it takes out a lot of people, and the last attendances are down. The fixtures, as you said, are poorly scheduled, and they're missing out on the big holiday period. 100 enjoys all the benefits of scheduling and marketing expenditure to an absurd extent, where you see constant stream of marketing activity for the 100 and nothing for county cricket or indeed Test cricket.
Well, I get emails from a number of cricket grounds to sort of, you know, poke my memory to watch this game or that game, and it very rarely is about 4-day cricket. It's either about the T20 Blast or it's about the 100, which are
they don't do anything. But I just think that given that Strauss is heading up this reset review at the moment, you know, and he said that they're going to take the views of fans on board this time, before the 100. It'd be good to encourage our Guerrilla Cricket Twitterati to tweet us their views about, you know, the county cricket and either the structure of it. Do you agree that shouldn't be reduced? John Stevenson, the CEO of Essex, he's the first CEO, one of only 2, I think, to come out and say they want more red cricket rather than less. But
well, I just wanted to talk a bit about that, David.
Go ahead,
I mean, what I'm holding here is the Sussex Cricket Handbook from 1965. Now, I know we're talking 57 years ago, okay? But I was just looking at the fixture list. In the fixtures for Sussex, there are 35 games. 34 of them are 3-day red ball games. One of them is one white ball game. There are gaps for a few more white ball games if they did well in the Gillette Cup. So, and included in that are, I think, 13 games at Hove, plus games in Eastbourne, in Worthing, and in Hastings. So you've got outgrounds being included. And I know for myself, there wasn't a lot of cricket on TV as a child, but what we looked forward to was County Week in Eastbourne, and the excitement of getting the train to go to Hastings to watch a game there, or to Hove. Now, those things, it was always there. There was
in the holidays, in the school holidays.
In the school holidays, there was cricket somewhere to go and see. You know, maybe not every day, but, you know, at least half the time.
And now you've got blank days, Messes, between 9 and 6. All these bloody summer holidays, no cricket being played at all, because the 100 matches don't start anyway until the evening.
And, and you know, frankly, the 100 is a different thing. It's a different experience entirely. I don't discount the 100 or T20 as totally useless, but it's something that's totally different. County cricket was an absorbing thing, whereas the T20s and the 100 are just really quick and over. Well, I just love being in the experience of the ground for 3 days as a child.
Well, I mean, I suppose, you know, they'll look at the three of us. People will look at the three of us and say, well, they're a certain age, and
I want to knock that one on the head.
Well, I know, I was going to say that to a certain extent. I don't dislike T20 cricket. I love the World T20 Championship. I think that's brilliant. I will watch some of the big games. I'll go to Surrey, I'll see a live game, T20 live game. But I've got absolutely no interest in the 100 because it just you've messed around with the game and you've not really added anything, in my opinion. You know, anything that you've added is purely a gimmick, and I just don't think the actual payoff in terms of how many extra people you're going to get into cricket from the 100 is going to be so much more than it would be if you marketed T20 better.
Absolutely. It's poorly thought through. It's poorly thought through. badly conceived, under-researched. It makes the European Super League look well thought through. And,
I mean,
remember how far they got in terms of billions of investment promised by JP Morgan, and the guy at the end, after it all collapsed, the guy in New York had to say from his office, I think we forgot to do the fan piece.
Well, fans always come last in everything, don't they? It seems to me. Whatever sport you're talking about.
Not in any other sport.
Well, I think they do. I think they, I think actually they've taken measures. I was listening the other night to the sports news that was, and it was saying that they were keeping the £30 cap on away tickets for the Premier League, which is something. I don't necessarily think you should be paying £30 to watch Premier League football anyway, but if you are, then you certainly don't want it to be anything more than 30 quid. If you've got the associated costs of, I don't know, travelling between Newcastle and London or something like that. So, yeah, they have taken some steps to actually make the fan experience a little bit better. I think the thing is that the feeling in football, people's attachment to football teams is stronger than even those of us who are really big cricket fans. I would still argue that the attachment to football teams that fans have is stronger than they have to county teams. And that I may be making a generalisation to a certain extent, but I love cricket, I love football, but I actually feel more attachment to my football team than I do to my local cricket team, because I don't really support a team. I don't support a team. Yeah, it is much more tribal. And this is why bizarre thing, isn't it? You see England fans go abroad, and they're not sitting there generally with Sussex County Cricket Club or Surrey County Cricket Club or Nottinghamshire. They're sitting there with Bristol City or Stoke City or something like that.
Well,
this is the way that English fans define themselves, isn't it?
Or their local cricket club.
Yeah, they might have their local cricket club. That would be nice, and I always love to see those sort of flags and whatever. But the whole sense of the British identity, at least, is contained within love for a football team. And I think that possibly doesn't leave you enough of your heart left for a county team in the same way. I would suggest.
Well, what are you suggesting? What's the alternative?
The alternative to what?
I see. You mean you're saying there's a limit to
to what you can give. Yeah.
On that field.
Yeah.
Well, I think the reason why we're having this debate is because the counties are being undermined, by the central governing body by pushing these franchises as a clear attempt to centralise the game and take more power away from the counties, and chipping away at the membership, which would go down if they reduce the number of teams. So I just think it's time to defend the structure of what's there.
But it's not just in county cricket. I mean, the comments, is it Greg Barclay, who's the ICC chairman, talking about
that was pretty awful.
Yeah, who were talking about Test cricket was going to sort of be curtailed, and certainly the smaller teams weren't going to be able to play it. Now, there's no reason why the smaller teams can't be allowed to play it if you have some sort of centralised funding from the ICC, and whether that means that the bigger countries have to pay in more for that. Then I think if you're trying to safeguard the future of Test cricket, that's what you do. You don't just say Test cricket's going to fall away and be less important. You just try and make what you've got better, don't you?
Absolutely right. The ICC are missing that central vision, which says we want to have 3 successful formats. They're promoting one at the expense of another. That's not what they should be doing. The strategy is wrong. There's no reason why a T20 can't add and complement existing cricket fans, and why people who like long form cricket can't like that as well. It should be seen as additional, rather than pitching one format at the expense of another and reducing Test cricket. I thought his comments were pretty poor for ICC chairman.
Well, also because he comes from a nation which has become world Test champions in the last year. Comes from a nation that hasn't been really well represented, perhaps at Test level, in terms of England, as far as I know, have never played a 5 Test series against New Zealand. Now we have a New Zealand team that you think you'd like to see a 5 Test series against, and you're not going to get it, because this is this is the strongest probably that New Zealand have ever been, or around this time in the last 3 or 4 years at Test cricket. And when a 5 Test series of these games would be fantastic, but we're still only going to get 3. South Africa, we're only going to get 3 tests against them. I mean, I'm not against splitting the England Test summer into 2 teams and getting 3 from both. But I do like those 5 test series. There's an even greater story to be told in those. There's even greater narrative, isn't there?
It's like a 5-set tennis match. Usually the long 5-setters are the ones we talk about.
Yeah, absolutely. They take on a sort of epic quality, don't they? And I mean, I think that's what people want to see, and certainly in this country, Test cricket isn't dying. People love to watch it, even when England aren't doing very well, which they're not at the moment. So I don't really understand why he would come out and say that. So it's a really negative thing to have said. Even if they believed it, it's still a negative thing, and then it gets repeated that Test cricket can't survive, and then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, doesn't it?
It seems to me that there is a refusal to accept the value of something that doesn't make billions. That if it just makes millions, it's not enough for someone.
Yeah.
You will recall, Hendo, that when I was over there a few years ago, you and I met up at York, where there was a championship game on.
Yeah.
Between Yorkshire and somebody.
Warwickshire. I think it was Warwickshire.
Warwickshire. That's right. And it was a really great atmosphere. I don't know, there were 2,000 or 3,000 people there in temporary stands, and just a lovely feeling around the game. And for me, that sort of thing is enough. You don't need a crowd of 30,000 to make it worth having. It's people really involved, enjoying what they're doing and being part of it. It's just everything seems to be of such scale these days that it has to be mammoth to be successful.
Well, it's also,
can we not have that medium-sized things that are really fucking good?
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. I mean, I've seen arguments that you can't go to outgrounds anymore because problems with they're not good enough, the pitches are not prepared well enough, or the clubs that support those outgrounds are not rich enough to produce or to have a good enough groundsman or whatever to produce the kind of pitches that they want in first-class cricket. But really? I mean, well, I find that as a strange excuse. I mean, they've been able to do it for however many years, and now suddenly they can't. It just makes no sense to me. And I would argue that a lot of the future of county cricket would be better if there were more matches rather than fewer taken to outgrounds. I really do.
Absolutely.
Because people get a sense of occasion rather than just going to Lords or the Oval. They get a sense of occasion of being, and if it's a small ground, you're in amongst lots of people anyway, and so you do feel that there's an atmosphere.
Yeah, scheduling a week of cricket, that's easy to understand. A Scarborough week, an Eastbourne week. It's easy to market, and people can put it in their diaries, take time off, whatever. That's the sort of thing. We don't get any scheduling like that. It just gets dumped.
Especially in the school
there's some county championship matches starting on a Monday morning. That's how you bury any sporting event.
Not great. Anyway, we've chatted away about that, and it's got us through the tea interval. The Bear has come in with his beer, and he's going to take over doing something or other. I'm not sure what. What are you going to do, Bear? He's ball by balling, and he's pretty stoned. So enjoy.
I'll just fill in. I think I'm staying on with Bear, so I'm going to enjoy this. And the identity of the third party is a mystery to me, because I haven't got my rotor in front of me. But I'm sure it's going to be someone who adds a completely different perspective to proceedings. Bear, welcome back.
Colin Sada is the third person on with you, David. Maybe Bear needs to let him in the room.
No, Colin's in. I've just let him in. Hendo doesn't know what he's doing, He was sitting here like a porn star, wasn't he? His leg lounging over, showing us his crotch. That's good of him. Forgetting that he's actually on YouTube and people can see him. All right, Cole, how are you, mate?
Not bad. How are you, fellas?
I'm good. We're starting straight off after tea. This man is going to bowl. And his first ball is tossed up. Oh, and it's on the pads and there's an immediate appeal. It's not that far away.
It's Jack Leach.
Very similar to the ones he was getting over the winter. It's certainly pitched in line.
Now coming up is Jack Leach.
But they're not going to review. Probably just a little bit too far over.
Yeah, pitched like so.
Pitched on leg straight and probably going to hit the outside of leg stump. Started it just a little bit too far to the leg. Good start after tee though. That one's up and off. And, a little bit too short. And Blundell can get on the back foot and punch it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Good little chat you were having there with Hendo at tee.
We certainly identified some pressing issues, and inviting all Gorilla listeners to tweet in their support for county cricket, so we can pass that on to Andrew Strauss in his reset review.
Yes, indeed. Driven by Blundell out to the covers. There's a man 2/3 of the way back, and he picks it up, and there's no run. We're looking at that. LBW's going on seat, umpire's call on a leg stump. So they wouldn't have lost the review, but they wouldn't have overturned the decision either. So it saved us a lot of time, I guess, by not bothering.
This is the partnership to break now, isn't it, Bear? Because these two got together at Lords in that second innings partnership.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think England need to get another couple of quick wickets to get themselves ahead and back in the game and justify bowling first. I'm still not sure that was the right decision. In fact, I'm pretty sure it wasn't the right decision, but that's flatter. Mitchell just plays from the crease out to mid wicket, sorry, and there's no run. But these two had a good, the ball's 50 odd overs old now. The bowlers will be getting tired in this session. It's a bit too short, too flat. Good speed, but needs to be pushed up a little bit further from Leach. 56 miles an hour, and there's no run.
Just back in a couple of minutes, chaps. I've just got to attend to some things I was going to do at tea.
Okie doke.
Bye.
Bye. Leach down the track defends, and there is no run. I don't know if you want to jump back on, Messi, if you're there. If not, it's fine. Or someone from the green room wants to come in and chat while Dave's away. What have you been up to, Cole?
Not much. I've got my first trip back offshore, so I've been hell of a busy of late. So I've just made it back in time for all this.
Ah, good. What is it you do on the rigs? Again? You've probably told me, I'm just a stoner and I forget these things.
Control room operator.
Ah, right. Okie dokie. And what is it, 3 weeks out there at a time, or a month out there at a time?
Normally 2 weeks.
2 weeks, okay. 2
3
weeks
weeks
on.
out there, 3 weeks at home.
Okay, that's not bad, is it, really?
It's certainly nothing to complain about.
I guess the summer's okay, the North Sea's not so bad in the middle of summer, I can imagine.
It's still cold. It's still.
Yeah.
I imagine.
The north part of that is the.
Well, Potts, who we haven't seen for a while, is back into his act. He's been quite expensive today. His first ball is a full shot by Blundell, looking to pull the bat away. Fends it out square on the offside, and there's no run. He's got a jingle that goes like this.
I've heard from Potts that the kettles are filthy black. You know he might do. Let's bring him into the attack.
I didn't think he bowled too badly this morning, but still went from.
He did have a sort of dream debut, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Did you get to watch much of the last one, Colin?
I didn't really watch a thing of it. I didn't have time to. Same with all the T20 stuff. I missed all of it.
Well, yeah, that's no big miss really. That's left alone outside the Oscar. The IPL.
Yeah.
It's,
but even with any other T20, I've watched 3 T20 internationals since the last Test match. All right, 2 India, Sri Lanka, and 1 West Indies, India. Sorry, South Africa, India. And if I try, I can remember who won them. But it's the same old. It all falls into the same big heap of shit.
Yeah, I know. Left alone outside the off stump, there's no run.
I think the best way to describe it, there's no real emotion attached to it.
No, that's the thing.
Yeah,
it's throwaway. I mean, it is. That's the thing. It's entertaining while you're watching it, but exactly, it's unmemorable. But the same thing does tend to happen over and over again. Funny that. I mean, there were over 1,000 sixes and something like 4,000 fours or something, or 2,500 fours in the IPL. And that's just constant. defended and dropped on rather late by Pope at Gully. He got his timing a bit wrong, therefore it squirts past him. They'll get him single. And Scorby's on to 197 for 4.
One thing that kind of annoys me ever since the T20s suddenly became a big thing, there's been a lot of I'm a white ball professional only.
Yeah.
Yeah, well that's because, I mean, certainly between T20 and Test match there is an ocean of difference now in what a batsman needs to do and be able to achieve. And switching between the two, it's getting harder and harder. I mean, if you look at, Butler bats supremely well in the IPL, but you look at what he's doing there, he's just not moving his feet, doesn't go towards the ball. It's all eye-hand coordination. Potts is in again. That jags away a little bit, but it's a bit too wide, and Mitchell doesn't have to play it, and there's no run. And it's fantastic to watch, but, you know, if you watched him and then you watch Folkes, and what Folkes was very correct batting, and he's not playing a lot of T20, I don't imagine. He probably is for Surrey, but doesn't play nearly that much. And you know, he's got a stance and a technique, and he looks pretty good, I thought, Folkes, and he's clearly a better keeper.
Well, it's interesting that I think T20's developed now to the stage where a lot of people who were able to keep up with it for a while can't do so anymore.
It takes a very special player to be able to do it all. That's defended into the leg side, and there's no run now. I mean, Fred argues it's a different sport, and I think it is. I don't think he's really far wrong now. Yeah, well, that's fine. You know, I don't mind that.
I'll quickly chuck in some tweets. We've got Jeff Perkins on the basis of Hendo. Rant. GC Naked. Fun porn bot. The bot, Bishop and the Bear. The bar is downstairs. Upstairs is the knocking shop. And over on YouTube we've still got Pokey handling everything. He's basically saying that if Test cricket dies, then we'll basically move away from cricket and find some other leisure activity.
Yeah, I don't think it will. Defended into the offside, a bit of a misfield, I think, by Johnny Bairstow. Yeah, and allows him to get through for a single. I don't think it ever will here. It's a question of who. The thing is, you want competitive cricket. I mean, that whole point, it always leads back to the ICC, and the ICC not being a central, establishment that runs the game, rather than just being basically an arm of the big, rich countries that make it do what they want it to do. As Leach starts another over, decent first ball, nice bit of flight, decent line on off stump. Mitchell gets forward and defends it back to the bowler, no run. Needs to get into a rhythm, Leach here, needs a spell, trying to keep reasonably tight for a while. Mitchell comes down, the track doesn't quite get to the pitch of the ball, defends it, trying to get it past Leach, who dives to his left and feels well off his own bowling and not allowing them to get a single.
Well, that's it. He's definitely not going to get a wicket. The pitch is just not conducive enough to spin, but if he can keep an end solid...
Yeah, and that's what they're trying to do, isn't it? I mean, they're trying to, and having said that, Mitchell has done a reverse sweep. That's a good shot, really. It was up there, it was outside off stump. I mean, there is no one there.
He just said, up yours, Bear.
Yeah, talk about this T20 shit, that's how you do it. And there's a reverse sweep. It's a good reverse sweep. It's probably aerial for a little while, but there's only a slip, and there's a point. It's gone down to the boundary for 4 runs.
It's me, says she. It's me, says she.
They're definitely looking to get him out of the attack here, aren't they? So that the faster bowlers have to work longer. Gives them an opportunity to speed the runs up. If you can get a wicket or keep them down, it just leads him to bowl a little bit flatter, which means they can go on the back foot and defend, which is not going to get him a wicket. And probably cut the singles and over if he's smart about it. That's just
the thing about Leach is that I know you have this view that he could be another Lion. What he has to develop is that presence, that confidence that Lion.
Well, yeah,
has.
but I think but that's my point, Messi. That comes from being picked in the team and trusted with the role and are being allowed to learn and grow in the role, because I don't think Nathan Lyon was a great spinner when he started. In fact,
I think he's got to trust himself, though, and I don't get the feeling that he does.
But I think that I think it will come if he's given. That's my point. I think it comes when you're given the opportunity.
Nathan Lyon isn't the best, I would say, for confidence in a spin bowler, because every time he bowls, he constantly has a 2-set long on and like a cow sort of or backward square leg fielder that he always puts regardless if he's being battered in that direction.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's
But you see, he knows it works. That's the thing.
Yeah, but fenced out outside the off stump by Blundell through to the keeper, and there's no run. Yeah, but that's because that's what I mean. But then but that's my point, Messi. Because he was given that trust over time. I mean, when they came to Nathan Lyon, they'd gone through an awful lot of spinners beforehand. They probably thought at the end of the day, we'll just stick with one and let them learn on the job. And so they're going to get hit for a while. But then but when a spinner gets a reputation, sometimes they get played on reputation. And it gets you wickets, and that's the point. And if you don't sit in the side and you keep changing them and they don't get enough... Oh, edged through the vacant bloody third slip. There's 2 slips and a gully. And it's gone in that gap between the third slip and the gully, and probably would have been snaffled by a third slip. But instead, it's raced away to boundaries 4 rounds.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And heads went to the sky.
My slight worry on Leach is when I hear people talking about his selection and things, they say things about his batting rather than his bowling. It's like, oh, he's a very good tail end batter, or he's a very good night watchman. And you think, that's just not what he's there for. That's...
Ooh, inside edge from Blundell onto his pads. No run. Yeah, I know, and everyone goes on about Matt Parkinson, but there aren't a lot of options. It is a kind of bat between the two of them, really.
I mean, it's not as if you've got a Moen Ali who's a genuine all-rounder.
No.
I mean...
It's quite interesting to see that Adil Rashid has suddenly came out of the woodwork and says, hey, I'm here, guys.
What, play Test cricket?
Yeah, he's...
Really? Now that would be interesting.
Yeah, it won't happen.
Yeah,
No, I don't think
it definitely won't happen, but it was nice to see that. There must be something in the background for him to just suddenly go, hey, I'm available, guys.
Well, yeah, McCallum was going around basically saying to everybody, you're in the mix if you want to be.
Which is fair enough.
Yeah. Give himself as broad a chance as possible.
I think Adil Rashid, I think, would do pretty well in a test match now. I mean, he's a lot more consistent. Spinners do get older, but he's had shoulder surgery, and he's, 34, 35? I think. Yeah. Is he that old? Or is he a bit younger than that? I think he's getting there. Certainly a wise head now. Potts in at the pads of Blundell, who works it to mid-wicket, and no run. 1 ball left in the over. An important passage of play here. England want to break this partnership. So who's in next then? Is it Jameson?
It's 34, Adil Rashid.
Okay. Is it Jameson next?
No.
It would have been
Bracewell.
Oh, Bracewell, yeah, of course. That's defended into the offside. Just dropped down to gully by Blundell. Last ball of the over. Length ball on off stump, and there is no run, and that ends it. Give us some tweets.
Ravi Nair. Brooksy doesn't want to know my views on county cricket. They're incendiary. Poor
we know that, Ravi.
Poor Annie Chave has already had enough of me on it, as has Gorilla Hendo. Farhan, feck me, just saw the TV of the match. Has Stokes gingered up since taking over the captaincy? Turmeric infused hair gel, perhaps?
Well, yeah, he does seem to have done his hair.
How long till MBS throws a ton of cash at Gorilla Cricket in an effort to clean his dirty laundry?
Yes, we're waiting.
I'll happily clean it for him. I won't tell anybody. Leach. is going to bowl a fifth over. Mitchell comes down the track, plants it over mid-off, one bounce. And it goes down to the boundary for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4.
Now Mitchell's confident. I don't know if you want to drop mid-off back. Keep him up.
This is a really interesting phase, isn't it? Because if they succeed over the next 20 minutes or so, this could turn the whole course of the game.
Well, yeah, if they can knock Leachy out of the attack. You'll remember this happened in the Ashes, didn't it? The first time he bowled in the series. Mind you, it was at Brisbane after we fucked it all up. As that one's defended out to cover and there's no run. And we got ourselves out for about 140, haven't we?
And selected the wrong side.
And selected the wrong side, yeah.
There's a lot of,
Out before tea on day one of the Ashes, it's not with the wrong bowling attack. Not a good ploy. Leach in, down the track again comes Daryl Mitchell, again gets hold of it. This one's gone all the way though. First of the test match, it's one of these. Leachy not looking happy. Not surprising. Ball seems to have got lost under a seat in the crowd.
Come back covered in beer.
He's taken 2 steps down the track, just hit through the line. There's not much turn, it's a day one pitch, man. You can do that quite confidently. Oh, it landed in someone's beer.
It did.
Hole in one in the beer pot.
What a waste of beer.
Absolute waste of beer. I'm not sure the lady who was drinking that beer was particularly watching what was going on.
Yeah, she took her eyes off the ball there.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Poor form.
That was spot on.
Yeah, it was. And Potts has said it's gone in a beer.
Well, there's no social distancing in the crowd. I'll tell you something that amazes me is the fact that Williamson is positive for COVID and yet nobody else in the New Zealand team is. That just seems extraordinary.
I did have question marks on that when I seen it this morning. Only one.
Well, the rules here state now that if you're all right, you don't have to self-isolate, do you? I mean, basically, they're treating it like a cold. If you're not, if you're not ill, just do what you want to do. Yeah, straight up. Presumably they have to change the ball. You can't give a ball back that's gone into a glass of beer.
You wouldn't have thought so.
I presume so.
I think the woman holding the beer got a hell of a surprise.
Yeah, she did. Leach. Well, Daryl Mitchell, having hit the 4 and a 6 this over, just defends that ball back down the track. There's no run. And 216 for 4. New Zealand. As Leach comes to bowl, 5th ball of the over. It's on about middle and leg. Defended up to mid on. And no run. Well, we've caught everyone. Now everyone who's out has been dropped is out, aren't they? They got dropped, got a few more runs and got out. We dropped the left-handers, didn't we? Oh no, we dropped Daryl Mitchell, didn't we, before bloody
No, that's what I was thinking.
Mitchell was the last one that was dropped as he defends the last ball, and there's no run. That sitter by in the slips.
Root.
Yeah, that's costly, man. Mitchell's, he'll be confident after his ton in the first test. Give us some tweets.
Over on YouTube, Paul Stevenson, live streaming could be the future of county cricket. Also, ICC giving the TV rights to the championship to the highest money paying broadcaster. Definitely a YouTube.
Yeah, well, you say that, but Sky do have the rights to the county championship. They just don't show any of it. What they need to do is they need to take it out of the hands of a broadcaster and let the counties do their own broadcast on something like YouTube, and maybe get a better deal out of YouTube for advertising, because it's genuine sport. It's a genuine attraction.
I noticed on the night of the final of the IPL.
Yeah, go for it. Sorry.
They had the rights for the Blast, but didn't show any of the Blast games that same night. Now that's ridiculous.
Yeah. See, yeah, they can pick and choose what they want, and actually, you can sell if you can cut if you can cut a better deal with the likes of YouTube. And so many things could raise the money to self-broadcast. Potts is in, and that one seemed to jag a bit off the pitch. Hold it a little bit shorter, heavy. Blundell was trying to work it into the leg side. Couldn't manage it, just went back to the bowler and there's no run. I mean, these days it's not that expensive to stick up 6 to 8 cameras on a ground. I mean, they only do 2 at the moment, and it's not that far off being able to do.
Even our club have been looking into it, and we're
Exactly.
a very small club in the northeast of Scotland.
Precisely, you know. That is left alone outside the off stump through the keeper. There's no one. I mean, you can buy a pan, tilt, and zoom with a 32 optical zoom for $2,500. You know. Get a bunch of those around the boundary with someone controlling them somewhere in a box. It costs a little bit to cable it up.
There's a company called Frogbox that do everything for $1,000. It's all, the whole camera, everything's built in.
Yeah, but it's only one camera, isn't it?
Yeah, one camera.
Yeah. That's what I mean. I'm talking about a multi-camera setup for a county, and that's defended into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, those things, precisely. I mean, that's easy. I mean, you can do that with a fucking phone. If you set it up at one end, you know, broadcast it straight to Facebook if you really wanted to. But I'm talking about just a little bit, with a little bit of production values. You could do it for not a lot. If you could get someone like YouTube to give you slightly better advertising rates than your average punter. Blundell is batting outside his crease. He's facing up 2 Potts, and he defends a little bit of a closed face. I find Blundell. He's got a strong bottom hand, and the face of his bat is slightly closed towards the leg side when he defends.
It's how cramped he is when he's before the actual ball. It's quite weird to me.
Yeah, he's one of those guys who keeps low.
Because keeping low and there's like actually nearly bent over backwards.
Crab-like. Well, didn't be too bad for Chanderpaul.
Yeah,
but it's fairly effective. I mean, that's the thing about the New Zealanders. They're not sort of flashy. They're not spectacular, but they graft and they work through.
Yeah.
Get to make a lot of runs in the end.
Yeah, that ball beats the inside edge of Blundell's bat. Last ball of the over. Hits him on the top of the front leg thigh, inside of the thigh. Probably quite painful, and that ends the over. No run. He stays on 14 and Mitchell on 34. Give us some tweets if there are any.
Leah saying Gorilla Cricket Naked Pornbot Radio is just reminding me of the only relevant question. Hendo OnlyFans when? Question mark?
What was that, sorry?
Hendo OnlyFans.
Hendo OnlyFans. Well, I mean, yeah.
Don't even take us there, Leah. The thought is too real.
Man, everyone's got peccadillos. You could probably sell Hendo to somebody.
I don't know where Hendo keeps his.
It was the during the little gab you had during the tea break where he was kept on doing the Sharon Stone.
Yeah, he's just sitting here, he's sitting here with his fucking legs out with a, can of Coke between his legs.
Luckily, very few people are watching the YouTube.
Yeah. Another reverse sweep by Mitchell. He doesn't get hold of that one properly, and Root even kind of anticipated it. It was Root, was it Root? Yeah, it was, and he almost got to it. He half stopped it, and it just went behind him for a single, which will bring Blundell on strike. I don't know if is Blundell going to be as positive and aggressive against Leach as Daryl Mitchell. I don't know. We shall see. 2:17 for 4. We'll have this over and probably one more after this, and we'll have a little switcheroo.
I don't know if David's back to do his ball-by-ball stint.
No, he doesn't appear to be. On the back foot, Blundell trying to force it out through the offside, and there is no run. What have we got? After Anyone got it?
Yeah, it's supposed to be David on ball by ball, I'm on tweets, and Collins on colour. But if we haven't got a ball by baller, I don't know that either Colin or I have got the feed to be able to do it.
Yeah, mine's a bit stuttery. What I might do is I might jump out and then come back in.
Okay.
To see if it
It is a bit bad here. That was just worked down to behind square on the leg side by Blundell. Next ball, no run. And this time he tries to force it off the back foot. But he can't beat cover. And there is no run once more. It's the better over from Leach, having not been taken apart by Mitchell and getting him off strike. That one slides on a bit, but Blundell covers it up. Plays it to short leg, who I presume is Ollie Pope. Yeah.
Is Grubby still in residence, Bear?
Yeah, Grubby's still here.
Because we could, if David's not coming back, we could use a third person, apart from me and Colin, to fill that gap.
I will see if anyone wants to come in from the green room. As that's defended back down the track, and there is no run. Any more tweets?
Where are we at? Grubby saying, Brian, thanks a million for the refreshments. You're a very generous man. Some merch will be yours.
He is indeed very generous. Thank you, Brian.
Yeah, indeed. We've had some nice beers come in.
Matt Cyril, nice to see Juggly Joe return from this in the slips. I actually did miss that.
Yeah, wow.
Was it quite a bad one?
It was straight to him.
It was a pretty simple catch, yeah.
How do you mourn the loss of a £4 beer, but you have no emotion over shaking a bottle of 50 quid champagne and spraying it over someone?
Oh, that's two totally different things, Dana. It's conscious decision to throw away champagne, and if you can spend 50 quid on a bottle of champagne in the first place, well, good for you. But
Mitchell.
£4 pint of beer is something you were going to drink, not throw away.
Well, this is true. Mitchell leaves that alone outside of the stump. Comes back a little bit from Potts, but it's a bit too wide starting out there. In fact, it comes back after it's gone past the bat. Swings back the other way, and there is no run. I can stop the share, if you like. See to who's gone. See if I can get the channel to come through the Zoom a bit better. As that's worked in his leg side, and there's no run. But like all these things with Zoom, it's partly to do with presumably Zoom's server and how many people are on it.
Yeah, it won't work for me. It might for Colin, I don't know, but it's never up to date here.
No, it won't be.
It's been worse over the last couple of months, but it's not practical to do ball by ball from here. Colin's back.
Yeah, Colin's back. Potts has gone for 55 so far in his 13.2 overs. He's pulled it back a bit. He was quite expensive to start with.
He hasn't looked very threatening, though, has he?
No, he hasn't today, it's fair to say, but that's defended into the offside and there's no run. I mean, that's the thing, Broad and Anderson, everything that everyone says about their age and everything, I mean, today they brought all their experience to bear, and they bowled exceptionally well. I mean, they only got the 2 wickets in that little bit of spell, and Broad didn't even get one of those, but they certainly slowed everything down, the run rate down, made the batsmen think, and they were set batsmen they got out as well. It wasn't like, they needed to take those wickets, and they got the set batsmen, and then haven't been able to break through again, apart from having Mitchell dropped on 3, and now he's on 36 and looking quite settled as Blundell defends that back down the track. There's no run. I do like Potts though. I've got to say, I like his build and everything about him. He looks strong, workhorse like, does hit hard lengths, not the quickest again, but
that's it. They all seem very one-pacey. This.
Yeah.
Everything's very low 80s. And it's not. Like I think it's not.
Well, if you bowl fast, Colin, you get what is it? Stress fractures of the spine. It seems in this country. If you bowl over 84 miles an hour.
It seems to be compulsory, doesn't it?
Yeah, compulsory. You bowl too fast, we'll give you a stress fracture of the back.
Disease.
Pulled by Blundell. But it's only down, not with great timing, but got it down pretty quick, rolled the wrists on it. It's gone down to long leg where Leachy fields, and there'll be a single.
So, yeah.
I wonder if
we were due for a change at the end of this over.
We are due for change at the end of this over. Who's supposed to be on? James.
Dave's supposed to be on ball by ball, but it looks like he's not going to be.
No, I think I've got
so we'll need Colin. Are you able to do ball by ball? Have you got the feed good enough or not?
It's very jumpy. It would be.
Yeah. If there's somebody in the green room who can do it better, that'd be great.
Is anyone going to come in from the green room, or shall I carry on? That's played up to mid on. There's no one. I can't hear unless you come in, by the way, if you're listening in the green room, because I've got headphones on. Yeah, if not, I can carry on until Dave gets here, I suppose. If you can't.
Well, there's no guarantee Dave's coming. He did ask for somebody to take over its previous session, and that might include this one.
Well, yeah, I kind of got the impression he was going to come back though, but he never did.
Yeah.
I thought he was going for 5 minutes. Maybe now he's got a spell talking. He's still in the background now. Ajit's joined us, so maybe he can do something.
There he is.
There's Ajit. I don't know if Ajit can do ball by ball. Is your feed good enough, Ajit?
Yes, I could. So, we have Jack Leach ready to go again, bowling the 60th over of the innings, left arm around the wicket. That's a foolish ball that's been defended out into the offside. These two look quite set.
How are you, Ashit? Good to see you.
Hi, thank you. I'm doing good. Good evening to all our listeners. I had to step into the breach because the first ball was already being bowled. I couldn't say my usual hellos. So, Jack Leach is again ready. Another ball on the midland leg, and well, what happened there? He's run at the ball, Blundell, and I think he was very lucky to be not stumped there.
Whoa!
I was of the initial impression that was a mis-stumping. No, I think he's trapped it with his pads. No wonder there was a lot of excitement around the bat.
Just went off to point from his pads, didn't it?
In comes Leach again. This one was a little bit back of length, and that's been punched off the back foot to extra cover, and before that's fielded, a run has been taken.
I thought mine had frozen all completely there together at one point.
Your volume's very low, Colin.
Oh, sorry.
Right. I was
my
wrong.
hand.
They didn't run through for a single because that was a very quick work by Crawley at extra cover. The next ball has been tapped down into the offside. No run. This is a good line of attack for me. He's attacking the stumps when he's bowling around the wicket, Leach. In he comes. Another wicket, another ball that's a bit foolish of length, and that's been hit straight to mid-off. And this time they've run through for a single. That was more of a better position to run a single. The mid-off fielder, which was Captain Stokes, he was a bit deep, and they were able to comfortably cross out for a single. So New Zealand have moved to 220 for 4, and we have 2 balls left in the 60th over.
Sense that Leach is being a little more attacking now.
Absolutely. I think he has the freedom. This ball was held back a little, and Darryl Mitchell plays it down respectfully into the covers. Everybody seemed to be moving around, though it looked like there was another ball left in the over. Meanwhile, we get to see what Leach has been doing, the lines he's been operating, and we get to see a replay of that potential, let's say, misjudgment from Blundell as he...
from the pint glass.
Oh dear, yes. I think Potts, who was at the boundary, was indicating where the ball went, and straight into the beer glass.
Leah says the Counties actually stream the championship on YouTube. They're very bad at it because the stream collapses every time they try to do a replay, and they don't know anything about white balance. I think it varies from county to county. I think some are starting to get some expertise on it. They're pretty good at Lords, and yes, some of them are. I think it's one of those things. Each year it's going to get better. Brian acknowledges Grubby's message, says you're too kind, hope you can fight off the bear for a share of the beer. And Leah says, if you can drop 50 quid on Bubbly, this is all I have to say to you. And when our turn comes, we shall not make excuses for the terror.
In the meantime, there's a change in bowling. Potts will take up the attack. In he comes, right arm over the wicket. That ball has been left alone by Blundell. This was a non-threatening line, 4th, 5th stump, and he was comfortable to let it go. For me as well, now it's beginning to get a bit choppy, unfortunately.
I don't mind them bowling at the first stump. That seemed to be quite fruitful in the last test. Seemed to be where they were getting the majority of their wickets on that 4th and 5th.
Indeed. I mean, you play on the patience of the batter. But, we got to see a replay of back in the old days when a ball was cut into the boundary. Meanwhile, I stopped the story. In comes Potts. That one was closer. Oh, yes. There's an appeal. There's an appeal for LBW, but the umpire does not seem interested.
Going down the leg, I'd say.
Yeah. For a second, the way he raised his hand, I thought the umpire might actually be going to give a decision. Then he adjusts his hat.
Yeah, well, it was stop his hat blowing off, I think. It was quite a strong gust of wind.
The
it was way too high. Way too high as well.
My feed is that broken that I saw the ball bounce, and then the next frame I saw the ball go into the slips.
Yeah, I hate it when it's like that.
In comes Potts. This is a bit of an over-pitch delivery that's been driven beautifully. And yes, he's beaten the point fielder comfortably for a boundary. That was sort of over-pitched. Oh yes. I think Potts was looking for a Hail Mary there. He came closer to the bat and Blundell up to the task. He punches that beautifully off the front foot and beats the diving cover fielder quite comfortably.
Definitely looked like he was giving his effort ball.
Oh yes. I think he got too close to the bat though. If he had held it back a bit, that would have been interesting, because the way Blundell was shaping up, he would have, gone after that any which way. But all right. Now, the replay that we saw in the meantime had the ball going and dropping in somebody's beer cup, the ball coming back and Flintoff actually licking the ball. I mean, we've come away from those days. Probably it looked a good decade ago, potentially.
I think so is Flintoff. I think he's came away from those sort of days as well.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
I think I've lost the
feed altogether, Bear.
Yes. I think he might be doing something.
Are you able to do the ball by ball until we get the feedback, Bear?
I think he's tinkering something. He's tinkering to make it probably a bit fast. Meanwhile, I'm going to look at other sources.
Okay. Well, the next ball's driven. It's wide of the off stump, driven out through deep mid off, and being chased by Stokes. They're going to get 3 comfortably.
All right.
And end up at 227 for 4.
The feed has come back, and it was looked like Captain Stokes was doing the chasing, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Messi
it was.
So they're not going to hold back. If the ball is in their arc, they're going to look to score, and the run rate of 3.74, it may have fallen a bit after tea, but they're still looking to score the runs, aren't they?
Yes.
Well, in comes Potts. This one is again an over-pitch delivery, but a driving Mitchell can't beat it off.
I can't think of many tests in the past, or the past 5 years, where the run rate has been kind of up these sort of levels. Like it was above 4 for quite a majority of the first innings. Normally the norm of kind of past 5 years, you would say maybe just above 2.
Indeed.
I think quite a few over 3, I'd say.
In the meantime, that's a shortish ball, and Mitchell is able to pull that comfortably and beat the man in the deep on the square leg boundary. That's another boundary. So that was a very productive over. 11 runs coming off it. After 61 overs, New Zealand 231 for 4.
Lovely shot.
So Neil Harris says Tests and T20 are different skill sets, so it's not a matter of for or against, but first-class cricket is the basis for both. You learn more in the middle than in the nets. I'd agree with that entirely. Brian says £4 a pint at the Test, bargain. Northampton beer prices start at £5 a pint. Wine is £4.75 for 175 ml plastic cup. I found when I was going around Britain, it varied so much. London prices were up to £9 a pint, but in Scotland I could get them at £3.25 a pint. Some places, it was amazing. Farong says less than 90 minutes of scheduled time remaining until stumps. However, 30 overs need to be bowled. Never had problems bowling 90 overs per day from decades ago. Windies with 4-prong pace attack would still get through the allotted overs per day. Silver Fox not impressed.
I think.
And Paul Houth says, Grubby says, I sampled the delicious vino. Thank you.
In the meantime, we are ready to begin another over. In comes Leach around the wicket. That one's drifted down into the leg, and that's been tickled around the corner into the leg side. While Broad chases it, the batsman crossover for a comfortable 2 runs. That was played square of the wicket on the left-hand side of the square leg umpire, and they cross over for 2.
Yeah, Farong's comment, or not Farong's comment, who was it? O'Neill Harris, and his comment on the different skill sets. They're slightly different skill sets, but they seem to be merging a lot lately, especially when you see the likes of Mitchell doing reverse sweeps.
Oh, there's certainly some good crossovers there, aren't there?
But my worry becomes when, like Stokes' last match in the second innings, where he got off trying to sort of scoop it behind himself and getting caught by the wicketkeeper.
Yeah.
Now, that stage in a game in the second innings, why are you even playing a shot like that?
That was a foolish ball, and well, Darryl Mitchell reversed that one. And he was able to beat the fielder. That was actually Blundell who reverse swept and beat the fielder for a single in the meantime. The next ball has been bunted down to middle by Mitchell. In comes Leach. There's another reverse sweep attempt, and in fact, this time he's beaten the short third man fielder. That one's gone to the boundary at third man.
It definitely shows how the pitch is not really turning at all, that he's confident enough anything on the outside of off that he can reverse sweep it past the slip fielders.
I mean, although I think this one was straight in hitting the sticks if he missed it. This one he took it off the stumps. But that's a very well played shot where he misses the short third man deep point fielder and goes to the boundary. And New Zealand have begun accelerating again. Over the last couple of overs, there have been some runs taken, and at least it's mostly Leach to Mitchell, who's basically conceded 20 runs of 24 balls he's bowled at Mitchell.
Was another 18 overs to the new ball. This is a really potentially fruitful time for New Zealand, isn't it?
Right. In comes Leach. That one's been respectfully defended off the front foot by Mitchell.
Especially if they keep Leach on one end.
Oh yeah. I mean, the run rate is growing again, closer to 4, and well, they would actually look to make hay in these next 18 overs or so. Maybe score at 4 an over. The next ball is again full, but has been bunted into the offside respectfully by Mitchell off his front foot. That ends the over. 62 overs, 238 for 4.
So Neil Harris says county cricket thinks too much about England instead of international. In the 90s, I could watch Jamaica John Barnes play for England, but never see West Indies players in England. EPL grew popular worldwide because people could watch it, then love, then pay for it. Yeah, that's a really good point. That it's a marketing opportunity until you get the audience and then charge them for it.
Yeah.
Steve Kellett said, doomed with a side order of dropsy, I see. And our great naked bot says, need a reliable stream to toss testosterone enemas. Buy one for free. Click here, Gorilla Creek.
Well, there was a show with coffee enemas, but we'll get to that shortly. In the meantime, there's a change in the bowling attack. We saw Potts was leaking runs, so in comes this bandana fast bowler. He's seen warming up. Adjust his bandana. as we are serenaded by Wagner, I wonder if he's able to bring the same kind of doom to the New Zealand innings here. He's ready to go from over the wicket. In comes Broad. That's bang on the money, but because it was sort of drifting into the stumps, Blundell is able to beautifully hit it into the leg side, and they run through quickly for a double. Yeah, I missed the exact shot as well this time. So I saw Blundell shaping up to hit, and the next thing I saw was the ball running towards the fielder. I'm sorry for that.
It's okay.
I wonder if I can shut off some applications, make some more bandwidth, so to say.
It's quite slow.
On my own machine. Speed should not be a problem. Meanwhile, in comes Broad. And this one was held back a little, and that's been let go to the keeper by Blundell. So these two who were sort of, they took their time at the end of the last session before tea, now are beginning to pull away. And we saw as well that the middle session was the slowest of all three so far, with the scoring rate of only 3.48, while the other two, the first and now the third one, are very close to 4 and over.
Yeah, 44 from the last 10 overs.
Alright, that's again another length ball, just hung outside the off stump, and Blundell wants nothing to do with that.
Plus, we've had a lot of New Zealand players getting in and getting out just before starting to make a lot of runs.
Well, these two have had their time then. Mitchell is on 44 and Blundell on 28.
These two put 71 on already. It doesn't sort of feel like that, but it's adding up pretty quick, isn't it?
Broad is ready at the top of his mark, and he comes in. Oh dear, is that a catch? Oh no, I think it just dropped in front of a diving third slip. So Blundell definitely make that one, but it dropped in front of, looks like Crawley at second slip, and then it's flown through to the boundary at third man for a boundary.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Lovely
Not
soft
great fielding,
hands.
to be honest.
No, I think he dove
It's a
over the
hard
ball.
one for Crawley. It's one of those where you just you have to be a lot of confidence and try and get forward, but never do.
In comes Broad. This one has been respectfully defended into the leg side of his front foot by Blundell, who seemed to have learned his mistake from his previous ball. But that was well played by Blundell as well. That was he knew he had nicked it, but he adjusted his grip so that the ball would go down to the ground. Alright, in the meantime, we get to see Broad's analysis versus right-handers. He seems to have bowled a beautiful line. In comes Broad. Right arm over. This one is more shaping into the leg, and that's been just tickled into the leg side, and before the square leg fielder can come in and collect, batsman cross over for another comfortable single. That ends the 63rd over, 245 for New Zealand.
Leah says, always delight to hear Ajit on Guerrilla Cricket. Knowledgeable, funny, and that accent. She also says, can I get to the bot? Can I get the stream but not the testosterone enema, please? Asking as a trans woman. Nicely done.
I don't think anyone's wanting the enema.
Yeah, funny that. hard to believe, isn't it?
Right.
And Dara's easy on YouTube says, why did we field first? Baby Shaker says, my wife is a big fan of the old morning testosterone enema.
In the meantime, Leach starts a new over around the wicket, left arm, and that was a short of length ball, but Blundell can't get it away and is fielded in the covers. So, speaking of enemas, there was a coffee enema in a scene called Green Wing, I remember. It was a sketch show. Alright, in comes Leach. Again, a similar length, but this time Blundell is much better placed and he cuts it to the fielder in the deep, and they come through for a single.
I know the one you're on about.
Well, Mark Heap, I remember, was the doctor, and I can't remember the name of the actress. They're both very well respected actors. It was like a sketch comedy show which had a overrunning arc of story as well. What I have a thing for British comedy. Some mostly the sketch shows. They're funny. Miller and Armstrong and so on. So in the meantime,
some.
Yes. In the meantime, so anticipating as if a reverse sweep, that ball was bowled sort of at leg so that it drifted down leg as well. And this time the slip fielder was also moving away, trying to see if a catch could be taken. But none of that happened and the ball just flew into the keeper's gloves. Another ball, but this time it's a beautiful ball by Leach. Now that's a quintessential left-armer's ball. It pitched just outside off, gripped and turned away, and Mitchell was beaten, having a poke at it.
It was well taken, actually.
Oh yeah, there was a bit of bounce as well. Nicely done by Fox. Behind the stumps.
Fox has been unspectacular and really effective in my view. I'm really quite impressed with him.
Indeed. Now, in the meantime, Mitchell has taken a step towards the line of the ball. This ball was on the middle stump, and even though he tries to place it past mid-on, he cannot. He can't beat the diving wicket fielder. In comes Leach, and this one was bunted into the offside and almost like a T20 style wanted a run, Mitchell, but was sent back. And sanity prevails. 246 for 4, using it at the end of 64 overs. Some social media.
So Carl Chergwin wants to know the average first innings scores at this ground, please, which have a look for. But I'll take an over and say to come back to you on that.
In the meantime, the actress was Pippa Haywood, who plays I think she's the head of HR at the hospital, and Mark Heap is a consultant surgeon or so on, and it's a heap of madness. I recommend this screening. If you just about.
Oh, for a bit of madness.
Absolutely. I mean, it had, I think, Stephen Mangan in a very prominent role. I think there was Tamsin Craig, yes, and Julian Reinhardt. I see the page as well. In the meantime, Stuart Broad is ready at the top of his mark. In he comes. That was a back of length ball, but well adjusted by Blundell, who was sort of committing to the front foot, and now he's beaten the gully fielder, and that's gone down to the third man for a boundary.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, he was a bit caught at the crease, but he made up for it with a swift blade work that beat the gully fielder, and that's comfortably gone to the boundary. And well, the Kiwis have now gone up to a run rate of 3.9 per over, and their 250 comes up for the loss of just 4 wickets. And it must be said the fifth 50 has been quicker, just 63 balls.
So the first innings average at Trent Bridge is 254. That can't be right.
That sounds a bit low, doesn't it?
In the meantime, in comes Broad. That was a full length ball on the middle stump, has been respectfully defended by them.
Oh no, 319. 254 was the ODI, but 319 is the test average.
Indeed.
That sounds about right, yeah.
On this ground, there's always a good tussle between bat and ball. Neither one gets away with it. So,
yeah,
350 is a good first innings score.
And there have been some spectacularly low ones that I can recall as well.
In the meantime, in comes Broad. He got some extra bounce of that one from a good length, and Blundell was again caught at the crease and in front of the stumps, but he's able to bunt it into the leg side, and before the bowler can come in and collect it, they cross through for a single. We get a glimpse of the debutant Michael Bracewell, who's waiting his turn in the pavilion and doesn't look particularly antsy or particularly nervous. So we have 2 slips and can be called a 4th slip gully. And Captain Stokes has a word with his bowler Broad from mid-off. Broad is ready to stream him once again. In he comes. That was a beautiful ball on the 4th stump, and Mitchell is moved across to defend it in front of him. Drops it on the pitch, discovered, collected by the fielder coming in from cover.
There's still coming a lot of movement on the crease, which is
I was about to remark on that as well. Both these players, first they are taking up probably a stride at the bowler and maybe also in front of the stumps. They are trying to negate any movement that might be coming from the pitch. And they are batting outside the crease as well. That's interesting to see. In comes Broad, and he's bowled that on the 5th stump line, and Mitchell is comfortable to let that go. So I think they are completely taking the chance of an LBW out of the picture, and any sort of swing they're looking to negate by getting across as close to the off stump as possible.
And they're finding the pace ideal for coming down as well. Nothing quickening on them.
Absolutely. I think England would miss somebody like Mark Wood on this pitch, no?
Yeah, I think they just miss Mark Wood in general.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Oh, that would make such a difference, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. Somebody who can may hurry you up a bit. That's a beautiful ball on the off stump, but no. Well, Mitchell looked like he was shaping up to beat mid-off, but he can't. He's hit that straight to the mid-off fielder. At the end of 65 overs, New Zealand are 251 for 4.
Okay. Neil Harris makes a very good point, as he often does, of course. He says, I've never attended a first-class game, but follow them all day on radio or video. Similarly, I've never attended an EPL match. Best players from New Zealand, South Africa, Australia, Sri Lanka, West Indies, instead of journeyman Colpacks and fans from those regions will want to watch. It's an interesting point in a world of global sports watching, isn't it? And Farong's got all the data for us. It says Trent Bridge test innings averages: first innings 319, second 305, third 264, and fourth 158. Thanks, Farong. Brilliant as ever. It's wonderful to have all the people doing the work for us on Twitter. And Neil Harris says also, imagine watching Shaheen versus Pujara, Rabada versus Smith, Bolt versus Snake, Jamison versus Labuschagne in the championship. Top tier matchups and need an international audience. Yeah, excellent.
Oh dear.
Point.
In the meantime, there is a bit of excitement as Leach starts his new over, and that one, it looked like it was a straight ball heading towards middle and leg, and Blundell, who was jumping all over the creases, missed that. It's taken him on his pad. Will England review this? Oh yeah. With just a second remaining. Stokes takes the. Yes, miss.
It looked like it was hitting, but it may be over the 3 meters, in which case it becomes umpire's call, isn't it?
I think if it just had 3 reviews left, it was just worth chucking in a chancer.
Alright. We are loading up for the replays.
We've got a jingle for that, haven't we, Bear? No, he's not listening.
He just got up. I think he was trying to indicate that, but we missed that. So we can see that the batsman is comfortably outside the crease. His back foot is on the popping crease, so to say. There seems to be no. Oh, wait a minute. Is that a bat? No. There is no impact of the bat, so it's just a pad. Umpire's call on the wicket.
Call on the. Oh,
it was pitching in line. It was hitting in line, but the batsman has simply survived because he was given not out by the umpire, and well, it hit the outside edge of the leg stump. So in this case, probably he deserves the benefit of doubt. Very lucky there, frankly.
Wow. That could have made a big difference.
Yeah, game on margins, that one.
England would feel a bit let down by that. I think that could have been given out based on what we saw by the naked eye.
So
in comes Leach.
I've got.
That one's a bit back of length, and that's been pushed into the deep fielder on the offside, and they cross through for a single, and Mitchell takes strike. Yes, Mr.
Crowd calling in. Diana Patterson says, okay, doing your work for you. Your volunteer producer says, louder, Colin.
Pardon? Not where I'm not quiet. Hold on, I'll turn things up.
Okay.
If anything, that ball, Blundell was looking to actually come down the track and hoik one, or at least on the ground, but hit that hard into the leg side. He had missed that entire. In comes Leach. This is more on the middle stump, and Mitchell punts it back to the bowler off the front.
So we're changing at the end of this over, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
In comes Leach. That's again been pushed into the covers, and while Blundell wants a single, Mitchell says nothing doing, get back. So the run rate has fallen a little over the last couple of overs, but also England have begun to assert a bit more control, with Broad bowling well and Leach challenging the batters. That's another beautiful ball, just held back of length, but that's been guided very educatedly by Mitchell, down to third man. He beats the point fielder, and before the ball can be collected in the deep, they're crossed over for a couple.
Lovely open the face batting there.
Absolutely. He was off the back foot. He was in position to open the face of the bat, missed the slip, but also finer off the short third man fielder there. Well played. In comes Leach. That's a full ball on the stumps that's been hit straight next to the bowler on the right hand side of the bowler, and that's gone down to long on for a single. What are your thoughts on this field, I wonder? A long on and a deep sweeping cover?
Yeah, it's granted he did get smacked about a bit going right over the top of him, but it's very defeatist very quickly.
Well, thanks, gentlemen. We're up to date on tweets, Colin, and I shall catch up with you again tomorrow. Enjoy your company, and hello, Tony. Welcome back.
Well, thank you very much. I've just slid into the chair that the bear has just vacated. All I will say is it's worryingly warm. 255 for 4, 66 overs complete. I think you'd say this has been New Zealand's day so far, having been put in. Mitchell on 47. Am I supposed to be letting anyone in? I should have Colin still here.
Well,
and Ajit, I think.
good.
Yeah, so it's basically the same pair, just different responsibilities.
Absolutely. I'm the summariser.
Marvellous. Well done. Summarise away. England disappointed in a bit of a hole, chaps?
Yeah, it's hard to see because we've only got the actual video feed and not the sound feed, but I've got a feeling that the crowd is probably a bit grim.
You mean a little bit subdued?
Yeah.
Not enough nectar flowing around.
Well, I saw a load of it got spilt earlier when the ball landed in the cup. Stuart Broad
deserved it.
I think he's back new into the attack, isn't he? Here he is.
Yes, no, Broad is continuing actually. But
he's continuing.
if you're that close to the boundary, it behooves that you keep an eye on the play. I mean, if the ball could actually hit you on your face or something, cause
he's wicketless. Ground, of course, where he got his best test figures of the ground indeed. 8 for 15. How could we ever forget that?
Absolutely, he ran through Australia.
He's going to be bowling from the Radcliffe Road end, and he's going to be bowling to the fine Daryl Mitchell, who immediately pulls straight to Ollie Pope, who was at square leg, and there is no run. Run rate's dropped a bit. England have at least slightly put the brakes on. They were rattling along at about 4.5 and over for a while, weren't they?
Absolutely. No, I mean, this pair took their time. So the initial 10 overs or so of the partnership, they were content to just blunt the balls back. I remember Mitchell was absolutely becalmed. He had at one point in time a strike rate of 5 after 25 balls or so. But now he's made it up. And he now has the joint highest score in this innings, 47 of just 85 balls.
Yeah.
Who was it who didn't quite get their 100 last match? Was it Blundell?
That was Blundell, I think,
that was
from memory.
Yeah, it was Blundell. Now he got the 100, Mitchell got the 100.
As this one's pulled again by Mitchell. This though there is a man out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. It's Johnny Bairstow. So they will just jog through for 2.
This is a set piece. They're setting it up.
96 Blundell got at Lord's.
Absolutely. Now we see that there is a fielder well in front of square. There are in fact 2 fielders well in front of square, and there's one who's behind square in a traditional square leg position.
You reckon they're going to dig one in short? I think
it looks like a leg trap. There's also a short square leg who's again well in front of the crease, which is not normal. They are making room for the ball being a bit over.
For that. But we wait. Broad pulled by Blundell. Going back with a square. In comes Crawley this time. So you're absolutely right, Ajit. There is a strong leg side field that's trying to get Mitchell and Blundell to put that ball in the air out towards leg. Hasn't succeeded so far.
I mean, these both look adept at their crossbat shots, both into the leg and in the off. There is a crying baby in the background. I don't know if it's
Is that a baby or somebody whistling or a kettle? It could be.
Nah, there is a angry
I've
baby.
got my window open. Hold up, one sec.
Oh, don't. Well, Mitchell studying concentration. Magnificent he was at Lords in a losing cause, as it turned out. That one is the short one. Mitchell tries to duck out of the way, rather left the bat periscoped. Gets a warm round of applause, does Stuart Broad from Ben Stokes. So you were right, Ajit.
That looked
it's all
faster
about the
than
short ball.
that looked faster than the 82 mph. It was clocked.
My only worry at this short attempt in getting caught on the boundary is that boundary in the backward square leg is very short with the new pavilion there.
Oh,
This
indeed.
could easily just fly over the
Mitchell,
top.
they're
compared
on
to most
48.
guys.
Is this his 50? It's his pulled away to leg. It's straight to Crawley, though, who is down there at deep square. So it will only be a single. He'll move on to 49. Tom Blundell on 41 will be back on to strike. This partnership
just,
rocks along to 88. Boy, they've done a fine job, and they've frustrated England. Ajit, sorry.
No, all right. I was just going to say that there's plenty of time, and it's only the last ball of the over, and I expect we may get to see more of this from the other end as well. So.
Well, Stuart Broad is coming around the wicket to the right-hander Blundell, who pulls down to deep backward square. Ollie Pope, no, I beg your pardon, that's Matthew Potts, isn't it? Matthew Potts is down there. He puts in the throw. It's the end of that over. Number 62 for Broad, 259 for are New Zealand, 49 for Mitchell, 42 for Blundell, and Colin, I think you are in the social chair.
Going to Leah, who's having a little argument about discrimination in porn, oddly.
I think that was in jest, because it was something about our friend the porn bot and things he or she has been tweeting.
It's just saying, I guess I'll just go outside and yell at the clouds.
Well, 259 for 4. I think Ben Stokes might be feeling like that's probably what he's already outside, of course. But he's probably going to be feeling like yelling at the clouds at the moment. Jack Leach, deep in conversation with his captain, is going to continue. We'll see if we can squeeze a few more in. Sorry, Colin, but Leach, will get through him at normally a bit of a whack, won't he? He's going to work his way in past umpire Paul Rifle. He's bowling from the pavilion end, as Broad has been operating from the Radcliffe Road. Some turn, but it was short, it was wide, it turned further wide, and it was crunched away backward a point. Johnny Bairstow goes chasing after it, loses the cap on his head in the process, and they will come back for 3 to 62 for 4. Mitchell 49,
well
Blundell 45. Yes, beautifully run. That's been a feature of. They were a bit skittish early on, weren't they, New Zealand? But they seem to sort of settle into their game. The problem they had is that no one had really gone on. But these two are magnificently well set. The new ball is still 13 overs away. This should be a time that Mitchell and Blundell are really looking to make hay. There's a slip for Jack Leach, but Mitchell is forward with a big front foot to kill any spin and pushes it back to the bowler. 262 for 4. Do you know there's been 105 centuries scored at Trent Bridge in total in Test cricket, as I'll wait.
105.
Back foot again, yes. Fielded by Leach off his own bowling as he just takes a couple of steps into the offside. Only 5 ever by New Zealanders.
I thought that would be the case, considering they haven't played here in such a long time.
2008 was the last time. It was extraordinary. I was amazed when I saw that. Leach comes around the wickets, worked nicely off his legs. That'll be the 50 for Daryl Mitchell to go with his splendid 108 at Lords. He now has a 50 here. Well bowled him. Batted him.
Long drawn out grinds and flashing cameos. Quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Lucky or lucky inducing reverie. These are a few types of half century.
Oh, it's been a very good one. Jack Leach is being frustrated. Around the wicket he comes. Forward comes Blundell. But there is a man at forward short, and there is no run. 263 for 4.
Must say it's been a long spell for Jack Leach into his 10th over, and he's not done particularly badly. It's
Well,
no
no,
wicket for 40.
Yes. Well, he's this one is just pushed back to him. Leach.
He's bowled better than
affects a shy at the stumps without actually letting the ball go, just to keep Blundell honest. It's the end of the over. 68.
Were there a couple
complete.
of 5-ball overs, or is it just my my imagination? Or
I think it's your imagination.
No,
Ajay.
Fair enough.
Surely wouldn't get 5 ball overs in a international level.
Well, you'd like to think not. We're seeing a replay of Daryl Mitchell raising his bat yet again. He is a class act. I'm an absolute convert to
quite a pedigree he comes from as well, sporting pedigree.
Well, absolutely. His father was a rugby
Yes,
player and
father.
coach, wasn't he? Coach of the New
All-star, all black. Now also a very well sought after coach.
A lot of family traditions. Obviously, one of those centurions was John Bracewell, whose nephew is playing here and making his debut indeed in this test. As that one is pulled high and handsome and all the way to the pavilion. Up go Michael Gough's arms. Stuart Broad on his home territory, where he took that 8 for 15, has been carted for a very sizable one of these.
Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air. Legs moving side to side. Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air.
Bit top edgy. Andrew,
Absolutely. I don't think he was completely in control of that. The ball hurried onto his bat, and he was lucky it flew behind square rather than.
They're still working that leg trap as best they can. This partnership has reached 100 from 159 balls, which is a fabulous effort. There it is, short again, an attempted pull, and I've got to be honest, he literally knew nothing.
It's gone to
about
third
that.
man.
It's gone down to third man. Where is that? The young subfielder? Do we know who the young subfielder is?
Oh, it's a very random name.
That's good. Well, okay. I was
he's
hoping for
taken
something
that
a
on the
little more
helmet.
precise than that. He has worn it on the helmet.
I think it was Best or something like that. It was someone.
Yeah, I'm not sure he did. Did he take that? I believe he's taken the
Yeah,
helmet
yeah.
off.
No, it
Again,
looked a bit nasty.
It
It
was
has
short.
struck him on the side of the head.
Mitchell
That
really
looked nasty.
swung, and yes, absolutely, he missed it with the bat. Did take him on the side of the head. So we will have a little period now where everything is checked. Daryl Mitchell, who is having himself a little drink, he's been prodding at his helmet, deciding if they need a spare one. Presumably there'll also be a few checks on his well-being. So maybe we can squeeze in some more social messages, Colin.
Just quickly go over to YouTube and just say hello to who we've got: Paul Stevenson, Pokey Bumfinger, Martin Kelly, Baby Shaker, Dara Aziz, Old Man.
Old Man.
Yeah, just Old Man. Doesn't sum up a lot of people.
Song by Neil Young, wasn't it? Old Man, take a look at my life.
Over on Twitch, we've got Leah saying, I would not like that. I want my gorillas alive and not chopped up and possibly served. Well done with ketchup to some member of the Trump clan. Not entirely sure what it's all about, but
That just sounds distinctly bizarre.
it sounds disturbing. Not Fred Titmus saying, not uncommon. A few weeks ago you had Larry Shane facing Shaheen Afridi and Freeview to view on YouTube.
Well, that was all very
Talking
true.
about
Indeed,
the
it was.
counties.
That was as Middlesex took on Glamorgan down in Glamorgan.
Mayank talking about 5-ball overs. I'm a staunch believer of bringing back the 4-ball over.
The 4-ball over. We've already got the stupid 5-ball overs or in 100, haven't we?
I'm
not
a fan
sure
of the
if you
8-ball over, frankly.
The original 8-ball over, yes.
Yes, how they played in Australia, I think.
They
for a while,
did.
even
They
until the
absolutely did.
70s.
Someone would have to remind me, but I'm not sure it was that long ago.
Yeah, the 70s, I think, 70, 80 when I
yeah,
remember there was
yeah.
an Ashes where it was an
Like I
8-ball
said,
over
not that
Ashes.
long ago.
Absolutely. So, well, I while we discuss all this, and if there's no other social media to
Yeah,
discuss,
that's us up.
I was wondering what you guys did on the Jubilee weekend.
I was working.
You were working. Was I? Did I go to a street party? No, it was kind of raining, so I didn't in the end. I think I stayed in and watched some cricket. Not that I'm not a Feeney. I would have gone to the party if it had been a beautifully sunny day. Then there was any number of street parties near us. We probably sorry, go on.
No, I was wondering if you got invited to any pavilions or any floats, special floats that are organized by the
no. No.
You don't tend to get any of that up my neck of the woods.
Well, maybe not.
I was once lucky enough. This was the King's birthday, the so-called King's Day, and back then it was not the King's Day; it was the Queen's Day because it was the Queen, not the mother of the current King. I got invited onto the float of the mayor of Amsterdam. I didn't know that was any of those was true, and I got handed a glass of pink champagne in a plastic cup.
At a royal do? A plastic cup at a royal do?
No, it was not. The royals were absent. It was only the barge of the mayor of Amsterdam. It was pink bubbly in a plastic flute. It must be said. The cup is the wrong word. Flute is the right one, but it was a plastic. Drink it and please get rid of it sort of cup. And a plastic flute. And that is my closest brush. And okay, I've been within 20 feet of the King of Netherlands. If that means anything. Here, they have a little bit more laissez-faire attitude. He was walking.
Was he aware of it, or were you just stalking him at the time?
No, he was. Okay. So they choose one specific part of the country and they just surprise the people there. They turn up on the King's Day. They look at the celebration. And they just walk around amidst the crowd and nobody really bothers them. We all just do our own thing.
Well, I've got to be honest, no disrespect to the Dutch royal family, but if the King of Netherlands came and sat down here and started to do some cricket commentary, I wouldn't know him from Adam.
No, nobody did. There's no urban legend to it. For 12 years, under an assumed name, he worked as a cargo pilot.
As a cargo pilot?
Yes, he was trained in the military and then in the Air Force, and then and then he was not the heir apparent until his brother met with a unfortunately fatal accident by skiing.
Oh dear.
Even though he was the elder son, he was the second son was the heir apparent, but unfortunately he met with a rather sad accident. But this guy was allowed to get on with his life. He was allowed to marry an outsider, air quotes, and he was just working for 12 years as an airline pilot, cargo pilot. But more on that.
Stuart Broad is going to continue. He's going to continue to Blundell, who tucks just about everything in behind that, and there again is no run. A reminder that, of course, England won the toss, but Ben Stokes looked up. He looked at the pitch. He looked up again. And he was probably thinking, "We should bat. We should bat. We should bat." And he said, "We'll have a ball." And it hasn't necessarily gone England's way. It's 270 for 4. Are New Zealand. Latham 26. He was caught Potts, bowled Anderson. Will Young 47, so runs for him. 46 for Devon Conway. 30 for Henry Nichols. As this one is pulled by Blundell again. That was slightly short. There is a man. It's Johnny Bairstow out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Just a single. So literally every single New Zealander so far has got themselves a decent start. Has yet to really go on. But you think possibly these two both look like they could.
So he's actually flown, the King of Netherlands. He's actually flown for 21 years as a first officer of a KLM regular flight. He even welcomed people on board and did stuff like that. Nobody recognized him.
Wow. Anyway. I've certainly been flying on my trips to Amsterdam, but not normally involving planes. As this one is a shout for a leg side strangle, not out, says umpire Michael Goff, the man from Hartlepool. Ben Stokes is not interested. Quick conflab with Stuart Broad, shake of the head, and we will move on to 71 for 4.
I think if he got any of that, it wouldn't have been catchable.
A bit of gamesmanship, but this is to be expected. You would get tested out again.
Yeah, again.
But this one was going down the leg side.
Oh, it was going down, but again it was short, Ajit, wasn't it? Again, they're
absolutely
looking to try and just take a top edge, an uppish pull.
Mitchell is not taking a step back.
He's not. He's made of strong stuff. Is Daryl Mitchell, the 31-year-old from Hamilton?
Again,
plays
that's
for Northern
boundary.
Districts.
Why would you?
Played for Rajasthan Royals. Was that this year he was playing for the Royals?
He was.
Yeah,
he was in the Rajasthan Royals camp.
Middlesex,
I don't know how many games he got
season.
to play. Maybe 1 or 2.
Not that
in the meantime,
many, I don't think. Made his debut against England at Hamilton in 2019. Made 73 too.
One person from the leg trap has been moved into the covers. I wonder if this is a
good observation. Well, let's see what Stuart Broad has got. 2 slips and a gully, and it's wide of off stump. And Mitchell is happy enough to let that by. That splendidly, well, it's not quite vintage, but it's a elegant looking grey Nichols bat.
Absolutely.
Is, held
they're
aloft
moving
and
around
there's no
with
run.
the crease. They're moving around with the crease still. Any socials?
It is the end of the over. You're absolutely right. 271 for 4. 69 complete. What have we
On
got, Colin?
Twitter, we have Brian saying, looking at Tony's copious notes, can you please give us a rundown on their categories?
Well, oh dear, oh dear. If you ever need to sleep at night, maybe I'll record it. And you can. I can.
Okay.
It's pretty straightforward. I will tell you in a minute. Second new ball during 11 overs. Basically, it's stuff about the ground, records, first test match there, most recent test match there, record of each team there, records of the team against each other. I know you can find all this stuff online, but it helps me to consolidate it. And then I just have one set of fairly short notes for each side. So I basically have 3 groups. So one, as we wait for Leach, left arm around the wicket, forward comes Blundell, eased away to the offside. Joe Root skips away from slip. There is no run. So I have sort of what I call the ground pack, which is really about the game in general and this particular test match and things that pertain to it, and then the 2 teams. I love test series because a test series means you don't have to keep updating the notes every time. The IPL was hideous. I came up with a way in the IPL of really sort of abbreviating the notes. I'd take down the track, comes Blundell, he looks to off drive, but it's straight to the England captain Ben Stokes, who's very lively about his work at extra cover, and there's no run.
Writing notes for the IPL would feel like you're writing your own thesis and you're trying to keep together everything.
Yeah, I mean, I just did some basic notes as we wait for Leach. Just turns, but turns very slowly, and is the bat's angled and it's guided away towards cover, and again there's no run. But the IPL, we were blessed in a way because we had the help of Ajit, and we had the lads from the Cricket Podcast, both of whom, Jack and forward comes Blundell, no run.
Ross.
I mean, Jack and Max
Ross was there, wasn't
and
he?
Ross.
Oh, Max there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they all just live and breathe the IPL, whereas Bear and I would sort of truck up here and, admittedly, I do possibly more homework than Bear on the grounds that doing less wouldn't be possible. Leach, again, a little hint of turn away from the right-hander, but nothing that's going to trouble Blundell, who's ever so well set.
Leach is doing a
towards gully, no run.
Lovely spell actually. Now 11 and a half overs for 40.
He is. He's bowling okay.
And he put us to shame, Tony. He put us to shame with all your hard work. Some of us can pick up a...
what? To bring in Parkinson, you mean? Yes. Back foot, cut by Blundell, but cut straight to point. And again, there's no run. 54 miles an hour, that from Jack Leach. It's the end of the over. He gets through him. It's 271 for 4. 70 overs have been completed. 10 to the new ball. And we shall go back to Colin.
Leah doing top trumps saying, I took a leak on Wilhelm's II's tomb. I win. Very rock and roll. O'Neill Harris, no one outside England knows this. If you don't try to appeal to an international audience, no one knows you exist. It's very grim. Not very true in a sense.
Well, there we go.
Message is good to hear of a country that has the good sense to make the Royals actually earn their keep.
Well, we have a change of bowling, chaps. Fairly significant one. England's former captain, Joe Root, has been brought on by England's current captain, Ben Stokes. Here's Joe Root.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pict, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
It is Joe Root, actually.
I have a feeling this is for a change of ends.
Well, I have a feeling it might just be a bit of desperation. There's a slip and a leg slip, and it's down leg side. A fairly horrible ball, actually.
Got a feeling it's people just saying, I don't want to bowl with that ball, considering the new ball's coming.
I think it's more, yeah. It might just be a little spell to try and whistle through the overs to get to that new ball. Bit of flight from Rooty, though. Oh, and it's worked off his legs. It beats the man at square leg. But is going to be fielded by Matty Potts, who's down there.
And
things not gone his way either, as they have at Lords.
And O'Neill Harris has been going on about saying as well, overrate has not been that great, so it gives him a chance to clutch back up a few.
More on that. No, but I think he's bowling a very restrictive line. The first ball that he bowled got a bit of bounce. So I'm curious whether it pitched in the one of the potholes of the bowler's footmarks, or maybe there's more to it.
Bowling from the Radcliffe Road end, so he's giving Broad a bit of a link. We get a rest, more flight again, but clipped sweetly by Blundell out to Johnny Bairstow at deep mid wicket. Just a single. 273 for 4. Yeah, I think, Ajit, this is very much all about let's get that new ball into the hands of Jimmy and Stuart Broad as soon as we can and limit the
Potts
damage
is
in the
still
meantime.
fresh. Potts is still fresh.
Onto
He
the leg
must
stump.
get a go.
Yeah, well, as this one pushed away into the leg side again, it's an easy single. But would you give him a go now with the old ball, or do you just want to hold him back and have him at peak performance? Because he would still get some overs tonight, even if Jimmy and Stuart Broad take the new ball.
They'll
in 10
not be
overs
able
time.
They'll not be able to complete all 90. I'll wait.
No, they won't. This one tossed up again by Root, who for some reason seems to get very excited. It looked to me like Blundell just played that easy as you like away into the onside.
The way I
and
look
there was
at
no
it,
run.
the way I look at it, maybe there's only 6 overs of new ball left today, and there's no point in Potts being held back at all. 6 overs will be taken by Broad.
Well, that's interesting. Or again, good footwork from Blundell, who skips down to
Quite an interesting way to take
steer
it.
it around. Yeah, he's certainly been light on his feet, shall we say. That was down to backward square. Root spun through that over in next to no time. 3 runs from it.
I think he was beaten.
It's 274 for 4.
Of the last ball, I think he was beaten in the flight, but he recovered beautifully.
Over on Twitter, Jeff Perkins. To be fair, Tony Bishop considers the English Civil War to be not that long ago.
Extremely harsh, Jeff, but
Blasphemy.
possibly true.
O'Neill Harris. So now we know the Bishop and the Bear both get high.
Not while they're.
Oh, well, I can tell you, I will tell you in just a moment as a forward comes Mitchell just to guide Joe that ball.
I had the
from,
pleasure
Jack
of
Leach
joining
to the
them for
outside.
an episode.
You have done, yes, indeed, you have.
And I didn't notice any hints of intoxication, so they've either they hit it.
Well, you
very
were in a
well,
pub,
they were
but albeit a virtual pub. Don't forget, Ajit.
Fair enough.
Forward comes Mitchell, solid as you like. Back to the bowler. Yes,
sounded like you said that,
today
though.
I think went out this morning. This the latest of. No, it went yesterday. The Bishop and the Bear broadcast went yesterday. We had Hendo on. We were reviewing the last test and looking forward to this one. Forward comes Mitchell, pushes it back very solidly to Jack Leach. Again, there is no run. You also with what went out this morning was this Maximum newsletter, which had all kinds of fantastic stuff in. As up onto his toes goes Mitchell, big high elbow, guided out towards extra cover. Will be a single. Crawley, not for the first time today, finds himself on the deck. Of course, he was involved in that drop, wasn't he?
Yes,
Diving to a ball that really wasn't his. Hello, Hendo. Oh, you want the Hendo special squirty stuff? There it is. 275 for 4. 59 for Mitchell. 47 for Blundell. Hendo seems to have got the giggles now. Leaching again, back foot, and Blundell punches it straight to Crawley again, who's at cover. Once more, there's no run. 1 ball left of this Leach over. He's rattling through them. They're not costing too much, but they're not looking too threatening either.
But they're holding their ship well, the New Zealanders.
They're
not
holding
going
the ship, but it's a ship that edged, and it got a hand to it. Did Joe Root? I think it would have been an unbelievable grab. Had he got that, it would have been a worldie. But they've been taken, and Joe Root, I'm afraid, that's a rather rictus grin on his face because he didn't quite get what he wanted, did he? He's got enough of a hand, didn't he? But not enough. We'll have another look at it very quickly. A legitimate cut. He throws up a right hand, and he basically tipped it over the bar.
Yes, pure reaction, that, isn't it? Oh, sorry, am I back on now? I think
I'm not sure, actually. Are you?
Yes,
yeah,
I am.
you are.
Yes.
Right, I'll shut up.
I can't hear myself through my own headphones for some reason.
We can hear you.
You can hear me. That's a good thing.
Fandango.
That's okay then. Yeah, well,
later.
catches have gone down, haven't they? I mean, there was one from Crawley this morning, didn't turn out to be too costly, but Root has shelled an easy one this afternoon from Daryl Mitchell when he was on 3, and he's just shelled him again. And Root comes on, and he's reverse swept by Mitchell. It's a hell of a shot. He's kept that down extremely well, and that's going to run towards third man for 4.
One two ka four, four two ka one. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
So, yeah, I've completely lost myself in my ears, in my own ears, but hopefully you can still hear me. And Mitchell, probably, yeah. Root around the wicket and round armed. He's coming in to bowl with a slip and a leg slip, and it's another reverse sweep. He's got a little edge onto that. Has he? Has he been taken? No, that's definitely working, Bear. You put me back together. It's been given not out. Root is appealing to Stokes, and they are going to review that. So this is the second review in recent times. Although I don't think England lost the review, did they for the last one? Because it was clipping. And Daryl Mitchell is just pointing to his forearm and saying, no, it's hit me up on the forearm, no problem.
It might have rolled up off the glove there.
I don't think so. I think pretty confident of these things when you're a batsman. So look at it. It's another reverse sweep from outside leg stump. Nowhere near. That's an... Well, the common denominator here in bad reviewing is Joe Root. He was a terrible reviewer as a captain, and now he's managed to persuade, or he's just managed to persuade Ben Stokes that he should have to review that last one, which has hit him high up on the forearm, above, in fact, not just the glove, but pretty much the sweatband that Mitchell's got on as well, halfway up his forearm. Was there a tiny swiggle on the toe of the bat there?
Well,
nothing. There was something, wasn't there? There was a disturbance of the atmosphere.
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing more.
That's about it.
And the CIA protection agent, otherwise known as Michael Goff, says that's not out. So
Or the butler in Batman.
Or the butler in Batman. So at least he got it ball to jump a little bit, didn't he? He got it to got a bit of bounce, did Root there. Anyway, here he comes again. In from round the wicket to Mitchell. Mitchell comes down the wicket, he bowls him a bouncer, and then he somehow carts that one bounce to Jimmy Anderson at mid-on. That was quite clever from Root, and I think he did surprise Mitchell, and Mitchell's perhaps a little lucky to get away with that.
Could have gone anywhere.
Could have done. So he's coming round the wicket, he throws in a bouncer. He started to come down the wicket, and then he plays like a forehand drive from very high up round the shoulder, and it drops, I don't know, 10 metres short of Jimmy Anderson at mid-on. Root in again, and this time Blundell flicks to square leg. There is no run. They did take the single for that rather unorthodox shot from Mitchell. So he's gone to 65 now, I think it is. 64. Blundell is going to take a quick single this time to Jimmy Anderson, who falls over as he runs a little bit too fast. And in fact, I'm not quite sure what he did with the ball then, but he
threw it off towards mid-off.
Oh, he threw it towards mid-off, and Blundell comes back for a second, and he celebrates another 50 to go with his 96.
50, 50, 50, pretty nifty on a bowler's pitch.
Well, he's not really a bowler's pitch. The jingle doesn't quite match there, but Blundell has gone to 51 from 93 balls. 5 fours. It's his 6th Test 50 in 19 matches. Got a couple of hundreds to go with that. Root in, gives this one air, and with a little bit of spin, he turns that quite neatly all the way along the ground, past square leg, out to the man in the deep. And they take 285 for 4. Still, technically, 17 overs to go tonight. 7 overs before England can take a new ball. What time are they going to be able to take a new ball? If these two continue to bowl, it's going to take them another 25 minutes to get through these, maybe a little bit more.
So we get about 20 minutes with a new ball.
20 minutes with the new ball. Will they take it? Probably.
I would.
Yeah.
I think it'll take it
still
as
be
soon
new
as possible.
tomorrow morning. Then you get
still be relatively new.
Both worlds.
You only get 3 or 4 overs with it tonight.
Yeah. Although of course we do know that new ball sometimes comes off the bat a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
So New Zealand might be able to cash in a little bit. We should have a look at the GPL very shortly and see what the spread is.
About 65 quid was in it, wasn't it? I think we decided.
65 quid is, but just in terms of who might still be in the game, as it were. A slip and a forward short leg for Leach into his 14th over, left arm round the wicket, couple of steps up, bowls a ball that's given air and into the ground. It was into the ground zone, and it was flicked.
I realised that.
Flicked by Jack Leach to mid-on, and they managed to run through for a single. Leach went very close to getting one LBW, but hasn't really looked terribly threatening. But I think it's just a lack of turn in this pitch. I don't think any spinner would be doing particularly well.
It's a day one pitch for crying out loud. You wouldn't really expect much, would you?
Yeah, I think England have been a little bit shocked certainly in that first session, how little there was in it for the bowlers. Leach in again, bowls, and flatter delivery is turned to square leg, where Broad moves to his left of field, but it's another single, so just milking him a little bit. 287 for 4. Mitchell 65, Blundell 53, and it was these two, of course, who put New Zealand ahead of the game really at Lords until the following morning. Was it the Saturday morning, the third morning? Leach in again, too short. Back goes Blundell, cuts that fairly straight, in fact, between extra and mid-off, and that runs away for 4 more.
What are you pointing at, Hendo?
I'm just wondering why we've got the full television screen on the other monitor.
Right. So I realised that the reason it's going through Zoom so slowly is because it's going to chug out 2 pictures.
Oh right, full of ball from Leach, and Blundell got himself in a little bit of trouble there. He didn't seem to quite know whether to come forward or go back, and it was so full that he ended up sort of just standing there and blocking it. And as I say, just almost misjudged that. In comes Leach again, wide of the off stump, cut shot again. That's going to be 4 more, exactly the same place. And Blundell is taking full toll of Leach's rather shoddy lengths at the moment. He goes to 61, 295 for 4. Yep.
Give it to me 1 time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Give it to me 4 times.
That's one thing he's always been a little bit. He drops it a bit too short a lot.
Yeah. You're supposed to be on tweets, Bear.
Am I?
Me.
Oh, you're on tweets as well as doing jingles over there. He comes down the wicket, was hitting the pad, and then just for a moment they thought there might have been a chance of a catch. Ben Folkes dived in front of the stumps to try and grab it. Leach is pleading. He's saying, surely that must be out. I don't know how it was out, but surely that was out.
Well, it depends. It could have been LBW.
Could have been LBW.
Bang in front for LBW.
England's still got 2 reviews, and they've got 4 seconds, and they're going to review it. Presumably for the LBW.
Yeah, I think so. And I'm not. If it has hit pad first, and I'm not entirely sure, then it's close.
But don't you think he was quite a way down the wicket?
He wasn't that far down this time. His feet were together. Yeah, it was on the first step.
Let's have another look at it.
But he could have hit it with his bat, and that's what I'm not sure about.
Let's see. That's probably pitched in line. Oh,
big fat first.
Big, well, yes.
Well, actually, I don't know.
It's almost simultaneous, but I think it is bat first.
I think it's actually missed the pad.
Yeah, and then he's squeezed it onto his pad, hasn't he?
Yeah.
So I think he's going to get away with that one.
Yeah, he is.
Well, I say not going to get away with it. I think it's just not out.
It's not out. No.
Yeah.
It's an inside edge for
inside
100%.
edge.
Yeah.
It didn't look quite right.
And he didn't seem too perturbed, did he, Blundell?
No.
So another chance goes begging. And these 2 New Zealanders continue. Full rifle, quite rightly. Says no.
Bloody glass.
And well, Blundell's taken the opportunity to have a quick drink.
Shall I take an opportunity to do some social media then?
Yes, it's the end of the over, isn't it?
It is. Leah saying ARP for some reason. She's telling us what that means. Acute radiation poisoning. There's also the wardens in the war, wasn't it? Air raid patrol. Mark Sands, you
That's
played
AP.
at 5:30. Brian 001. Oh my word! What is the collective noun for 3 bespectacled gorillas I see on my screen?
A whoop.
Well, I suggested a girth. Messy Jess had replied a Grinch. So there we go. With similar words, somewhat different meanings.
Begin with G.
Neymar Butlins. I'm out in the Mojave Desert with 400 students.
Wow.
Lord. Just checking in, and I noticed that the Kiwis have scored a fuckload of runs. Are we doing anything about this? Well, not a lot at the moment.
No.
We're waiting for the new ball, to be honest.
Yeah, not since tea. Not since tea. Nothing's happened since tea, really, for England. Root will continue, and that tells you about how things have been going for the other bowlers. Although 2 wickets for Anderson and 2 wickets for Stokes. That's a horrible ball. And in fact, Darryl Mitchell could have just stood there and whacked it. It was about a yard outside leg stump, turning further away. No doubt it was a 1-day wide, but nothing in this form of the game. But he just stood there and let it go. He's forward to this one, pushing to square leg, and there is again no run. Root is into his 3rd over, 74 overs bowled, so 4 balls remaining in this over, and then 5 more.
Overs, yeah.
Root is in, bowls, he brings out the reverse sweep again, and he's played it really well, has Mitchell. And that has sped away from Leach at backward point, and it's gone for 4 runs.
Well, it's your fault, Rooty.
It's me, says she. It's me, says she.
And what the bear means by that, of course, is that Root put Mitchell down on 3 runs.
Yes.
A quite straightforward catch at slip. And he's making England pay.
He is.
Are New Zealand going to have a 6th Centurion at Trent Bridge?
That's a double hit. Appeal.
Did look like it, didn't it? Yes, is that now still officially?
I
don't think it is anymore, is it? I don't think hit the ball twice is anymore.
Well, if you tee it up and then smash it.
Well, yeah, but who's going to do that? And you don't do it as a joke anyway, wouldn't you? And
then you'd be given out.
You could be given out, but I don't think it's a method of dismissal anymore, to be honest. I may be wrong. Root again, around the wicket, well outside leg stump. Poor old Ben Folkes is having to rush from outside off stump to outside leg. Being sort of kept blind by the body of the batsman and just more or less guess where the ball's going. But he's doing it cleanly at the moment. In comes Root again, bowls. Oh, now that's popped a little bit. And I think it's going to bring them a leg by. Jumped up onto the thigh pad and then away past the man at leg slip. I'm pretty sure there was no bat involved.
They're still playing
300 up.
They're still playing Ajaz Patel. You still in there, Sean?
No.
No?
Mike Bracewell's come in. As the
Bachelor
off
life
spinner.
for me tonight.
Sorry?
Bachelor life for me.
What's happening?
The other half stuck in Geneva.
Oh,
Flight
blimey.
cancelled.
Root in again. This one he throws outside off stump. Turns back a little bit, but Blundell deals with it. End of the over. New Zealand 300 exactly for 4. Mitchell 69, Blundell 61.
Who's she with? EasyJet?
Yes.
Well, that explain it.
John Batham, with the exception of Anderson, and 1 burst from Stokes. Terrible bowling, awful catching, shocking use of the reviews. All of the top rubbish decision to bowl first. All on top of the rubbish, yeah, we can't agree. Peter Ward suggests a gurn.
A gurn of gorillas.
Gurn of gorillas, which I quite like.
Sure, gurn? Sure, you wouldn't like it if we did. I don't know.
You have to be able to take your teeth out.
I was going to say it might make us look better. Who knows?
I was just going to go onto YouTube, but you may have to talk amongst yourselves while I do that. Oh no, I'm here. I've found it. There we go. Let's have a look. Oh, Naked HD Fun is back.
Hooray! So is Leach, and he's bowling to Mitchell. There was a hint of turn there as he came forward. It comes off a very
wide,
thick outside edge, straight to backward point, no run.
Is Pokey still in charge of trying to remove Naked HD Fun?
Yeah. Oh, Pokey Bumfinger. I don't know.
Mr. Bumfinger, we've been expecting you. Now is your chance to shine, please, again.
This one is played up to Jimmy Anderson at mid-on. Again, there is no run.
I made Sutu a moderator too, and Leah as a moderator. Leah, you're listening. Go and get rid of that man.
Lunatic's in charge of the asylum bear. Are you sure this is a good idea?
Just the slip. That's the only close fielder for Leach, and this is played simply down to long on now. Looks like they've put a man back there in case Mitchell wants to dance down the wicket and aim for the maximum. But they just take the 1 on this occasion. He moves on to 70 from 114 balls. Blundell has 61 from exactly 100. Just a change being made to the field. It looks like there's a short leg coming in. Helmet is being utilised. So I imagine that's Ollie Pope who's gone in there. And he's got the slip as well. So just a little bit more attacking to Blundell. And Leach continues round the wicket. And he nearly managed to get one to sneak through there. He forced him onto the back foot. It kept going. And he just jabbed his bat down in the nick of time to turn that away to square leg. They really thought they'd got through there, I think.
It was very close.
It was. And I think that would have been dead and buried for Blundell, to be honest. Leach in again, too short, too wide, and he chops this past extra cover. They have now got a man out there, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to do anything much about it. Well, he has just about. Alex Lees, I think it is, who's put in the dive and actually prevented 2 runs. He's done really well there. He's quite a big man, so it's not easy for him to go to ground. And he did. And I think just kept that inside the boundary rope. He could have almost rolled onto it. Oh, has he?
No, he never touched the boundary.
No, he doesn't touch the boundaries. That's a good piece of fielding.
Superb by Lees. Superb effort.
Very good indeed. Now Blundell moves on to 63. England may be regretting putting New Zealand into bat. 303 for 4 is the score. It's a beautiful sunny evening in Nottingham. It's a beautiful sunny evening in Sydenham. And again, Leach just tries to push that one through. And Blundell doesn't read it initially and is again hurried in the shot, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, it's 59 miles an hour.
Yep.
Shall I catch up with a few?
Yep.
Yeah.
Right. Ian Southcote says, can't believe you're deleting those comments from the dating site. Best action us English fans have seen all day. Fat Bastard says, 2 spinners and still a lousy over rate. And I've just realised that a little screwdriver after someone's name means
they're a moderator.
So Leah and Pokey are both updating us on pornbot management for our friend Naked HD Fun. Let me see. An inadvertent double hit does not carry a penalty message, as informs us.
Why not? Why not? I think that I always like that as a method of dismissal.
We
Change of
have
bowling. Roots coming off and back into the attack. Not as successful as in his first stint or his first outing at Lords. It's Manny Potts, but he's kept going. 15 overs, number 67. He's got a jingle that goes like this.
Well, he does. It's disappeared. Where is it?
No, it hasn't. It's number 8, I think, isn't it?
7, 8. Yes, he is. Here he is. Thank you, Bear.
I've heard from Potts that the kettles are filthy black. You know he might do. Let's bring him into the attack.
Well, he's going to be rewarded with 2 slips as he comes into bowl to Mitchell, and Mitchell is on top of that, outside the off stump, defending with bat and pad close together. It goes back to the bowler. There is no run. Now, I know he hasn't had a successful day, Potts, as a bowler, but I've not, and I know he's gone at 4 and over, but I think he's been all right. I haven't thought to myself, I don't think to myself, oh God, well,
Really
that just shows you that was just a flash in the pan. He's definitely got something.
Yeah.
Potts in again, onto the back foot goes Mitchell, fends this away into the backward point area.
He's only how old? 22?
23, I think. 23.
You'd like him to be a bit quicker, but you'd like all England's bowlers to be a little bit quicker.
Well, yeah. I think it's been an easy pace pitch this for the New Zealand batsman. It's been a nice pace pitch if you're a batsman.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's come on. It's not, it's not too bouncy, but it's coming on quite nicely, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which makes the decision to bowl first
even more bizarre.
Stupid.
Well, I'm going to put a cat amongst the pigeons in a minute.
Ooh.
As Potts comes in again, angles this in more towards leg stump, clip to mid wicket, no run. Now, Ben Stokes, of course, captained England. Was it when Joe Root went off on paternity leave? And was that against the West Indies last year? I got a feeling it was. Was it, or 2 years ago?
From memory, yes.
Did we play West Indies last summer as well?
No.
And he put them into bat, and we failed dismally.
Yeah, that was the first test, wasn't it, at Southampton?
Yeah.
In the pandemic.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Onto the back foot goes Mitchell, defends.
Yeah, we got
mid wicket.
We got walloped in that test, didn't we?
Yeah. So, all the things you're talking about, the positivity of Ben Stokes, he may not be a great reader of pitches.
Yeah.
But then very few of us are.
No, true. But, I mean, generally, you bat first. It was a nice, reasonably sunny day. The forecast was good.
Mm.
And you really want to, if you bat first and get runs, I know England don't often do it, but you've got to believe you can. I mean, that's the whole point of playing positive cricket, really.
Oh, that's a cracking ball from Potts. That lifted, and it went away. And Potts is thinking, how did it do that? He's having a look at the pitch to see whereabouts that hit, because it surprised him as well as the batsman. What has that hit? Wow.
It's a wobble seam.
That has really gone, hasn't it?
It's a wobble seam delivery. When those do catch the seam, they tend to exaggerate the movement.
Well, I don't think any batsman would have been able to get near that. It went too far, miles too far. It entertained Potts at least. He enjoyed it. And he's coming in again to complete the over to Mitchell. This is into the legs of the batsman, and he flicks it away nicely down to long leg, where I think substitute fielder is doing the work, and he keeps the strike. Just one run from the over. New Zealand 304 for 4.
Farong says, if anyone wants a recipe using burnt potatoes, let me know. Fourth time the idiot from the room next door has done this today. He's made 4 lots of potatoes and he's managed to burn them all. How can you burn potatoes? I suppose you just boil the pot dry, do you? Peter Lloyd says, hit the ball twice, still exists, but contains the striker willfully strikes it again, which is kind of what you were saying, Andy. With his, her bat or person, other than the hand not holding the bat, brackets, asterisk, my addition. Anna Forsyth says, Tony, don't advertise the porn bots. After this dire performance, many listeners will be tempted. Brian001 says, someone tell the bear his pint glass still has a price tag on the bottom. Social faux pas. Absolutely right. Jeff Perkins says, or
it's
maybe
an IKEA sticker, it doesn't have a price on it.
Or maybe, oh wait.
Leach starts new over, second new ball available in 3. This is defended back to him by Mitchell. He's now 71. Blundell 63, Leach none for 61. A lot of England bowlers going at around 4 and over, apart from Jimmy Anderson, who's had pretty good control all day. In again, hint of turn, but Mitchell is right forward and steers it into the offside. We are now, 12, 16 balls from being able to take that new ball, and you'd think England would grab it with both hands. Just the slip for Daryl Mitchell. Here he is again, Leach in. Oh, and that's a beauty! That has turned past his outside edge, and so excited is Leach, he appeals to Rifle, the umpire, and says, "Please, I mean, come on, please. I know I'm the unluckiest man in cricket, but please, can you let me have a wicket?"
What a ball that was.
That was a cracker,
really
wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's one of the very few that have turned off the straight. In fact, it may be the first. He's in again, and this time Mitchell is right forward, meeting with the full face of the bat, all the way back to the bowler it goes. That should have given Jack Leach a bit of confidence.
Exactly, we're just going to find that spot again.
He's got to try and find it. Well, yeah, exactly. There obviously are a couple of spots on this wicket. He's in again, bowls. This time Mitchell stays pretty much in the crease and defends it from there. And Leach has to go and walk up and do his own fielding.
So to say, we've had a couple of patrons today.
Yay!
They're seeing the value.
I hope so. If you like
the value.
If you like the podcast and you like this maximum, please tell everybody else. Put it out on Twitter. Advertise us. Defended to mid-wicket. That is the end of a maiden from Jack Leach. May indeed be his first. And 78 overs bowled. New Zealand are 304 for 4.
Jeff Perkins, to finish that thought, was saying all poachers turned gamekeepers, Tony. I think I said lunatics in charge of the asylum. Neymar Butlins has sent us a picture. Do you remember that Steven Spielberg film, Jewel?
Yes.
Well, that's a bit like the picture that's come with it. It looks like a scene from inside the
cab.
You're telling me he's got 400 school children in that one
well,
vehicle?
He said students. He hasn't kidnapped 400 school children and just dragged them out into the desert. Although that would be rather.
You don't know. You don't.
Well, one would hope not. Only thing out here are tumbleweeds at Building 94, Fire Technology BBC. Oh, okay. Drifting along with the tumbling tumbleweed. I think that was a song by Slim Whitman. Leah says the IKEA glass is about £2 bear.
Is it?
Is there a reason she's telling you that?
I don't know. She's just noticed it's got a stick on the bottom.
Oh, well, they just in
I
case
have
you
no
wanted to
shame.
know. I don't think I've ever in my entire life picked up a pint glass, drunk some, and gone, "Ooh, I wonder how much this glass
Yeah,
costs."
exactly. We should say hello then to Tim Hunter. And
hello, Tim.
I think O. Harris, must be O'Neill Harris.
Yes.
He has joined us on Patreon.
Excellent
Wonderful.
news.
Oh,
and what do you think of
super
your
duper.
maximum? Just let us know.
And the Bishop and Bear?
As long as you say it's good.
Bear and
I
Bishop.
don't want you saying it's terrible.
No, you have to
Potts.
accept criticism.
Absolutely, outside the off stump. Left alone. Folks, I think, thought he was going to drop that and was rather relieved to hang on to it, as he sort of jokes with Joe Root at first slip about that. So it's Blundell facing now. He's made 63. The same two that caused England problems at Lords have come together here. When you think about it, the players that they've had in today shouldn't really have got themselves out. Will Young got a good ball from Stokes. Latham rather gave it away with a pull shot to the mid-wicket. Anyway.
But they've all got starts, haven't they?
And they've all got starts, and
literally
they've all
got
looked
starts.
relatively comfortable. Potts in again, angled in, and then just straightening a little bit. And Blundell gets into a really strange position to play that. His leg, he's completely front on, both legs pointing down, or both feet pointing down the wicket, and he plays it more or less in front of his box. So it's a strange position, but it works for him.
This partnership now.
135. Well, there you go.
They like batting together.
They seem to. Here comes Potts again, and forward is Blundell, just dropping that down slowly into the gully region.
If you strive for some positives of some kind, Potts, none for 68, is a complete opposite of how everything went his way at Lord's. But he's thundering in, he's got a smile on his face, and one of the things Ben Stokes said was he'll run in all day for you, and he'll never lose heart. And he's kind of showing that, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so. I
quite like him.
I like the look of him. He's in again, bowls, and this one maybe keeps a little bit lower than Blundell expects, and he jabs down on it. Or maybe that's just the way Blundell plays, very late. Anyway, he keeps it out. And again, there's no run. 304 for 4.
He'll probably break down now.
Yeah, probably. Absolutely. Stress fracture. That's what I'm going for. Stress fracture of something.
There isn't any room in the England emergency ward.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. No. There's something the other day on Twitter about, or on social media about an A&E department where they were shouting out 7.5 hour wait to see a doctor. Potts bowls defended outside the off stump by Blundell.
Should sound for some things you'd have to wait for 13.
God. I mean, if you do end up in A&E and you're kind of a walking wounded, you always feel like, oh God, it's going to be an interminable wait. But to be told as soon as you walk in, it's going to be 7.5 hours.
Exactly.
There's not a lot to do in an A&E department, is there, really?
No.
As a patient. Plenty to do if you're a doctor. Potts then to complete the over, going wider on the crease. Blundell goes up on his toes. I think he was wanting to work that into the onside, but he ended up pushing it back towards the left hand of Matty Potts, and that is the end of the over. It's a maiden again, a couple of maidens in a row, one over to go before the new ball becomes available. New Zealand remain 304 for 4.
Farong has sent us a little bowling quiz. Interesting question, actually. I don't know if either of you two know the answer. If not, hopefully someone does. Who holds the record for the most amount of balls bowled and runs conceded to take their first Test wicket? I mean, I know Mason Crane was at 1 for 173 or something.
Who was the other? Who was the?
And that was Kawaja, because I always remember who the wicket actually was.
Who was the leg spinner? The other leg spinner, post Shane Warne, who played for Australia and played only one Test, I think.
McGill?
No, not McGill. No. Bryce McGain, was it?
Yeah,
Bryce McGain? Possible. I bet this is one that goes back a few years, though. I just got a feeling it does.
Sounds quite a devious question, but I like it. It's an interesting.
The deviousness of Farong, which is a very
one
good
who
novel.
There was one who played in Pakistan recently, wasn't there? Who got some wickets in that series over there.
You're not really narrowing it down too much, though.
No, I can't remember his name.
Have we got time?
No. Leach is going to bowl. It's going to stay around the wicket. He's now got a silly mid-off, or more a silly point, and a slip. And Mitchell comes down the wicket, and with a flourish, sends it all the way along the ground up to Potts at long on, and they take a single, 5 balls, and then we'll have a new ball available, which will be very exciting for all of us.
Oh, and a change.
And a change. The Bear, you're taking over wide ball, I presume.
am taking over ball. Who's with us?
I think I'm going for a little stroll. I think it's Ajit going to come in and see you through.
Yeah.
Because I planned my day around nipping off.
Oh, you're not going to leave me, are you?
No, well, obviously I'm not going to leave
right,
you.
okay.
No, darling, I would not. Therefore, I'm stuck in the green room waiting for you.
Oh, good, right. Defended on the front foot by Blundell. I live in fear of trying to get home from here. It's a horrible place to get home from without a car.
I'm not going to walk out and leave you.
It took Gary 2.5 hours to get here during the West Indies series, wasn't it?
I was going to be stuck in a car with Gary. I might choose to take the bus.
Ajit's in a waiting room over there, by the way, Tone.
What am I doing next? Leach in bowls. Oh, we're left alone by Blundell.
I think you're doing social, mate.
Am I on social again?
Yeah.
Okay. 305 for 4. 3 balls from now. A nice new red cherry will become available to England. And I presume they will avail themselves of it.
One presumes so.
But it gives us pretty much half an hour with the new ball tonight. Stuart Broad and Jimmy. I can hear someone else speaking. Hello, what's going on?
Hello, Ajit. I don't know what you're doing,
Hello.
but you're not on yet.
You're not on yet.
You've got to wait.
Hang on, hang fire
Three
for 3 balls. Leach in bowls, and Blundell just strokes that away down to backward point, then open face. Score remains 305. Jack Leach, can he get a wicket before he's sent into the outfield? Oh, he was just hoping that was going to creep through and hit him on the pad, because he played a little bit outside that, Blundell. But still, there was enough wood on it to...
Now he's got himself into a groove, Leach. He's got him bowling right.
Now they'll come off now, though, won't he? That's the problem. Leach in again, bowls, Blundell forward, right over the top of the ball with his head, defends it into the offside, and that is the end of the over. New Zealand 305 for 4. Tony?
Well, we may have mobilised our army of pawnbot fighters, but they're fighting a bit of a losing battle, because Naked HD is sending some very fruity messages, I'm afraid. So,
oh right,
come on, Leah, Suter, who and Pokey, get at her, him, her, it, whatever the pawnbot is. Shall I finish off a couple of things?
Yeah, go ahead.
Perkins says, is it the pawnbot and their friends that are subscribing, I think, to Patreon?
Could be.
George de Bell had said, so the woman Susan who had the ball hit into her cider,
I
believe both Trent Bridge and the Black Caps bought her a fresh pint.
It's worth doing that. It's worth doing that. Yeah, absolutely.
Sweet.
Absolutely.
Anyway, I better love you and leave you.
I better swap over to your place.
Ajit will swing in, and I shall go away and wait forlornly for Hendo.
I do like that. And the second ball, new ball, is available and is going to be taken by the... it's signalled by the very mysterious man that is Michael Goff, hiding behind his sunglasses, as he has been all day, looking very statuesque. And it's going to be taken by a man who's been bowling for the last 2 or 3 overs, by Matty Potts. So we're going to see what he's like with the new ball for the first time, I think. This will be interesting. He's going to get 3 slips. He's going to get a gully. Going to get a cover, a mid-off, round to extra cover, mid-on, square leg, long leg. And the bear will be ready to commentate any moment now.
I am now. Potts in, bowls, and it's defended by Darryl Mitchell. Back past the bowler for no run. It's this.
New balls, please.
Quite tired now.
Well, you have had about 18 cans of beer, Bear.
No, I haven't. I've had 3 cans of beer across 6 hours.
Well done. That doesn't count for anything, right?
No, exactly.
So,
Potts in. A little bit of swing. Defended up towards mid-off. Inside mid-off, who's Jimmy Anderson. And he has to chase it down. They'll get themselves through for a single.
what I notice is they're not changing their approach. I saw Mitchell still walking at Potts, trying to get as close to the pitch of the ball as possible, negating any swing or lateral movement.
Yeah, well, I don't think they are going to change their approach, are they? I mean, they're in the box seat here. They've been put in, and they're 306 for 4. It's a great position to be in. Blundell faces up now. Potts angling it in towards the stumps. Good delivery, well defended by Blundell, and there ain't no run.
Yeah, just a couple of those first two balls. Doesn't look as if there's much movement with this new ball, does there? I mean, you might have to wait a little while. I did mention this morning when it didn't seem to be doing anything in the first half an hour that. Yeah, so often these days you find in England that the ball doesn't really do anything until about the 10th over. We've certainly found that last summer.
Yeah, last test it was doing stuff in the off. That's decent ball again by Potts. He's a strong lad, picks it up from his follow through, threatens to throw down the stumps. But there ain't no run.
Bear, can you get the GPL scores up just out of interest so that we can keep an eye on that for those that are taking part?
In the meantime, if that's what has been spotted, that maybe the ball is better swinging after the 8th over or so. That's why maybe Potts has been given the ball ahead of maybe.
Well, yeah, you could be right there. Yeah.
Potts in, fourth ball of the overs, 2-leg side and it's clipped straight to mid wicket where Lees is fielding and there's no run.
So let's see, we're
pretty much out of everybody apart from.
Well, hang on, we've got 310, 313, 322, 323, 327, 333, and 343.
We've still got what? 25 minutes left?
25 minutes, they could get another 15, 20 runs. So I think 327, Hombre Nuevo. I'm going to sort of go out on a limb and say I think Hombre Nuevo, you're in
You're in the ballpark. You're in the ballpark. It's around about there, isn't it? Wide of off stump, left alone, through the keeper. No run.
End of the over, so I'll nip back to my other job, which is looking at tweet tech. So there's all sorts of things going on at the moment. Jeff Perkins says the first test wicket for balls, it is AG Kripal Singh, 651 balls, and for runs, it's RGCE Wijesuraya, 285 runs for Sri Lanka. That's a phenomenal, and I don't think I would have ever got that answer in a million years. Would you have got that, Ajit?
Nope. No. I must be frank, I don't know either of those cricketers either.
So there we go. Change of bowling, by the way, Bear. Who's coming out of the attack? Jack Leach.
Yeah, presumably.
And it's going to be this man.
Jimmy, Jimmy! Jimmy, Jimmy! Oh! Jimmy, Jimmy! Oh, little Jimmy, you let go!
Long expected lines for me. I think Jimmy would take the new ball and Broad would be held back if anything.
Yeah, and Broad's the only one of those. Oh, no, not the only one. He's a man who's deserved a wicket, hasn't got one today.
Well, I think they might give Potts two
and then maybe
overs
two
and then
for
go
Broad.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If they get that far. It's me, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes.
Left alone outside the off stump by Mitchell, through the keeper, and no run. Too wide. Good length.
I think if you were to tie Anderson's eyes up and have him bowl, he'll probably hit that length.
Yeah.
So many balls internationally bowled, that test match length, just back of good length on the fourth stump, fifth stump.
Yeah. He probably does it in his sleep, doesn't he? Almost. I mean, and apart from one over where he got hit around, I think Darryl Mitchell went down the wicket and hit him over extra cover without really ever getting hold of it as well as he might have done.
Exactly.
Apart from that, Anderson's been going at pretty much 2 and over. It's up a little bit more than that now.
Only margin.
But not too bad at all.
And Jimmy is in, and it's on the splice of Darryl Mitchell's bat. He just flat bats it out into the offside. There is no cover. There's Stokes at short mid off, and he feels that they get through for a single.
More details on the how many balls and how many runs for a first wicket. AG Kripal Singh, 651 balls. He was regarded as an all-rounder, but his bowling never made the grade. His first wicket in 1961-62 was his 10th innings of bowling for India, conceding 235 runs. And RGCE Wijesuraya, 285 runs for first wicket. Record bowling average 294.
Oh dear.
Ooh, not great. Jimmy into the pads of Blundell. He just works it out to the leg side, mid wicket fields it. No, ain't no run.
So that's a fascinating stat. I mean, these are guys that I haven't heard of. Well, I'd love it. I mean, if I had heard of them, I'd have been very proud of myself because they're obviously. And should this, of course, come up in a future Night Watchman quiz or something, then we'll know now. We'll say it's Wijesuraya, or it's AG Kripal Singh, or Kripal Singh.
Kripal Singh. I would say it's Kripal Singh and Wijesuraya. But nice. It's unfortunate to hear both are South Asians, but that's by the way. That can happen.
Left alone through the keeper on no run, probably in a time where the pitch was as flat as a flat thing.
Yeah, what did you make, Ajit, of this game this week, in which remind me of the teams that are involved in India, where one of the teams scored 700 plus in the first innings. Was it Mumbai? And they bowled the other team out for, was it less than 100 or around about 100?
120 or so, yeah.
And they didn't enforce the follow on.
No, they just decided to bat on.
And they got 260 in their second inning, or something ridiculous. Yeah.
They won by 725 runs, the highest margin ever.
Yep.
Ridiculous. Defended out to the onside, and there's no run. There is
For
no
me-
reason not to put the other side back in if you're 500 runs ahead.
Yeah, and especially if the team hasn't had, obviously hasn't had bat for long, has
Exactly.
it? It's not your bowlers are going to be really tired. It does seem very strange, but
they were just looking to give their bowlers a bit more time, score 1,000 runs in the game or whatever. They had some targets in their mind. But the important part is the game did not end in a draw and they won by first innings. No, they took a victory comfortably.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end, it's all about that.
Was that the same game in which all the first 7 or 8 batsmen got 50s or something? Yeah.
Yes.
Was it 9, wasn't it, or something?
Right.
That's defended into the leg side once more to end the over, and there is no run.
Right, some more tweets. Let's have a look. Well, not very many, to be honest. Leah says, what's this? Seeing interpreted reality using the Golden Gate Bridge as background in Zoom. I think about what to use. I guess Wander from Perry Roden is high up the list.
No idea.
You've lost me. You've lost me.
No, neither do I. Unfortunately, I can't place the reference.
I was having to edit a story this week about the new Miss Marvel, the latest Marvel film, and I was just going through this. It was a massive long feature, and I just thought, I know none of this. What's any of this about? I don't know any of the characters you're talking about. So it shows me I'm old.
Did you glean any information from it?
Not a great deal, no.
Okay.
Not a great deal.
Right, we are well. Potts had one over.
Right. Okay,
so
that's
now
interesting.
we are back to the main man.
Wow.
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the best headband around. Something has got to keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna be kept down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thinning now.
Why are we looking at Tim Southey's test stats?
I don't understand that. I mean, maybe they were comparing Broad and Tim Southey. I don't know. It's one of the mysteries of not having the sound. Yes.
Interesting.
3 slips and a
At
gully.
least we read the situation wrong completely.
We did.
Yeah.
Well, it's good that Ben Stokes can make such a decisive decision. Well, possibly a muck up. Yeah.
In comes Broad and it's defended by Mitchell. Back down the track to him, and there ain't no run. They might well just now shut up shop. They've only got 18 minutes.
Well, they might as well.
They would, I would say. They would. I mean, but against a new ball, you don't want to go too far into the shell. That's when you start making them to slips.
Yeah, true. Bring the
There's runs
slips
to be
into
had.
play. There probably are runs to be had. England's bowlers are tired. They've been out there for 82 overs a whole day. It's been a
They
reasonably
wouldn't
warm
look
day.
to,
Not
chase
hot,
the
but-
ball.
No, they won't
Probably
look to
would.
chase it, but if they bowl it long hop or two wash short and wide, they'll latch onto it, I would think. Driven at by Mitchell, not greatly timed, that's a mid-off.
It's the perfect time, I would say, to coin the phrase on a T-shirt for some shit to take some wickets.
Well, I don't want shit with a new ball though. There we go. Cold. Yes, it was comparing. Comparing.
That's a new word.
27.95 is Stuart Broad's average after 541 wickets and 154 matches to Tim Southey's 28.28 after 342 wickets at 87. Stuart Broad marginally better.
Strike rate very similar. Look at that.
57.1 and 57.2.
One thing must be mentioned. Broad has twice the number of games nearly.
Oh
and
yes,
twice the number of wickets.
but nearly twice the number of wickets too. Well,
if you're
not
able
quite
to
that.
double that and still maintain those, you're
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's longevity, isn't it? I mean, having got 500 odd wickets in double the matches, defended back down the track, there's no run, and having maintained that average, I would say he's the better bowler.
Yeah, I've always
Only
been
marginal. Tim Southey's a good bowler.
I've been a big fan of Tim Southey.
Yeah, same here.
Just as a
But I mean,
cricketer in general,
he suffers the same as a lot of English. But I mean, that's why he's a very English type bowler, isn't he? I mean, he's low 80s, high 70s.
Yeah.
Swings it away, nibbles it off the pitch. You know?
Yeah. He's got a good one that comes back into you as well off the pitch, I think. Well outside his crease, isn't he, Mitchell?
Yeah. And just lets that come off the bat. It's nicely played, soft hands, and it just grinds down to long leg. For a single, 208 for 4. It's been a long day for England.
Another tweet from GC Radio Naked Fun Pornbot says geriatric naked fun to marvel at click here guerrillacricket.com. I wonder if anyone has actually clicked on that at all in the hope of seeing something rather
I'm
rude.
going to do that now while we wait. So I must ask though, why has this certain individual or this bot or whoever taken so much after guerrilla cricket or so kindly to guerrilla cricket, if I may ask?
I have no idea. I presume they just spam everywhere, don't they? And if they get a bit of success, which we were a bit slow to get rid of them, that one's just dropped square on the offside by Blundell. Goes out to, well, Gully chases it down, and there is no run.
Well, I mean, let's face it. I mean, the Pornbots would obviously be following us, wouldn't they?
Well, of course.
Yeah. Well, it's been a poor day for England, really, hasn't it? 308 for 4. They need one more wicket tonight. Would just give them a little bit of a boost for the morning. But if these end up getting to about 320, 325 for 4, then it's been one of the poorest decisions to insert that we've seen in a little while.
Well, indeed, yeah. The Broad is in, edged. Oh, for fuck's sake! Why didn't no one go for it? That seemed to just go past. Is it Crawley with his hand?
Crawley
in his
and
head?
Bairstow, I think, between the two.
They both just stood there and let it go between them. A classic fuck up between the slips. There's a nice catching height, and you can't let those go begging. Jesus Christ. Back to normality.
That went through the two fielders, but look, for me,
kids can't listen and you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
They're both right-handed. It should be Crawley.
Yes.
Should be
exactly. I was about to say that. So by creating logic that you're taught.
Well, Broad's apoplectic, and rightly so. I mean, for both of them not to go, that's Crawley's ball because it's to his right, and they're both right-handed. If they're strong, that's their stronger hand. Then Crawley has to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, they were just both rooted to the spot, weren't they? And England's catching has let them down again today. Mitchell has been given 2 opportunities. Well, 3 actually. Was it him that he was dropped by Root when he just thrust that hand out at slip off Leach? I can't remember now.
Yes, I know. That might have been Mitchell as well, yeah.
Yeah, it's into the pitch. Poor ball, that one. Too short, horrible ball by Jimmy Anderson as he starts the 84th over. It's out to mid-off and there's no run. Hold on.
What are you doing?
No, it's been lap to square leg.
Oh, sorry, lap to square leg for 4 runs. That's what I meant. It's been a long day. Shut up, Adjit.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
Sometimes it just slips out, you know.
All right. No, it's all right. Look, I'm here to keep you active.
Yeah,
keep us awake.
Yeah, exactly. You're here. You make sure, you know.
What time is it where you are?
I'm an hour behind.
Sorry?
I'm an hour behind you guys. Oh, sorry, an hour ahead.
Ahead.
Oh, right.
You're in Holland, aren't you?
Oh, you're in Holland.
Yeah,
oh, sorry.
I'm in Holland, yeah.
I thought you were in India. Sorry.
Are you going? You going to any of the ODIs?
I did one. I did the first ODI with Netherlands and West Indies. I might come to one of the England ODIs.
Okay, cool. That swings in, baby. A little bit.
What?
Came in a fraction.
Yeah, just a little bit. He got across. He maybe got a bit too far outside off stump, I think.
Got to cross it and just played it to mid wicket and there's no run. I mean, no one went for that. That's poor.
But I mean, it has, gone almost exactly between them. It's not like it's nearer to one than the other.
Well, then they should both be going for it, really.
But I'm wondering whether Crawley didn't go for that because you remember earlier in the day he took one out of Root's hands, didn't he, more or less, and shelled that. So he might have been, thinking I'm not going to go for that in case I get in front of Johnny. But I mean, obviously this would have been, he'd have thought this very quickly because it went very quickly.
Indeed. Jimmy Anderson is in, and that swung in. Picked up quite nicely by Mitchell though. Sweeps it, clips it square out to long leg. They'll get 2 runs for it, Pottsfield, and there is no. Sorry,
there's 2 runs. There is no run, Bear.
Yeah, there's 2 runs.
Probably Jimmy Anderson also feeling the day's work.
Yeah. Well, that's it.
Well, he's been the star bowler of the day, really, hasn't
Yeah.
he? Him and Stokes.
Yeah.
They've both picked up a couple of wickets, but actually, you've got to say that Broad should have had 2 wickets today, and he's going to end up with almost probably nothing in the wickets column. But,
when you look at his career, you always come across him like that. A lot of missed chances.
Yeah.
Bad luck.
That one's through to the keeper. There's over, and then he underarms it quite hard to
root, presumably.
To root the first slip, yeah.
I think they're going to get a rocket in their ear. Brendan McCullum did not look particularly happy on the balcony.
Well, no.
That's the first time he hasn't looked happy. He's always looked reasonably happy in the sort of first few days of his reign, hasn't he? I mean, even when things weren't going well, he seemed to look pretty pleased with the way life was treating him at Lord's.
He did admit it was going to be a gamble, right? His sort of thinking.
Left alone outside the off stump, through the keeper, and there's no run.
Yeah, so Mitchell, I mean, what was he? He was on, was it 97 or 98 that he was on overnight? Or was it 96? I can't remember. Mitchell in the first test.
It was 97, I think.
97, was it?
Yeah. And he got on with his first shot of the day, he drove out to the extra cover boundary.
Well, he could be in the 90s before the end of play tonight. Probably not. There's only 10 minutes to go now.
God, that naked
If they ball a few long hops, you never know, right?
Yeah.
It's defended out in the offside and there's no run.
What are you looking for, Bear?
I was just seeing what's going on YouTube, and Naked HD Fun is trying to attack us.
They're everywhere. They're everywhere, aren't they?
Well, we see the deleted messages. They shouldn't be up on.
Oh, those are the deleted ones. Okay, that's fair enough.
Now I need to go back to the competition. I think that over has taken a few people out.
But all the links they've given on Twitter are just to the Guerrilla Cricket site.
Oh no, that's just someone taking enjoying. That's someone having a bit of fun. That's one of our listeners.
That's one of our listeners who's changed their name.
Yeah, just having a laugh.
And that's fine.
Let me have a look now. We've got 318 for 4. We've got Mog on 322. Messi Jez on 323. Ombre Nuevo 327. Messi Jez on 333 and 343.
And we've probably got, what, 2 overs left?
2 maybe.
3.
2 probably.
Broad in, and it's defended down the track by Blundell.
You know those 322, 323 targets? They look very much inside.
They look definitely involved, aren't they?
4 on 5 runs, yeah, that's about right. Well, 3.78. If they do the average, they get 7. Which is 325. No one's on 325. And as we're the bank, I'm going for 325.
Fair enough. I have a feeling one boundary will come. Whether more singles will also come, worth watching.
Yeah, it could be a little outside edge down to third man. Exactly. That's what I reckon.
Watch it go through the slips. That one's left alone by Blundell through to the keeper and there's no run. Of course, there could be a wicket, in which case they'll probably just block. He says, hopefully.
Well, I mean, it would have to. I mean, I think you still get a new batsman coming out if you get a wicket this over, but not by the next one. I wouldn't think.
It'll be a night watchman, surely, at this time.
Oh, well, it would be a night watchman. Well, who's due in next?
A debutant.
Bracewell.
Oh, Bracewell, of course. Yeah. Well, they might be kind to him and send Trent Bolt out instead.
I think so. Bolt would be the man.
That would be fun.
Comes Broad, he's in at the pads, and Blundell gets right across his stumps and just works it to mid wicket. There's no run.
Yeah, he's doing everything, Blundell, to get outside the off stump, isn't he? There, he is very emphatic in the way that he gets outside off stump. If he's not moving across, he's thrusting that front pad out and then leaving it, and it's working pretty well for him, you have to say.
Yeah.
Well, absolutely. For me, they have, at the same time, there may be 2 boundaries, but England have a good chance. 1 wicket here, probably not caught slip, however. I'm thinking more caught gully, more caught point.
Wow. Hopefully just a snick through to Folkes would be nice. That's left alone though by Blundell through the keeper.
Also, he's looked safe today, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got a very safe pair of hands, I think.
There's a rather glum-looking Marcus Trescothick.
Yeah,
he's not happy at all.
With his sunglasses on, I think he's asleep, isn't he?
Maybe,
That's why he's wearing the sunnies and he's underneath.
No one knows what you're doing under those sunnies, do they? And it's got nothing to do with porn bots.
No.
No, but that happened to me once in a movie theater. It didn't involve sunnies, but somebody had to nudge me because apparently I wasn't boring. Happens, right?
Broad in. Oh, I think that's inside edge onto pad. It's a half stifled appeal by Broad.
And by us, to be fair.
And by us, and there is no run.
He looks a bit all over the shop, frankly.
Blundell?
At the moment, yeah, he both his feet are flayed, and he's sort of playing the ball close to his thigh, and there is no play. Probably still under his eyes, but still, it doesn't look very classical.
No, it doesn't. No.
I think he's just trying to get through the end of play, more obviously so than Daryl Mitchell. Daryl Mitchell's much more fluent batsman, I think, though.
Absolutely.
Broad, last ball of the over, and again it's just covered up by Blundell, and there is no run. 6 minutes left, probably 2 overs.
Farong says, no, messages. The messages are gone, just the name tag remains. Thanks, Leah, for getting rid of those rather unpleasant links. Farong says, final sort of rant. On days like this, wouldn't it be nice for England to be bowling to Bangladesh? I'm pissed off that the tour next year is testless. Rickshaw protest needed. 200 rickshaws out the front of BCB and UK Embassy ringing their bells. Well, that'd be good. Can you organise that?
Well, it does seem that most people are just because there's another fucking T20 World Cup, isn't there, in November?
Oh, that's true.
I mean, Anindo was telling us in the last test, India are only playing 1 test, and that's the one against England until the World Cup. Is this year, for the rest of this year, or something stupid like that?
It's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy.
It's mad.
Well, we were talking about that, weren't we, at tea time with Dave, and there's this Greg Barclay, the ICC chairman, talking about there's going to be a reduction in the next few years of Test cricket, which is it's a sporting tragedy.
It is.
Well, any talk of ferment or agitations were just suggestions, right, guys?
Sorry?
We were not actually
worked into leg side and there's no run.
I was just joking. I said we were only recommending. We were not making any.
Yeah, I mean, I live for Test cricket. I love Test cricket. It's just
So much more fun.
So much more fun, and if you do manage, as we do, we all watch 5 days, all 5 days, if it goes that long. Just the changes in the day, the alterations, the way the story goes, and then goes back the other way.
Absolutely.
Jimmy is in, and first ball is left alone outside.
That's more Jimmy like. That line and length, and this over is more Jimmy.
Sorry, that was the second ball. First ball was just defended.
Is this going to be the last over, or we get one more in?
I think we'll get one more in after this.
Leah says, I like that thigh action by Hendo. OnlyFans when? What is this OnlyFans thing?
OnlyFans. It's where porn people go.
Oh, really?
To get self-paid.
Well, yes.
Well, it
Pay-per-view.
is. I mean, basically, it started up, and then, of course, lots of people did self-done porn, and they made lots of money.
Oh,
it's
yes.
like a YouTube thing.
Yes.
And then the guy who owned it basically said, right, we're going to take off all these porn people, as that's left alone outside the off stump, there's no run. And their share price dropped massively.
Right.
In about 4 days, he'd reversed his policy.
Okay, I was not aware of this tidbit of history.
Jay Grover says, oh Jay, there you are. I've nothing to do with any porn bot. I'd be far filthier. And GC Radio Naked Fun Porn Bot says, had you asleep in a Triple X movie theatre? Click here, GorillaCricket.com. Well, couldn't possibly
At
comment.
least they're listening to everything we're saying with a lot of attention.
They are. That's, and they listen to everything we say. So it's all a little bit
It was
worrying.
not a Triple X movie. We don't have those.
What do you mean?
was
You're
a
in
regular
Holland.
You're in
Holland. Don't talk shit. That's left alone outside through the keeper. There's no one. I went to.
This was a few years back, may a few decades back, I must say.
Oh,
But
right,
yeah.
okay.
I remember going to Amsterdam. We went to a live sex show.
I'm sure you did, Bear.
It was weird.
Yeah.
Those are available, yes.
Yes. Other forms of sexual satisfaction are available, I think we should say.
Oh, yeah.
So we've got 2 balls to go in this over. It's 18:27 according to the computer, which is what I go on. We might just squeeze one more in.
Yeah, I think so. This over will finish. It was 28. It's just ticked over 28. Left alone outside the off stump. There's no run.
Let's have a look again.
There's no one on 318, is there?
I don't think so. Why is this not moving?
Oh god, it's got stuck, hasn't it? No,
There you go.
You're treating it too gently, Henry.
I was, well, I'm a man of gentle hands, and I won't go any further.
Yeah.
So we've got Moggs on 322, so he needs 4. Messi Jez needs 5. Hombre Nuevo now needs 9 runs off the final over, so those are the 3 that are most likely to be involved. In fact, Messi Jez has got 3 of the last highest 6 scores.
Yeah, but they're not going to go that either.
I don't think so.
Last ball of this over, Anderson bowls. Mitchell leaves it alone through the keeper, and there's no run. So we're into going to the last over of the day. A 4, streaky edge 4 would put Mog just entered hand. Will win the GPL. I think he's won it before, Mog.
I'm sure Mog must have won.
Mog won quite a big prize, I seem to remember at one point. If he does win, it'll be what?
65
quid.
65 quid. But I always enjoy those moments when people think they're going to win, and then on the last ball they don't. I know it's cruel.
That's cruel. But we're the bank.
We're on the bank, and
we're
we're
like the casino in Las Vegas, so it's good for us.
House always wins, eh?
Yeah. So that's how we like it.
The final over of the day, however, is going to be bowled not by Stuart Broad or Jimmy Anderson or even Matty Potts. It's going to be bowled by this man.
Here's a face that I know.
Well, harder ball. Maybe get
harder
a bit of
ball,
bounce.
yeah. Maybe, or just get it to skid through.
Yeah, maybe actually catch that seam.
Yeah.
Get a bit of turn, like that one that whipped past the outside edge. If a wicket falls now, that'll be it, won't it?
It will.
Yeah.
Final over of the day.
I put in a gully
Bit
as
of
well.
creativity there from Ben Stokes. Not something you'd always give him credit for.
No, I like the way he's captain, generally speaking.
Yeah, no, he's quite positive. I like the fact that I don't like that though. I'd rather have a slip and a gully.
What's he got? A slip?
Well, if I was going to do it, I might as well have a slip and a gully, and a leg slip and a short leg.
For the last over of the day,
crowd the bat.
Yeah, why not? I mean, if they take a chance, they take a chance.
Sit him it off.
I see quite a few fielders around the bat.
Yeah, three, but I'd have a gully as well, I think. No, maybe not. It's not turning that much either, is it? So he's probably gonna aim for that sort of leg stump line. Leach, first ball of this last over. It's too full.
It's a Yorker, in fact.
It's almost a Yorker. Yeah, it's right on the pads and jabbed down on it by Blundell.
I think he's looking for that quick one that just almost gathers pace and just maybe goes through a little bit lower than you expect,
and hopefully hits him in line with the pads.
Exactly.
Probably a few nervous people also on the New Zealand balcony.
It's always hard though if you've bowled a reasonable spell. You're a bit stiff when you come back on. The first over is usually the worst, and he's only got one here. So the next ball is just along that line again, but again it's too full. And defended back down the track, no run. Third ball. Oh, that's a slightly better line. Outside off stump though. Jabbed at by Blundell, and there's no run. This is definitely the last over though. The clock skipped over to.
That's the other thing he's looking for, is the one he pushes out maybe closer to off stump, where he gets him reaching for it, thinking there may be a tiny bit of turn, and then he gets the inside edge onto pad and up to short leg.
Yeah, that's true. That one's full.
Too full.
Yeah, they've all been too full, haven't they?
Yeah.
And he was one too short earlier. But that's what I mean. When you're bowling a new over after having rolled a spell, you're stiff. The first over is hard.
Yeah.
That was defended square on the offside, and there's no run. Mid-on has now mid-on's going across to
Silly mid-off. Yeah.
More changes in the field.
Yeah.
They're trying to crowd the batters now. You can see 4 around the bat and they're catching cover.
Covers come up.
Stokes
himself has gone into silly mid-off.
It's quite interesting. We just saw a picture of a lot of people who've left early, and they've not been too impressed with England today. They've turned their backs on it before the end of the day. They're all streaming back into Nottingham city centre.
Well, that was 2 leg side though, and it's gone to short leg, and there's no run. Last ball of the day then. Well, unless it's a 4, which could happen. Blundell might come down the track, smash it over mid-wicket, in which case Mogg will win.
House wins.
If
I
he
don't
doesn't,
see him doing that.
The House does win. And the House wins. Excellent. As that's just defended out past short leg. No one bothers running. That'll be it. That's the end of the day. 87 overs bowled in the end. They lost, 4 wickets? That's 12 minutes. That's 3 overs anyway. So they weren't that short of where it was. There was a helmet change for Daryl Mitchell as he got pinged by a short one. So England kind of pulled it back. And the first day ends New Zealand massively in charge, having been put in by England, which was a massive mistake at the top of the day. 318 runs in 87 overs. Run rate was 3.66, which is a healthy run rate. England had their chances. They dropped Daryl Mitchell on 3, which is really fucking costly because he's now on 81.
Well, they missed him when he was in the 70s as well, didn't they?
Yeah, they did as well. They didn't miss him.
No one got a hand to it.
No one even
should have done
it. Yeah. They just let it go through. Watched it through to the boundary. So New Zealand will be much the happier side today, in a very strong position going into day 2.
Yeah, well, I mean, he
played out half the day. They played out half the day. It could have been disastrous.
They did.
They stood.
Yeah, well, I mean, had that 5th wicket gone down when Root dropped him on 3.
It was about 150, wasn't it? 150, 160.
It was 100 and. Yeah, it's past 169. It's probably about 170, something like that. But yeah, well, Brandon McCullum is up there, and he's looking rather stony-faced. He is applauding the England team's efforts, but he's
going to give him a rocket when they get back to the dressing
Well, I
room.
don't think he is he? He's just going to sort of G them up and say, well, it's not been a great day today, but tomorrow's another day.
Yeah, that's what you should be saying.
Shall we do the scorecard? Tom Latham out for 26, caught Pottsville Anderson. Will Young caught Crawley Bowles Stokes for 47. Devon Conway caught Folkesbod Anderson 46. Henry Nichols caught Folkesbod Stokes for 30. And then, finally, 2 players decided to go on. And Daryl Mitchell has made 81 from 147 balls. He's not out. And Blundell is on 68. England's bowling figures: Anderson 2 for 42. Stokes 2 for 40. Stokes didn't bowl in that last session, did he? If he did, it was quite early on. Broad none for 74, he was unlucky. Potts none for 69 from 18. Test cricket getting harder. Jack Leach 18 overs, 3 maidens, none for 62. Nothing out there for the spinner really. And Joe Root 3 overs, no maidens, none for 15. Wickets went down at 84, 161, 169. Extras 21. And it ends on 318 for 4. A beautiful day weather-wise as well. But England will be sort of, I would imagine, sitting down and wondering where it all went wrong. And where it all went wrong really was at the toss.
So, yeah. very early.
Very early.
They got the toss wrong, and consequently everything went kind of downhill from there. I mean, they were rattling on about 4.6 and over before the first wickets fell, weren't they?
Yeah, it did look very ominous. And in fact, we got a little bit lucky with the wicket of Latham, for example.
Yeah, gave it away, just pulling.
And it's not the kind of batsman who plays those sort of shots, is he? Generally, the attacking shot be caught out like that. But it's not been a great day. But what you got to say? Well done, New Zealand, haven't you?
Yep.
They've all their batsmen have batted pretty well. And finally they've got 2 that have gone on. Whether it's because the ball's got softer, who knows? But it didn't really look as if England were going to take a wicket in that final half an hour with a new ball either.
No, it didn't. I'm sure they'll come back fresh as tomorrow.
Well, they will. They will.
And the weather will change, and maybe the conditions will change. Maybe it'll get easier. Maybe it'll get worse. England certainly. It's going to be. Well, it's not crucial first hour, but England have got to get a bloody wicket early.
They do
indeed. One of
indeed.
these two. I mean, you get a
I
good
think it
chance
will be-
first in the morning.
There will be some fun to be had in the first half, whether you're a New Zealand supporter.
There will be. I mean, this is it. I mean, the batsmen have got to get themselves back in after being out overnight again. And
They have, yeah, and that makes a big difference. I mean, you often see players, just can't take it on the next day, and maybe because of just the amount of effort they put into concentrating the day before, can sometimes happen. There's Sussex Sharks against Gloucestershire tonight on the Vitality Blast, and there's some Pakistan West Indies action going on.
Well, that
Sky
one
as
can
well.
be written off, I think. Chasing 275 or so, West Indies are 120 for 7.
Oh dear, that's almost over then. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Wouldn't bother with
That's
that one then. Stick with Sussex and Gloucestershire.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's it from us for tonight. It's been a fun day. We've had a few more people back in the studio with Grubby turning up. Dave didn't make it. We thought he was going to. Tony's been here. The Bear's been here. We've had Ajit, and we've had Colin. And who else have we had in remote parts of the world? Messi
was there.
Messi was there, of course, as he regularly is these days, which is wonderful to know.
I think I'm in on my own again tomorrow now, aren't I?
Are you in on your own? What, tomorrow morning?
You're not doing any more of this test,
Yes,
are
I
you?
am. Yes, I'm in tomorrow.
Are you? Oh,
Yeah,
sweet.
yeah.
It's me and you then.
Yeah, me and you then.
Oh,
All right,
excellent.
that's
Brilliant.
okay. All right, and on that note,
we'll get
on
the
that happy
rum
note,
out.
on that happy note, we'll get the rum out. And I think Tony's in as well tomorrow, isn't he?
No, Tony's not in tomorrow.
I thought he was in. All right, well, maybe not. That means I have to get myself here. Okay, fair enough. Until then, it's goodbye from all of us at Gorilla Cricket. Please join us again, and please become a patron if you can possibly afford it. Cheers. Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender,